Just getting ourselves all set up for the Tavern Talks podcast. We're going to be joined today by the wonderful Maplinator. Map will be joining us here in about 15-20 minutes for the podcast. Right now we're just kind of doing a little bit of setup as people kind of filter in. Getting things set up so that people can ask their questions for the Q&A section. Obviously much later or earlier than normal. All right, there we go. All set up. Okay. Good morning or afternoon. Whatever time it may be for you. Hello. Good to see you there, Star Blue. How are you doing today, Star Blue Knight? Good morning indeed. Just getting set up for our podcast here. Fair enough. Neither really have I. There's my headphones. That goes out to the broadcast. Okay. Cool. Yeah, hey there. How you doing, Chelos? Good to see ya. Yeah, with my ADHD, I do have bouts of insomnia or hyperfocus where I just can't sleep sometimes, Star. Feeling good though. All right. I think we're all good on the sound front. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in to another Tavern Talks podcast. I'll be being joined by Map here in about 10 minutes. We'll get the scene set up. We'll actually start the podcast itself about 15 minutes. Till then, just kind of chilling. You may notice, and I'll bring it up a few times throughout, there is a 25-point channel reward you can redeem. That way, if while we're chatting, while we're doing the podcast, if you have any questions for Map or myself, you can just spend 25 channel points, and that way when we get to the Q&A section, you don't have to try to remember it to the end. Awesome. Thank you so much for the lurk, Star. Appreciate it. It rate is good, everything is looking fine. Okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited. You may or may not have noticed or seen. We actually got our first podcast is now out on YouTube, and it also is available on Spotify. That was the podcast we did. Hey, Map, good to see ya. The podcast we did with KJ Driz. I'll go ahead and get a link to that while we're getting set up here for the podcast. Hey, Mad Demon, how are you doing? Good to see you, Mad Demon. Like I was saying, if anybody does have questions that come up throughout the podcast, it's just a cheap 25 channel point reward. I'll just be able to pop it in there. If anybody is interested, the one I did with Sakar, our second episode is going to be up later today. The first one we did with KJ is up now. This is going to be our sixth podcast, actually. Map's joining us for our sixth podcast. So with our second one coming out today, this one will be live on Spotify, Apple, Google for audio listening, and YouTube here in about 4 days. So for people who might not be able to stay for the whole thing, the edited version will be up, honestly, not too long after it. And so that first link is the YouTube if you want to check out the KJ Driz podcast, or just kind of bookmark the channel, subscribe to the channel for when the other ones come out. And this is where we're currently located on Spotify. Still waiting for the approval process to go through on Apple and Google. Hey, boys. Just 1 second. All right. Been a while since I've broadcasted this this time, so thank you for bearing with me while I get things set up. And as far as the Tavern Talks podcast go, we're going to be doing a number of them this week. Today we're having Maplinator on. Later in the week, we will be talking to Reishi Spores and Pallet Box. And going forward, I think we'll be doing these at least once a week, and we're going to get into a cadence with them. For the first few, we've just been kind of doing them when we can, but I want to try to get into a cadence and keep it going from there. So that's just kind of like the future that we're going to be doing with the podcast. Drink my breakfast. Okay, pulling up my notes for the day. There's a lot of us are ESO people here. I hope everybody's been enjoying the update now that it's live across consoles as well. Hope everybody's been having a great week thus far. Notes are open. There we go. All set up, all great, good to go. All right, so yeah, about 5 minutes. I'm going to go ahead. We'll get set up on the call with Map, and then after that, we'll go ahead and start the podcast. This wonderful track we're listening to is actually called Neon Vivek. Like a lot of the music we've been using on the channel, it's another great track by the person who does the Dagoth Wave. Young Scrolls. Hello. Okay, perfect. Making sure the mic is in a good location. That's perfect. Okay, alrighty then. All right, we are all set up. We are good to go. Raring to go. Getting more proficient at setting things up, so maybe we went live just a little bit early, but I thank you all for bearing with me while we get it all set up. Cool, 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 cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the host map. Crack my monster can so I don't need to deal with that noise on stream. All right, everybody. So I am going to turn up the music just a tad for a second while I jump into a quick call. So I'm gonna have my microphone on mute for a moment just while I get into a call with Map. Make sure everything's set up and working, and then we'll roll into the podcast itself.
Welcome, moon and star. Come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come near afar. Come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart.
Thank you for the host, Star. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Let me frozen. Hello, everybody. I am just currently, we're about to start the podcast, but my camera, in true podcast fashion, something has decided to not work real quick. So just a second while I reactivate my camera. That should work. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. All right. Can everybody hear us okay?
Yeah.
Can you talk real quick, Matt?
Hello, everybody.
Perfect.
It's lighting up green, so that's a good sign.
all of our
Look at us with our matching black tank tops.
yeah, I guess so, huh? Coordinated, but not really. Yes. All right, cool. Let me go ahead and shut off the music real quick. Perfect. All right. Thank you, everybody who is tuned in, everybody who is here today. Appreciate you coming out at this, I guess not strange hour for Map, but for myself, so that we could do this 6th episode of the Tavern Talks podcast. As I mentioned at the start, but for anybody else who has come in to the podcast, if you want to, if you have any questions that come up throughout the podcast, I won't really be able to respond to chat throughout most of it, but it's set for 25 channel points, so everybody should have that. So if you have a question, just put it into the channel point reward, and that way when we get to the Q&A, we can answer it at the end. And with that, cool, we're all set up. So yeah, thank you very much, Maplinator. Thank you so much for agreeing to be on the podcast. Really do appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you for inviting me and for being so accommodating in terms of time.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky. Obviously, with Twitch, we're all in different time zones and areas, so trying to be as accommodating as possible so that I'm not limited to the number of people who can actually be on the podcast. So, all right. So just kind of starting out, the overall flow of the podcast is really conversational. So whatever we end up talking about, we do. Pretty much just some basic kind of getting to know you stuff I like to start out with. So just kind of curious, what made you decide to hit the go live button? What made you decide to become a streamer?
Oh, I mean, we're going back a long way. I first started streaming when the Morrowind chapter came out. So that was back in 2017. And another ESO streamer, Miss Biz, or Mrs. Biz as she is now, you may know her. She doesn't stream so much anymore, but she was streaming a lot at the time, and she actually convinced me to go to PAX East in Boston. And I met some of the devs there and some other streamers, and I guess that was like my introduction into like Twitch and stream culture outside of just her stream, which was the only one that I'd ever participated in. And it just seemed like a cool way to kind of play games and hang out with people and be part of a community that was, you know, they were all across the world, all kinds of different time zones, just coming together around like a shared interest.
That's really,
so that would have been, yeah, I think that was about March, and then it would have been like May, late May, early June. I can't remember exactly when the chapter came out, but my first stream was the Morrowind chapter. Yeah.
Wow. So you've actually been streaming since through a couple different kind of eras of Twitch, the changes that kind of happened between like 2017 and 2018, the kind of surge that happened here during COVID, but also because I've been on Twitch for a long time as a viewer, when Elder Scrolls really started kind of growing more on the platform, which was around the Morrowind chapter as well. So you've been here through a lot of different phases of ESO on Twitch.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it was very casual, and there was long stretches where I didn't stream at all. It's only been the last year that I've been really consistent. But I have been around in some capacity for a while. Yeah. Awesome.
And as a streamer, how would you describe your style? It's a really kind of open-ended question. But every streamer is really unique. They bring something different to the table. So how would you kind of say your style? So somebody who hadn't seen your stream before, what would you say your style was?
I don't know. I feel like I need options to choose from. I mean, I guess it's fairly chill. Like I'm not a hyperactive person, you know. We have moments, but generally speaking, it's fairly laid back. It's very conversational. It's a bit like this. And for me, the focus really is on communicating with my viewers, and it's all about, you know, engaging with chat. And I do sometimes do content that's a bit more kind of end game and, you know, sort of requires the focus face, but most of the time I try to keep things fairly relaxed. And
so yeah, really kind of driven by like a community-based streamer, like obviously a bunch of different parts mixed in, but real big focus on the community as a whole and interacting with your community.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's why I'm live, right? Like if I just wanted to do raids, then I could do that I wouldn't have to be live to do that. So the reason I'm live is so that other people can participate. And I'm not that good at the game that people would watch just to watch me play the game.
Yeah,
so it's about forming those bonds with people. Yeah,
I can understand that. I actually got the greatest compliment I've ever gotten as a streamer last night, which is somebody told me, I don't watch your streams to see you play the game, because I'm not a top, like, no one's watching me to go like destroy Cyrodiil like they'd watch Bizlobo do. They're not watching me to see the newest and greatest things. They're there for the community. So sounds like it's pretty much the same for you there.
Yeah, definitely.
And as you've kind of grown as a streamer, obviously initially you were a little bit on, a little bit off, but really kind of settled into a schedule and kind of been going at it a lot more consistently, like you said, over the last year. How have your goals changed? Do you have any like goals you have set for yourself, like for your channel, for your community, anything like that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like the beginning of last year, so like before COVID or any of that happened, I was towing the line with burnout on the game. And I sort of felt like streaming was something that I felt like I was supposed to be doing, but wasn't really enjoying. And I made that kind of commitment after I got back from a trip over East, which was right before they started locking every country down. I said, I'm raiding once a week anyway. I'm going to stick to that, and I'm just going to go live, kind of regardless. And I'm just going to stick to that routine and just see what happens. So I guess my goal at that point was just to stream once a week, every week, which is, sounds really simple, but when you're just starting, that can actually be really hard to stick to.
Yeah.
So that was where it started, and probably after the release of the Greymoor chapter, and we got that massive Bethesda hosted kind of schedule, I was like, okay, like this is actually working. Like people actually seem to want to stick around. I must be doing something right because people want to stay. And so then I was like, can I make this work as a career? And obviously that's a very slow grind. But I would say that now, like long term, my goal is to go full time, but I don't really have a timeline, for that. So in the meantime, I still try to make my goals things that I can control, like consistency. I can't control followers or subscribers or anything like that. So if I don't meet those goals, then I can feel sort of shit about it. But it's not actually really like it wasn't within my power to achieve necessarily anyway. So I try to think in terms of, consistency and so I've just added a fourth stream to my schedule. So now I'm streaming regularly 4 times a week, which is it's come a long way from that one Sunday night. And trying to be consistent with social media like Twitter and Instagram. So those are goals that I have for myself. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And yeah, like I said, long term, I'd love to go full time. Right. But that's a fair way off. Yeah.
You've actually touched on a lot of really great points. A lot of them were things were kind of almost an outline of things we're going to kind of be covering throughout the podcast. But before we talk about things like burnout and growth and things along those lines, just kind of another kind of getting to know where you're coming from as a streamer. I'm really curious if you have any inspirations, and that could just be self-inspiration. Some people get inspiration from outside of Twitch sources, YouTubers, filmmakers, authors. Some people get inspiration from like larger streamers that they kind of mold themselves after a little bit, or at least find parts that work for them. I'm just curious, like what sort of inspirations you have as a streamer, or are you really kind of one of those like self-inspired people who not literally looking at outside sources as you grow?
That's a really good question. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. No one springs to mind as like a role model. But I do, especially like there was a long time I was streaming quite consistently, but still never watching other people's channels. And I feel like now I make much more of an effort, and it's actually become part of my routine to tune into other streamers, which again sounds really obvious, but it's not something you necessarily like. You do have to make time for it. You can choose to sit in front of the TV, or you can open a Twitch channel. So I do try to watch as many of my streamer family, streamers as I can, to kind of see, is there anything I can learn from this person? What are they doing that I could be doing? And some things you just rip straight off of other people, and I think that's completely fine. And other times you go, well, this works really well for this person, but it's not going to fit with my vibe, or it's just not my style.
Yeah, we're a long way from the days where people would argue on YouTube about people stealing each other's content. Like, everything nowadays really is a term I heard, yoink and twist, which is seeing things that work, grabbing them, but twisting them so they fit with your format, your style, and things like that. I think it is a lot of kind of mutual sharing and things like that, learning from each other, being inspired by others from watching them.
Yeah, and I think there's no real like one person or like a handful of people I can think of that directly inspire me, but there's a massive list of people who I guess inspire me on like a lower level across the board. And there was a period of time I used to get a little bit, you do that thing where you compare yourself to other streamers in like a negative way. And I had to change my mentality a little bit about that sort of thing and go, well, okay, if this person's, doing better than me, then what can I learn from this person? Like, what are they doing that maybe I could be doing, so that we can both grow without me just going, oh, well, and getting kind of shitty about it.
Yeah, with that statement and with one earlier, you mentioned a lot about things outside of your control and not focusing on that. And I think that's something that really people who've been streaming, maybe just started streaming, or even people who've been streaming for a while, like, I think it's really good to hear that, because you can set follower goals, or you can set, I want to be a partner, I want to go full time, I want to have this many views on my YouTube videos, or why does this person get more average viewers than me? But none of those things are in your control. The thing, like you're saying, that you can control is you can control your schedule, you can control your content and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think that's really good. And I think a lot of people, some people don't ever, I don't feel, get to that point. So I think it's really good and healthy to be at a point where you're like, what can I control to grow and to try to move towards my goals without trying to get bogged down by the numbers? Obviously, we're all human, so it's hard sometimes not to compare yourself to someone else, or, the minute you're not live anymore, Twitch presents you with just like a screen of metrics. So we're going to see numbers, but I think it's good to try to not focus on those as much.
Exactly. And I think like it's good to have those. I would think about the numbers in terms of milestones. So like, I'm approaching 4,000 followers. Like, that's going to be exciting when I get there, but I'm not telling myself I'm going to hit 4,000 followers by the middle of the year. And if I don't, then I'm going to beat myself up about it. It's like, it's going to be exciting when we get there, but it is outside of my control. And, and I feel like it's good life advice, really. Like, it's the same thing with like exercise. If you set your goal to go for a run 4 times a week, that's within your control. A goal weight, not necessarily. You kind of have to learn, what your body can and can't do. And you'll celebrate that goal weight when you get there, but you may not achieve it in the time frame that you initially set for yourself. But if you can set yourself a goal of consistency, then that's something you've got complete control over. So
yeah, and that's actually something that I've really tried to do with my life outside of streaming and streaming as well. Something that I heard somebody say, and it's just stuck with me for the last couple of years, is I no longer do, for example, I don't do New Year's resolutions, I do seasons. So right now, the next 3 to 4 months, I call it my season of creativity. And that just means I'm going to do my best when it presents myself to try to push myself to be more creative. It's not going to be like, I'm going to do X or hit X goal. It's like, I'm going to be more creative. And then after a few months, I'm like, it's going to be my season of who knows. And that's just going to be kind of like a key word for me. And I think that's really helped me a lot, along with what you're saying. Like, instead of having a goal weight, I'm going to run, 4 times a week. I'm going to stream 4 times a week, things like that.
Yep.
So kind of staying within that kind of realm of inspiration and goals. I kind of want to talk a little bit about community before we get onto like games and burnout and things like that, because something that is just as important as, the content you're providing, what you're doing in a game, how you're using your setups, all these things, you have something you do have a little bit of control over is your community. Kind of like the term I've been using is kind of like a bonsai tree. Like, sometimes you have to snip branches when you're moderating things, or you have to like pull some weeds. So every streamer has to curate a community, because your community actually, the way Twitch works, is as much a part of your content as anything else. So I'm just curious how you've
Yeah.
kind of curated or shaped or grown your community, not necessarily in terms of numbers, but in terms of like, you know,
Culture?
how you interact with them and how they interact with you.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things that, well, I don't know if people set out with a particular kind of culture they want to create from the get-go, but for me, it was a little bit of, I started with a blank slate, and you almost kind of try things out, and it's as much, obviously it's about what fits with you. Like you have to be, you know, it has to be kind of congruent with who you are and the kind of community you want to be a part of. And then people will gravitate to you that are interested in the same, you know, sort of thing and hold the same values. But there's an extent when you first start, I think you just you sort of try things out and see what sticks and what doesn't, both for you and for your viewers. And you can't please everybody. So some people won't like your vibe. They won't like your style. And that is completely fine. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with your style, because there's a whole bunch of other streamers that they can choose to watch instead who might have a style they gravitate to more. But it's about, you know, you slowly establish that culture, and then the more people you have, like the bigger your audience, the more established that culture becomes, and it starts almost self-perpetuating. So yeah, when I first started, it was a bit of a blank slate. It's much less of a blank slate now. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I guess I haven't really. I mean, I just try to be myself, right? Like I'm not. I mean, I feel like probably most people on Twitch are hopefully trying to be themselves, but I like to think I'm a fairly genuine person. And whilst there's a little bit of performance involved, it's still me that you're seeing. So it's not hard for me to be consistent and kind of maintain that. But I also I'm aware that, you know, we're broadcasting in a public space. So we need to be respectful of people who might be, you know, similar but slightly different, or, you know, dramatically different. And whilst the culture, the community might not be a good fit for them, I still want that to be done in a way that's respectful, so that they might decide not to stay, but they're not, you know, leaving in a negative way. But I feel like I've actually been really fortunate in that I haven't really had. It's hard to think of any really negative experiences in terms of culture. And you talk about pruning the bonsai tree, and like, I can think of one person that I've had to ban in the last year, who just came into chat and just said something gross, like straight off the bat. They were clearly just being rude. I was like, okay, well, bye. It wasn't even a big deal. And other than that, it's all been really positive. Yeah.
That's really great. It kind of really answers my next question, because something I haven't encountered other than once, but like just paying attention to Twitter and other streams I've been on, some streamers aren't as fortunate, where people will basically ruin the vibe in a way, and people will struggle with sometimes, how do I remove people who haven't necessarily broke a rule but are still harming the community? But it sounds like you've been very fortunate that your community has kind of grown around you in a way that that's not been an issue that you've really had to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then you get someone that sort of is being annoying. And you can't really tell someone off for being annoying. Like, they're not, unless they're doing something specifically against the rules. It is a little bit hard to correct. But I think there's a bit of an art to guiding them back to a less annoying place. Sometimes if someone's being difficult, I might like ask them a question to kind of try and change the subject, to get them talking about something different. Or if that doesn't work, then I just minimize the engagement. And so far that seems to have worked. Usually people might try a few more times, but if you don't bite, then I find that people tend to go quiet. And I do have a really good like core viewer base that I feel like they're quite in tune with that, and they won't feed the trolls either. And my mods are very good at sort of suggesting something different, rather than, you know, coming in really strong with the ban hammer. Hasn't really been necessary.
As someone who is part of your community, and I regularly try to view your stream, I can kind of attest to that, because had a hype train going yesterday. There was some joking going on, and when it did kind of start skirting an issue, you kind of pointed it out, and your mods and the people who had been like long-term parts of your community were really quick to, like, not in a forceful or mean way, but point out like, okay, we're kind of going a little bit bit too far, and that everybody kind of like reined back in. So I've been there firsthand, joking around and maybe going a little far with a joke, and it was really quick in your community to get like, hey, this is, a little too far. So I've seen it firsthand. I think your community is really wonderful at self-moderating it.
They are, yeah.
So kind of moving back towards games in general, starting with we've had a real focus because it's the community I'm in. So the people I'm having on the podcast initially all do have that connection to Elder Scrolls Online, even if they do stream additional content. So I'm going to kind of start with Elder Scrolls Online, and you've touched on it a little bit. You were at PAX, you met some of the devs. That's kind of why you started with Elder Scrolls. But you've had some burnout with the game along the way. So why is ESO like one of your, like, if not the main content you produce, like definitely a cornerstone of the content you produce?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been playing since beta, but I had been playing the game for a really long time in various capacities as well. I played with some IRL friends whenever I first started, and then I played on my own for a long time. And then I joined a guild, and then I was like a sort of a real casual kind of PvE scrub that I didn't know that I was bad at the game, but I was, and then kind of gone through those stages up until the point where I don't know if I'm necessarily going to get any better. There's definitely, I'm far from the best, but I feel like I have a good picture now of where I sit in terms of skill in the game. And obviously when you play the game for that long, you do experience some burnout, especially in the raiding environment where you're dealing with potentially like high stress environments, and you're supposed to be having fun, but you're dealing with other people. It can get really frustrating. Even just trying to put together a roster of 12 people every week, can be a real pain in the bum. But even when I was at that point where I wasn't really sure like how much I wanted to play and if I wanted to keep streaming, the thing that kept me coming back to the game was the people that I played with, and feeling that like part of that community. And I'd been part of that for so long, I couldn't really fathom not being a part of it. And whilst the game has all kinds of ups and downs with, just like my own personal experience with it and updates and changes, and there's all kinds of stuff happening, I feel like the people are always wonderful, and that always keeps me coming back. So there's definitely that like emotional connection. I can't really imagine shifting entirely to something different. And I still love the game, and there's always fresh content. There's always more things that I want to achieve in the game. So that's definitely more than enough to keep me playing.
Yeah, that's really.
And then, yeah,
that's really fair. As someone else who has played since the beta days back in the old wonderful system of veteran ranks and all that, been around for a long time. What I was kind of curious about is kind of the challenge of burnout, because I'm not sure how you've handled burnout over the years. For me, I always come back to ESO for the same reason you're mentioning: the community, the people, the friends. But in the past, I would just stop playing for maybe 2 months. Being a streamer where part of your content's built around ESO, how do you, if you are feeling burnout, stave it off enough or keep it fresh enough where you can keep ESO as part of what you're doing, versus taking maybe a break from the game like some people would do when they're feeling a little bit of burnout and then coming back to it later?
I mean, there's so many different ways to play Elder Scrolls Online, which, now I feel like one of their marketing people, but it is true. And so I feel like sometimes it's about finding a fresh take on the game. So fairly recently I made a brand new character, and it wasn't really my intention. I wanted to just level a necromancer tank because I didn't have one and I wanted to try it out. But very quickly, within the first few levels, we slipped into this kind of slow lane, sort of loose role play kind of mode, which I did not anticipate. But it's actually been super, super fun. And it's like the new player experience. It's almost nostalgic. And so for that, I'm intentionally slowing it down as much as I can, which is the complete opposite of the min-maxing like endgame approach that I'm so familiar with. And it has the added synergy of freeing up my attention that I can engage with, with viewers in my stream as well. But it's a fresh way of playing the game. Housing is something that I very rarely do. And if I decided I was going to take a break from raiding, for example, which is probably the most likely thing for me to burn out on, I could just do housing instead. It's a completely different way of engaging with the same game. And I think that would breathe some life into it.
Yeah, and not to
And of course, playing something as like a secondary game or just branching out and playing other things every now and then is also, I think that's quite healthy. Even if it tanks your numbers for that stream, it's worth playing something different, and you'll find out who the people are that will follow you no matter what you play, which is also useful information to have as a streamer.
Yeah, and that's actually something I will get into, definitely get into next, because that's really like, I wouldn't say a hot button issue, but it's definitely something I see come up really often, which is that fear of switching games. But before we get onto that, I do think that's, to also, we're saying like a marketing person, what makes ESO a really good streaming game, even compared to other MMOs in a lot of ways, is like you said, you can just go kind of full tilt into something else. If you're kind of not wanting to do PvP, you can always go into doing story questing, RP, housing, and all those different things. So I think that's really great to kind of utilize all those areas to kind of move your content how it needs to kind of stave off burnout. So something that is unique about kind of sticking with the Elder Scrolls Online and that community, that's really unique to the community, as somebody who's been on Twitch watching it for years, is the community. Like every community's, it's not every single person's the greatest, and there's not going to be, some people are angry or toxicity, but as a community, ESO seems to be a lot more collaborative is not the word, but a lot less competitive, even at least from my experiences in it. How have you found like other streamers within the community, not like to call out names good or bad, but just like in terms of being able to not feel competitive? Because there is definitely categories where if you're in that game, it can be a very competitive thing, and everybody else will be kind of looking at you more as competition than somebody that they would want to interact with.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really healthy. It's a really positive mindset to not view viewers as like a limited resource, right? Like there are so many people watching the platform that we really don't need to fight over viewership. And I think it works out better for everybody if we view it the other way around and support each other as much as we can. And I honestly feel like, especially since I started watching a few more streams, I struggle to keep up. I log on, to Twitch, and there's 4 people in my followed channels, and I want to watch all of them, and I can't, or I try and I hop between tabs, and I don't go into these streams like to publicize myself, but every time I say hello in one of these streams, I'll get a shout out. And I feel like it's just such a healthy, like positive community. And obviously there's a real spectrum. Some people are out there streaming ESO with 3 viewers, and some of them are streaming with 3, 4, 500 viewers. But I don't know, at least I don't perceive it to be there's not like a class system. There's not like tiers of streamers. Like they're just everyone seems to want to support everybody else, and the streamers with 500 viewers will raid the streamers with 10 viewers. And there's no, again, maybe it helps that I'm on the stream team, but I don't feel like, there's a lot of streamers that I wish could be on the stream team, and I think the only reason they're not is because there's just not enough space for ZeniMax to support more people. But I don't feel like there's an us and them thing as well between people that are on the team and people are not. There's not like that elitism that there's the potential for. There's people that I forget that they're not on the stream team because their streams are such high quality. So I just feel like the whole the ESO fam is just got a really healthy healthy kind of culture going on. I'm looking at my followed list and there's like 10 different people all streaming Elder Scrolls Online right now, and they're all excellent streamers.
Yeah, and I definitely don't think there's definitely not a tiered or culture list. As somebody, I first went live August 20th of 2020, so I am new. I'm newer to streaming. And the time I've been streaming, I've had people. I mean, the fact that streamers such as yourself are willing to come on the podcast, despite the fact that this is like an unproven podcast. You've been streaming in ESO for years. You're part of the stream team. Like that is an example, but like even early on, like you said, I've been rated by people. I've had people who are very established, who had stopped by my stream just to see this newer person streaming in the category actually reach out to me and like offer advice. And in all the categories I tried before, because I didn't move to actually streaming ESO until October. In any other category or areas I've been in, I never seen people who are super established willing to just reach out and like give advice. Like you said, giant streamers rating smaller streamers. Like, I'm sure there's categories like that. I don't want to like make some blanket statement because I've obviously not been in every single category, but I have been in categories where it's if you're not part of X stream team or you're not part of like X size, they're just not going to give you the light of day, which is very different here. And I agree with that.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, I haven't really spent a lot of time in any other category. So I kind of can't comment on the differences, but I can comment on what I do see within the category. And I also feel like a lot of that trickles down from the community management team at ZeniMax as well. Like one of the other things that keeps me streaming Elder Scrolls Online is that we get so much support from the devs, at least on the stream team. Like they do everything that they can to help promote us. And that's really valuable to me as a streamer. I wouldn't be where I am now without the help that I've had from ZeniMax. And I think they don't have their like handful of partnered streamers that are all getting multiple hundreds of viewers, and those are the ones that get all the attention. I feel like they do what they can to include as many people as they can. So
yeah, because the stream team includes some of the biggest people in the category, but also it does like there is that requirement that you have to at least have 1,000 followers and things like that when they're adding to the team. But yeah, it's not like just the biggest like partnered streamers. It has a really eclectic mix of types of streamers. You have people who are just real big PvP, or people like yourself who are very community driven. And I think that shows a lot of care on ZeniMax's part to like kind of curate that stream team. And it does trickle down to people like myself, like where it'd be wonderful if one day spots opened. I do understand that those might not open up, but it still trickles down because I, as a streamer, am able to see other people on stream team, how those people interact with the community. And then I can see the care that ZeniMax is putting into who they choose. And that gives me a lot of faith, even not being part of the stream team, in the kind of care that ZeniMax is putting onto the category. And kind of just speaking to that also, drops. There is a lot of games that unless you are partnered or you are part of a stream team, you're not going to be the one with drops. The fact that ZeniMax just says, all right, sometimes it's just for the stream team when we're testing things, but they just open up drops to anybody in the category is actually pretty amazing to me, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more often than not that the drops is across the whole category, or it might be, I think at the moment, the format kind of seems to be like if there's a new update coming, there'll be streamer only drops the day of launch and then drops for the whole category for the whole weekend following. So yeah, they do a good job with that.
Yeah. And then the last thing before we kind of move on to other games is you already used the term ESO fam. This is an open-ended question I like to ask because everybody's answered it differently that's been on the podcast. What does ESO fam mean to you? Because it's meant everything from just a hashtag I use to like a really kind of deep part of people's like philosophy on the game. So I'm just kind of curious your take on it because it is kind of an all-encompassing hashtag at the end of the day.
That's a good question. I feel like for me, the ESO fam, I mean, it is a hashtag I use sometimes. But I feel like the ESO fam is that it's the community that crosses all of the barriers between the viewers, the streamers, the developers. Like there's so many different I guess levels within that. But I see viewers that are in a whole bunch of different streams. I see those viewers on Twitter. I see like the devs and the community managers that engage with individuals. I feel like for me, the ESO fam is the breaking down of the barriers, and like we all love ESO for a huge range of different reasons, but we all love it. And so that makes us family.
Yeah, as like I said, that's very well said. And yeah, just to that effect, you do see a lot of people in a lot of different areas. That is another thing that I was really kind of amazed by, is because when I tune into a streamer, I am tuning in. Sometimes, like you said, sometimes it's to watch the streamer, see if there's things I can pick up. But if I really enjoy that streamer, I just, I will keep coming back to their channel. So I keep going back to your channel, going back to KJ Drizz's and other people's channels. And I think it's really cool to see people who are streamers interacting with each other in their streams. And I just, again, kind of amazed, to me, that's kind of like the ESO fam. Kind of moving on though to other games. I just want to start before talking about other games, because some people just only stream ESO. You, like you said, you do other games. Have you ever felt like pigeonholed by a game? Like, I know some people feel a lot of pressure or fear. Like you said, your numbers are going to drop sometimes if you're trying something new, and that there can be that apprehension or fear to try something new. So have you ever felt like pigeonholed where you didn't want to try something new, or have you always just kind of blazed that and just like, I'm going to do something different?
It's something that I'm mindful of. And I recently I was having a chat to a good friend of mine who she sort of streamed on and off, and she wasn't really sure like how she was feeling about it. And she was feeling like, for different reasons, but she wasn't enjoying it. I'm like, if you're not, like, streaming should be fun. Even if you're full time, like, streaming is a shit job if you're not enjoying it. It's supposed to be fun. But also, if you're not aiming to make it your career, then why are you worrying about the numbers? So for me, as someone that is, long term, I would like to go full time. It's something that I am mindful of. I wouldn't necessarily say I feel pigeonholed, but I'm trying to think, like, it's been pretty much exclusively Elder Scrolls Online for me for forever, really, with the occasional like branching out into other games. Like I played through Ori and the Blind Forest, or in the Will of the Wisps, a couple of like indie games that I love, but I knew that on those nights I was going to get less than half the viewership that I would normally get. Chat was going to be quiet. It was going to be like a little intimate, almost a sub-only type situation, because I just knew that I wouldn't get the same kind of activity. And you also don't get raids from the people that you would normally get raids from, because if I'm playing Elder Scrolls Online, I'm going to raid someone else playing the same game, because that's what I feel like my viewers are there to see.
Yeah, especially
lately. Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was going to say, especially with lurkers, because there's a lot of people who enjoy the content with never talking, and I've always felt like if I'm playing a game, whatever game I'm ending the stream on, I try to stay in that category for that reason. Is there's probably a good chunk of lurkers who, if they're going to move on to another streamer, they're the most likely going to want to keep watching the game. And you touched on that way earlier in the conversation. I kind of wanted to loop back to that, which is types of viewers, not tiers of viewers, but like you do have people who, the saying I like to use is people find you for the content you're doing. Like if I'm searching for people, I'm generally searching a content, but if I connect with them, I'm the sort of person who's going to go with them wherever they're playing, whether I like the game or not.
Yeah.
But you also do have people, and they're just as valid, just as important, who are like, I really love this streamer, but I only want to watch this game. So if they're not doing this game, I still love them. And when they're doing that game again, I'll watch, but I'll tune into someone else because I just want to watch this game. And I think they're just as valid. And I always like to call that out, because I think sometimes when people see their numbers drop, they're like, oh no, I'm doing something wrong, or my content's worse. And it's really just those viewers who still like your content. They're just not there unless you're doing a certain game. And like you said, you kind of learn the ones that are going to follow you no matter where you're going to go.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's good. And that's one of the things that for me was a real, I guess, a moment of validation, was to realize that, hey, it's a smaller percentage of my viewership, but I do have a handful of people that doesn't matter what I play, they'll tune in, and they'll keep chat going. So I've got someone to talk to, because there's nothing worse than streaming with no one to talk to. It's the worst feeling. But like, I don't have to worry about that now, but the numbers definitely do change. And so more recently I've been playing a lot of Valheim along with everybody else. Because it's basically taking over the gaming world.
It's a wonderful game, but
it is. I love it. And it's so nice to be like really immersed and invested in something different and fresh. And I was looking for kind of a secondary game so that, if the servers were down or if I just felt like playing something different, it allows me to kind of break into a slightly different community as well. But within a couple of weeks of playing Valheim and ESO, I had people come in when I was streaming Valheim going, aren't you playing ESO anymore? I had people come in when I'm playing ESO going, this isn't Valheim. I'm like, what do you people want me to do? I play both. Why can't I just play both? So it is a little bit frustrating when people sort of when you feel like your viewers expect you to play a certain game. But I think that's just part of reputation, right? So I've been streaming Elder Scrolls Online exclusively for a year consistently. It's probably fair enough that people would be surprised when I'm streaming something different.
Yeah, that's just really fair. Also, I'm a bigger streamer, Ludwig actually, I was like, people just generally don't want change. That's why when even a streamer's staying within the same game, if they're, growing, sometimes not able to respond as much or things like that happen, they'll be like, the term that I've heard bigger streamers and friends I have that are bigger streamers, even like 300-400 viewer Andys get is, I miss the old you. So I think even if you stay within a content, like you're still gonna have vocal people because there is change, and sometimes people are not the most. Change is scary, not just for the streamer. It can sometimes be scary for the viewer too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's one of those things I think about, and it sort of makes me a little bit nervous, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Is what happens when there's 10 times as many people in my chat? I don't know. I'd like to think that I can still engage with my community, maybe in a slightly different way, but still in a meaningful and in some ways the way that I do at the moment. But there's a practicality to it, which is obviously going to change.
Yeah, and I actually, funny thing, that actually is the next topic and the next kind of thing I was going to roll into is.
Oh, I'm so good at this.
Yeah, you actually are just kind of like
asking me questions.
Yeah. But it's basically, as you've grown, because like going from, depending on changes, like going from like, my first few viewers to, I'm regularly having 10 viewers to sometimes I have, regularly having this many, like even myself who's experienced that only on like kind of a smaller scale, you can kind of start to feel like there's slight changes that are going to happen over time. It sounds like you've given some thought to it. I'm just curious if you've kind of given thought, because it does become more of a parasocial relationship where you can't connect on the same level. If you end up regularly having 1,000 people viewing, it's kind of harder to make the same connections, where if you have like 50 regular viewers, you're kind of able to, like the ones that chat, make connections with all those people. So I'm just curious if you've given much thought to that, or that's just, you kind of already mentioned kind of a bridge you're going to cross when you come to it.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely thought about it, but obviously it is one of those things I feel like will happen slowly, and I feel like I can't do much more than sort of daydream about how I might, how that might change. But at the moment, I definitely feel like chat is such that most of the time I can keep up. But then you get a massive raid. Like if there's drops on and one of the stream team partners with 300 viewers like raids my channel. It was this week, maybe it was Sunday, because there were drops on. I got between two raids, just shy of 1,000 viewers, which is wild. Like that's, those are big numbers. And chat goes nuts just for a few minutes when there's a massive raid, and then a lot of those people kind of move on. Like I don't keep 1,000 viewers in my stream, but chat goes nuts, and I stopped playing the game for a start. I'm sure you would have experienced when there's just too much happening and you're like, I'm just going to sit and look at chat now, and you stop playing. So I think that's part of it, is like that you almost need to be playing in a way that you can just stop. So if I'm in the middle of a raid and, have that many viewers, then I basically just have to tell them to entertain themselves and to talk to each other. And that's where I just trust in my mods and rely on the mods to kind of keep things more or less under control.
Yeah, well, I've never had a raid push it up to 1,000 two different times. One, when I did my first 24-hour stream in October, after only streaming for a few months, Aizma raided with like 300 people. And then not too long ago, Damos Thea and Mini Ray both rated me. So like I've had it go from 50 to like 450, and yeah, even that change was kind of like
more than enough. That's more than enough to make Cat absolute chaos. Yeah. So I think there's a little bit of a cultural thing, and I think there's a bit of a trick to it. And I sometimes I find myself, I have to let go of the fact that I want to read every message in chat. I'm trying to get better at recognizing when that's happening, recognizing when viewers are talking to each other instead of to me, because I can leave those messages if they're talking, amongst themselves, and that's great. I love that they're talking to each other. That takes pressure off of me. But it is sort of, you have to kind of skim and work things out. But I think, at least in the ESO community, anyway, the viewers are very understanding of that, and I've never had anyone get like aggro at me for like not reading out their message.
Yeah, the ESO community is kind of going back to another thing that's unique is the retention rate of people that come through in raids, the percentage of people that seem to stick around, or at least stick around for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, is actually, that percentage is so much higher than I've seen in other games where I've gotten raids from. So it's just another kind of like cultural difference where people like you said, they kind of are understanding they've been there before, so they're kind of willing to like stick around a little bit and see what's going on, besides just going like, oh, raid time, guy. Yeah, and they stay. And I see that in my viewership charts. Like there'll be a big spike from a raid, and then it tapers off a little bit, but it's usually a very slow decline from that point, and people really do stick in the channel. And I try to keep people in for a little bit. I often do a giveaway after a raid just to encourage people to stay for a little bit. But people tend to hang around for much, much longer than that, which is really cool. Yeah. And the reason I kind of brought up the people sticking around and the raid spikes and stuff kind of going off that is something that people will often say is like, people will raid. Sometimes you get a lot of follows, sometimes people will stick around. And the term I hear a lot is, they grew, or people stick around because they're lucky. And I actually made a tweet about it because I don't believe in luck in that way. I believe that people stick around if the content is ready, if the streamer's ready. That's why I'm really big on like working on content. Like one little thing I can do better each stream, one little thing I can maybe do a little less worse each stream. That way, if people do raid, the content's ready. So I'm just curious about your thoughts about like luck versus like hard work and making sure the content's ready. Like you can't control if you're going to get a big raid, but back to kind of what we're talking about at the start, you can control what they're going to raid into if you do happen to get one.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they say like you make your own luck, and I think there's an extent, I don't think you have to get lucky. Obviously getting lucky helps, but you have to be in a position to take advantage of it when it happens. And so a really good example of that for me was that, when they did the Greymore launch, ZeniMax lined up a back-to-back, kind of streamer marathon with, I don't think it was all the stream team members, but they fit in as many of them as they could. And they posted the schedule up, and each of those streamers, except for a few where there were glitches, and so I'm sorry, friends, that you missed out. But basically the plan anyway was that every streamer on that schedule would get hosted on the official Bethesda channel for the duration of their segment. So I got 2 hours on twitch.tv/Bethesda streaming the new chapter that was Skyrim that everyone lost their minds about. So I literally I doubled my followers. I went from like 1K to 2K followers in a single stream. It was wild. And chat was insane. And that was really lucky. Like I didn't make that happen like that, that was far beyond my capacity to have any, even to initiate something like that. Yeah. But by that point, I'd been streaming consistently 3 times a week for a couple of months. And so that meant that I could tell people, this is when I stream, this is when you can come back. And so when I kept streaming, for the rest of the week, obviously only a fraction of those people came back, but a fraction of, I think I peaked out at nearly 2,000 viewers at one point. And so a fraction of 2,000 viewers is still a lot of people. Yeah. If I hadn't already established my schedule and been ready to take advantage of that, I would have lost the people that did come and did like the content. And so I think, there is an element of luck. And that's why that raid community is so important, and like supporting other streamers and big streamers raiding into smaller streamers, because the bigger you are, the greater capacity you have to create luck for someone else. But as a smaller streamer or even a bigger streamer, someone that's trying to grow, you have to be ready to take advantage of that when it happens, because if you don't have a consistent schedule or, whatever, that's the other thing I can think of. But yeah, if you're not ready, then that luck just sort of disappears back into the ether.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get at there isn't luck. There is definitely opportunity and luck, but like even more than what you were mentioning, like if your content hadn't been developed to a quality where ZeniMax had trusted you to be part of the stream team in the first place, then you wouldn't have had the opportunity to have the people.
True. Yep.
And if you hadn't developed your content, your schedule and things, like you said, the people want to come back. So that's I think that's more what I was getting at with. It's not a matter of like, just to use a huge name on the platform. It's not just like Shroud raids you and all of a sudden you're a big streamer. It's if you're lucky enough to get something massive like that, and you have the content. And what I mean by content is like you have the schedule, you're engaging, all those things. You're going to probably preserve a percentage of those versus like if you have none of that, you're still going to have that lucky event and it's just going to kind of go away because you can't really seize that opportunity.
Yeah. You can't just run a mediocre stream and not be constantly trying to improve and just going live, 1, 2, 3 times a week and just waiting for your luck to strike. Like you're not going to get anywhere doing that. You should always be looking for ways to better your content if you're wanting to grow.
Yeah. And that kind of comes back to another thing I like to talk about is Twitch definitely has what I guess I call it a grind culture, because you hear a lot of people, and there's a couple words and there's a couple more I'll touch on a little bit later, but grinding is one of them. Whereas people say grind, and a lot of people, I think, especially newer streamers or people who, haven't been around like content creation, think, oh, grinding just means being live and playing a game, just hitting the go live button versus like additional work. And I think that ties back to what you're saying is like, you can't just be going live and producing the same thing over and over again. Just putting in hour reps doesn't necessarily equate those followers. And the reason I kind of bring up grind culture is there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes when you're a content creator. You brought up a lot of those earlier.
Absolutely.
Social media, watching other streamers, or if not even watching other streamers, like there's part of your day outside of stream that is taken up by how can I improve what I did last stream, or what's a new and interesting idea I can approach, or watching a stream and going, oh, that's good. Or in my case, sometimes I'll be watching a television show, and even while I'm watching going, oh, can I take that, maintaining social media, things like that. I'm just curious your thoughts on like the level of work that goes in off stream to make stream what it is.
Yeah, well, I think the time that you spend working on your stream when you're not live is just as valuable as the time you spend live. And there's times where I go, should I just go live and do like an unscheduled stream, or should I spend tonight, tweaking some new overlays or adding a couple more, sound commands for my subscribers, or, fixing the typos in like the bot, messages or whatever. Like, it is tempting. And especially if you enjoy streaming, to just feel like you need to be live all the time. But I think you need to also value the time spent doing everything else, the stream admin, I call it. I think that's just as important. So that ensures that when you do your scheduled streams, the ones that people that you should be sticking to because people are expecting you, you're ensuring that they're actually getting a quality, product, and they're getting the best that you can give them. So for me, it's things like obviously that gradual improvement. A little while back, I redid all my overlays. I'm low key considering redoing them again, but fancy overlays will not make you a good streamer. That's a lie that we all believe. They need to be functional, but they don't need to be super fancy. Like adding more channel rewards. Again, I don't want to sit down and add like 16 new channel rewards to the channel, because I feel like too much new content is, at a time is too much for people. But I like to have a backlog of things so I can slowly add things like that. And then I post regularly on Instagram's been really good lately. Twitter was good for a while and then it stopped being good, and I'm trying to make it good again. And for me, I have a real commitment to providing a unique sort of value on each platform that I'm on, which I'm proud of that, but also it does kind of hold me back. And what I mean by that is if someone follows me on Twitter and on Instagram, I want there to be value in them following me on both platforms. So I don't want to just cross post everything to the both of them.
I actually know exactly.
So I try to, yep.
I know exactly what you mean. And because what I mean by that is, when I was trying to learn Instagram, and Twitter was really bad about just kind of spewing information. Just my Twitter feed, if you go back, my Twitter feed for the first few months is just a slew of I'm going live now.
Yes, I have that as well.
And the reason I know you put a lot of work into what you tweet and what your Instagram do being different sorts of content and being content and viewed as content is, again, studying other streamers. It was actually watching your Instagram and then seeing your tweets and then recognizing, because with ADHD, I constantly study patterns. You're one of like the people I actually was studying going, oh, that's a good way to approach it. So I know you put a lot of thought into that, because in the last few months, I've seen what goes on Instagram and what goes on Twitter and go, they're making sure that, like you said, they're providing different kind of sorts of value. And like you said, maybe Twitter's slipping a little bit in terms of engagement versus Instagram, but it's still viewing each as its kind of unique source of content, not just something that you kind of like cross post the same information across.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, because I do overthink the shit out of it. And I sit down and I do all my socials, or I try to just spend maybe an hour or so once a week. And, you know, it's a long time and it's exhausting to think of, you know, 3 Instagram posts, and I can't tell you exactly how many Twitter posts I do a week, which is a problem. I should know that, but it's exhausting to think of all of that content all at once, but then it's done for the whole week. And I know that it's done, and I don't forget and go on a Tuesday morning, oh crap, I'm supposed to post to Instagram this morning. But I do, and I've started doing a little bit of cross posting between Instagram and Twitter, but I definitely try to have unique content on both, so that people that are following me on you know, different platforms, they do get value for every time they click that follow button, they're getting something different on that platform. And it's one of the reasons I've held off on YouTube, because I just haven't really thought of content that I can upload on YouTube that's not just, you know, rehashing my stream. So yeah.
And cross posting is not like necessarily a bad thing, because having a through line that brings people to both.
Yeah.
Going back to, I do watch a lot of things. Big streamer on the platform, Ludwig, actually did a video not too long ago that was, so you want to make it big on Twitch, and kind of talked about, like, instead of always going live posts and posting the same thing on everything, if you're going to do that, make sure it's an event. When you have an event coming up, something that's a big moment, a celebration or something like that, that's when you kind of like, it's all the same, and you're kind of creating those through lines. And then for people who want to find Map, it's same as it is on Twitch, Maplinator on both Instagram and Twitter. And if for the people who are going to listen to this, who are listening to this in audio only, if you do go to Map's Instagram, it's, I think, a really good example of branding. You have a lot of like selfies, but it's a lot of active stuff, so it's very different than what we see on stream. Like, I'm just kind of looking at it right now. Like, obviously Samwise is there's your dog, but you're like, your most recent post is like when you were at PAX, you have like out on the beach, things like that. Like, this kind of active, like, shows like, this is my life, and like gives that insight for people who might, you know, watch you on Twitch. They get this kind of insight into like the active part of your life that they're not seeing, maybe just hearing about on Twitch. And then on Twitter, you know, they're getting kind of different insights and thoughts. And I think it's, again, I think you do a really good job of, obviously content's always growing and getting better, but I think you do a really good job of showcasing different facets of you as a creator across different platforms.
Yeah, and that's that is good feedback, because that's kind of what I've been trying to go for. And for a little while, I think my Instagram was a little bit too, I was pushing the Elder Scrolls Online thing a little bit too hard, and I was like, you know what, I'm not actually really enjoying creating this content, and it's if I decide that I want to go and stream a different game, I've got to come up with a completely new content strategy for Instagram. So I kind of rebranded the Instagram a little bit and made it more about me and the dog and you know, my lifestyle. And so now I can stream any game that I want. It's not going to change the content that's on Instagram necessarily. But both on Instagram and Twitter, I use the stories or the fleets to then point people back to my channel when I actually do go live. So it's kind of a way of catching people. You know, it's more content for people that find me on Twitch and I go, hey, you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter as well. But it's also a way of finding people on those spaces and then being like, here, this is where you can come back to. This is my channel. This is what we're really about.
Yeah. And I don't want to just try to use the podcast to get a bunch of advice. So I'm trying to make sure the questions are things that are going to be beneficial to everybody. But can you talk a little bit about things like the fleets and the videos? Because for myself, those were not features until just recently I was kind of looking at. And then again, it was yourself, Demos Thea is also really good at utilizing those kind of things. Can you talk a little bit about, again, you kind of just mentioned, but a little more about utilizing those to kind of point people who might find you on those platforms to your Twitch or where you want them to be looking?
Yeah, I mean, like Instagram stories have been around for a while. Like they've been on Instagram since I started using it, which hasn't really been that long. That probably gives an indication of how long it has not been since I started using it. And that's a little bit of an oversaturated space. That being said, I'm one of those people that has to look at every story. And if I'm not interested in someone's stories, I mute them. So it's the only way really on Instagram that I can tell people that I'm going live, other than posting a new picture to my feed, which I don't think is very effective because your followers are actually more likely to see your story than they are to see your posts. Whereas on Twitter, the fleets are still very new. The flip side of that, I think, is that I don't actually know how many people look at them. I don't really look at my fleets all that often. But in case anyone's not aware, fleets is the Twitter version of stories. They sit at the top and, you know, it's the exact same thing. But I feel like the advantage there is that there's not that many people posting on fleets. I open up my Twitter and there might be 2 or 3 out of all the people that I follow. So I feel like the likelihood of my fleets being seen by people on Twitter is higher than the likelihood of my stories being seen on Instagram in a way. But it also avoids that issue of like my Twitter feed just being full of Mapliner went live on Twitch, Mapliner went live on Twitch, Mapliner went live on Twitch. Because for a long while, that's all it was. That was literally the only content I was posting on Twitter, and it was gross.
I think those are kind of the phases, because first phase is you're not really sure. You don't, maybe unless you're like rebranding an already existing personal social media account, it's kind of like not necessarily going to have a lot of followers to start. So it's just kind of like using it as a going live button. And then the second phase is the one that you just described, which is the one I am personally moving out of, which is, oh no, my Instagram and my Twitter is, and it's fine that it has some ESO content, but it's very much becoming an ESO photography Instagram, which wouldn't be bad if all I wanted to do. And there's plenty of creators. We had Sakara on the podcast who only does and only wants to do ESO. So like could be fine there. But for somebody like yourself or myself or other people out there who want to do other content, kind of like the second phase is like, oh, shouldn't be so heavy on the game that's currently being streamed and make it more about yourself or yourself as a brand. Yeah.
Yep. And so that's, I mean, I guess that was a choice that I made. And obviously it's working, seems to be working really well on Instagram. I think the reason I sort of, dropped the ball a little bit with Twitter was I was posting content and I felt like the content wasn't getting a traction. So I was not motivated to post it. So that was then an opportunity to go, okay, well, what I need to change my strategy. If I'm posting stuff that isn't getting any engagement, then I need to post something different. So that's something I'm still kind of working out. But turns out #Free Stuff Friday and Torchbug giveaways always get traction.
That's fair. You do have the benefit of being part of the stream team where you have your you have your beautiful Torchbugs and Bantam Gars and things that people like me go, yes, I must engage. I want those.
Yeah, exactly. So that definitely helps. And some sort of call to action if you can is always good, but I try to think of like, content that, like, if I see something on Twitter, if I like the content, if it made me laugh, I want to show my friends, then I'm gonna retweet. It's like, you're trying to get people to do more than just, hit the like button if you can. But that's a bit tricky, and it's a lot of trial and error, and
Yeah,
but I enjoy it.
Yeah, and it is everything is a Twitch is a different puzzle than YouTube, than TikTok, than Twitter,
Absolutely.
than Instagram, and it's
Yeah.
fun and it's engaging, like you said, like trying to figure that out. But yeah, it's kind of going because everything like with Twitch, it's people like Devin Nash, Harris Heller, people who give a lot of advice on streaming say like you need to be providing some level of value with your content. That value can be community,
Yeah.
it can be education, it can be all sorts of things. But yeah, is your value on Twitter community? Is it comedy? Is it engaging discussions or motivational? And what works for you is, again, like you said, it's going to be a lot of trial and error to kind of figure out what that sweet spot for engagement is.
Exactly. Yeah. So at the moment, my Twitter is a little bit of cross posting back to Instagram, because I felt like there was just no like visual content on my Twitter at all. There was nothing really personal on there, and I'm posting Twitch clips on Twitter. I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like they work better than they do on my Instagram feed. And of course, giveaways. I do giveaways on Twitter. I don't really do giveaways on Instagram. I actually don't know how to, so I just don't. And then Instagram is obviously, photos of various kinds. And I don't use fleets on Twitter for anything except for going live. Whereas my Instagram stories, I'm just in the habit of like posting other stuff as well. Like if I take the dog out for a walk or, finish a workout or whatever.
Yeah.
Need a little bit of validation, I post it on my story.
Yeah. And both of those work, again, like I said, it's very, the way your brand is, the way you have it set up with Instagram is very behind the scenes. Like you don't have to like tell me the type of person you are on stream. It's very clear, you do things with your dog, you love your dog, you're a very active person. Like that all comes through. And I think that's, again, providing value, and that's the value you're providing, is that insight into the everyday and the like things that really kind of motivate you. Kind of moving on, before we kind of move a little bit further into content, just kind of wanting to wrap up games. Are there games, like, do you play much games off of stream? I know a lot of streamers sometimes will say things like, if I'm playing a game, I might as well be live, but we've already talked about like being live too much sometimes can be a detriment. Is there games that you like but don't really work for your stream, or games that you like to keep off stream as something just for yourself, or you kind of leave the gameplay for streaming and leave your free time for other things?
Generally speaking, I don't really play a lot of games off stream, because I am active. I am pretty busy. So especially now that I'm doing four streams a week, which brings us to like around 20 plus hours of streaming a week. That's a lot of game time. But occasionally, like on a Wednesday night, like right now, for example, if I don't have other plans, and I guess that's the thing, I try to go, this is when I stream, and I can stay committed to those times because I tell people, if people want to catch up with me or whatever, that I'm free at other times. So often my free nights end up being other social engagements. But if they're not, then I might do an unscheduled stream, or I might just sit and watch another streamer, or I'll try and do something that I think will be boring in a game on stream. Like I'll do it offline. So there was a night not that long ago in Valheim, I just chopped down trees for like an hour because I needed a shitload of wood, and I was like, this is not going to be interesting content. No one's missing out, because I do have a little bit of that I'm like, I don't want to do anything too interesting or too fun and then be like, hey guys, since my last stream I did all of this interesting stuff and you didn't get to watch. Like I feel like that's not as fun. So I try to do boring things, or I try to stream. But I do occasionally, I guess that's the TLD, I do occasionally play games offline, but I'm more likely to just watch Netflix, or if I really want to play, then I'm just as likely to do an unscheduled stream.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Because I enjoy streaming. Like it's, yeah. If I'm, like I said, if I'm playing the game, I might as well be live, unless it's going to be something really boring and tedious, or if I'm kind of multitasking and can't really give the game or the stream my full attention.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of us who stream obviously enjoy streaming. That's why we're doing it. I think what you mentioned about having a schedule and things. Like I have a tendency, or had a tendency, like I had a set schedule. This is when I went live, and I still had that, but I had to start rolling back my hours. Like I sometimes will go long, but try to be like, I do 6 hours and leave it at that for the reasons you said. So that, yeah, maybe I'll do an unscheduled stream if I have the free time. Maybe I'll watch a streamer, or by cutting back those hours, that actually is what freed me up to do the podcast. Because if I was streaming as many hours as I wanted to the last few days, there's no way I would have been able to be mentally prepared to be able to jump onto a call with you to do this podcast at 4 a.m. my time, because I would have been so burnt out from doing all those hours. So that's, I understand what you mean. Like better to schedule it in a way like this is the best amount of time, and then do a bonus stream or whatever when you want to play a game or things like that, than to overdo your scheduled content to the point that you don't have the free time to do things.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to the burnout that we were talking about earlier. So like probably towards the middle of last year, it was actually funnily enough, it was the impetus for me to go from just streaming Sunday nights to streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays as well, which I've been consistent with since that started. But originally I streamed those nights because I joined a raid group that was playing on those nights. But the raid started at 9:30 my time and went for 2 hours. And then I had work the following morning. So finishing 11:30, streaming until 11:30, and then trying to wrap things up. And, you know, I would never be like in bed before midnight. And I was running low on sleep, and I was just grumpy, and I just wasn't enjoying things. And I was getting to that burnout period. So I ended up dropping out of that raid group, but I stuck to that stream schedule. So I was still streaming those nights. But that's when I started sticking to more like anywhere from 10, I feel like, depending on how tired I am. So I have a strict start time. I'm always live by 6:30 on my stream nights. Sometimes it's earlier if I'm playing with people on the East Coast, but I'm always live by 6:30. And then I'll play through until 10, 10:30, 11, depending on what I have the next morning. The finish time varies. But yeah, you're right. Like you need to be careful of overcommitting, because then it starts to become a bit of a drag and burnout. And an issue.
And I want to take what you've been mentioning about starting with one day, and myself, other than, so the way I went into Twitch was I did a lot of homework. I always do a lot of research. So my first week of streaming was telling all my family and friends and communities and people I already played ESO with, this week I need to get to affiliate. So I kind of grinded affiliate by making sure like I had everything set to like push for a week. But after that, I rolled back to 2 days at 2 hours and built up. You started with 1 day and rolled it to more days. And I want to bring that up because anybody who listens to this who is maybe been streaming for a while or just starting out, I think there is so much importance, and you've mentioned it like multiple stages throughout our discussion today, is I think it's so important to start with less and have bonuses and more. And then once you go, okay, I can definitely handle 2 days or 3 days, like you had the raid group, and go, I can handle these days. I just don't want to be doing the raid thing, but I can handle these days. Like working up to a bigger schedule is much better than going, oh, I'm doing 7 days a week, 6 hours a day. All my free time is on this. And now I have to like tell people I'm taking stuff away, versus it's a lot easier to go, here's some extra stuff, or I'm adding a day, than, hey, I have to like pull all the stuff off the table.
Yeah.
And kind of just
I totally agree.
Looping back to content. You had already mentioned you don't really do YouTube. And I don't think I've seen you on TikTok. And I just wanted to kind of touch on those as platforms, even if they're not ones you use, because obviously the big prevailing information out there right now, but information always changes, and what works for somebody doesn't always work for everyone, is like some of the best ways to increase your Twitch viewership is by having content on evergreen platforms such as TikTok or YouTube, where people can always find it. Do you have any thoughts about possibly making YouTube content or TikTok content in the future? Or is that just something that is, doesn't really work with like the plans you have at the moment?
I'm completely open to both YouTube and TikTok, and we've sort of mentioned a little bit YouTube before. My big issue is that I just don't really know, and I haven't sat down and come up with a content strategy for either of those platforms. That's really what it comes down to. If I knew what to upload, And there's also a time element there as well, which would probably help determine the content strategy. But aside from the fact that it would take time to make one TikTok a week or one YouTube video a week, the big thing that's stopping me is just that I haven't really got a content strategy that I believe in enough to kind of commit to it. But it's definitely like I should be on both of those platforms, because you're right. Content that's there all the time, content that's working for you when you're not live, is a really high value. And I'm not sure what, I mean, I don't really TikTok at all, so I'm not sure what like the search, and like the algorithms are like, but YouTube has a much higher discoverability than Twitch, because people will search for particular videos. And obviously being bigger will help you appear higher in the searches, but also being relevant will help you appear higher in the searches. Whereas discoverability on Twitch is very, very difficult, because people will search for a game and then they're just going to watch one of the highest, the people with the 10, like highest viewers.
Yeah. And
with a little bit of sorting in there now with recommendations and like tags and stuff, it kind of does prefer some channels over others. But generally speaking, if you're not in that first maybe 3 rows on Twitch that are basically determined by viewership, no one's going to find you unless they're looking for you. So getting found is really difficult.
And that is 100% true. Without, other than like streamers looking to raid smaller streamers, that's very true, because I can say definitely my growth came the minute I was averaging 25 to 30 people. And though Elder Scrolls has a lot of people in it, it's not as saturated as some contents. 25, 30 at certain times of the day was putting me high enough up that all of a sudden I was getting people in. But before that level, like that number, which can sometimes be difficult to get to, I wasn't being discovered at all, outside of like the spare person who's going to the bottom of the list, or times when another streamer would go out of their way to go to the bottom of the list and throw. So and the reason I bring up, like, I'm still I don't understand TikTok yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But I know KJ Driz, who's the first person I had on the podcast, her growth was super linked to, she kind of figured out TikTok, and that really linked a lot of growth for her. And then I haven't been doing YouTube for a long time, because YouTube's almost like starting all over on like anything, even on Twitch and stuff like that, because you're learning editing if you don't know it. You're trying to figure out what works. You're learning thumbnails. But even the small amount of videos I've put out, just around like the hot sauce challenges and stuff I did, that also had like, I had like an instantaneous almost feedback. It wasn't a ton of people, but it was enough for me to go, oh, people are finding this. And then we talked a little bit earlier about luck and being ready and make sure your content's ready. But again, TikTok and YouTube kind of is in a way like a lottery ticket, because you might make a video that just goes viral or pops off. And if that can't happen on Twitch, a stream is never going to pop off. You might get a big raid, but you're not going to just, go viral like you would with like YouTube.
Yeah.
And before moving on, so I don't, talk too much more about it, just for people listening, something that I've discovered about YouTube and just kind of share with you about YouTube is I've started going into my streams with, I'm streaming 6 hours. The whole 6 hours isn't going to be my video, but I'm trying to find with each stream, or at least every other stream, like, this is the content that will be my video. So I can plan, like, here's the core of my content for the day. Like, I'm going to open $200 worth of crown crates to show what the odds are. That's the YouTube video. That was part of the content for the day. I know to take that section to make my video out of it. That's made it a lot easier for me to produce the content, because I'm going into my Twitch content knowing the section that's going to turn into a video.
Right. Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, I like, because that someone was saying, I think it was Twitchy Bishy, who's another streamer and a really active like a viewer and community member as well, was talking about just taking like highlights from stream, but the thought of sitting down, it's bad enough going through and picking out like a couple of clips from every stream so that I've got content for Twitter. The idea of like editing out a 5-10 minute YouTube video from my 4 or 5 hour stream just sounds exhausting to me, and it doesn't really sound like I don't know. I don't feel like it has a lot of value, which maybe is not true, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where
But
going.
I'm aware that it's a gap. It's a gap in my strategy, and I should be taking advantage of it, and I'm not.
I think that's where going into it though. Like I know, since I know it's the crate opening is the content, I can click my stream deck, put a marker there. When I'm done with it, I can click the marker, and that way right after stream I can just pull it up. I don't have to actually sort through it. I can just grab that highlight, save it as a separate video. But not to kind of talk too much about YouTube strategy. I think I just want to talk on a little bit, since we did give a lot of attention to Instagram and Twitter, so people had those things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The next thing that I think is very true for a lot of people is managing, like, this is something you want to do full time, but you're not at a point where it is full time. So managing, the balance of streaming, content creation, putting thought into it, wanting to grow to this being your profession, but also managing that with work, personal or family life, things like that. How do you kind of find that right balance between work, streaming, family and friends, and all that?
Yeah, it certainly can be really challenging. I do have a fairly active social life.
I guess right now,
for me to roll into like a Sunday afternoon stream and be like, guys, I had a really big Saturday night. I have been sleeping all day. Please forgive me. And so I will probably never schedule streams for the weekend. But I've, I guess, been fortunate enough for the last couple of years, really, that my work has been casual and flexible enough that I haven't just been working, 9 till 5, Monday to Friday, and trying to stream around that. And I know, having done that if I went back to a full-time job, I would not be able to. I might be able to stream casually, although, to be honest, I'm not even sure if I really would. I feel like it would just kind of fall on the wayside. But I certainly wouldn't be able to pursue it. So I have to kind of find work that allows me the flexibility to keep pursuing the streaming. In terms of friends and family, I either people know what I'm doing, and I just recently took a bit of a scary step and told everybody, all of my like regular friends, this is my like streaming Instagram. You don't have to follow it if you're not interested, but like, here it is. This is what I'm doing. Which was a very vulnerable thing to do for me. But, a lot of people that spend, much time with me know about streaming, and I talk about it all the time. And if it's someone that I feel like is not going to understand it, or I can't be bothered having that whole conversation, I just tell them I'm working. So I can't, I'm busy Tuesday night because I've got work. And then I hope that they don't ask me what work is, because then I have to explain and it's too hard. But but I try to manage, like I said, I've got those 4 times that I'm committed to streaming. And I just tell people that I'm free outside of those times. And I think that's the danger in overcommitting to a schedule, is you end up, if that was me, like you were saying before, you're streaming, was it 6 hours a day, like every day of the week, like you miss out on other things, and you start to, I think it probably starts to affect your mental health, and you start resenting the streaming and the whole thing. I just feel like the system just collapses in on itself. So balance is really important.
Yeah. And as somebody, I've worked in creative fields all my life, from theater to event running to convention running and things like that. Something people don't often think about is mental health is very important, and having moments with friends or with family or with TV shows, even if it's always, because of being a creative, even if you're a musician, an author, like being a creative means you always have a piece of your mind that's going to be going towards it, but being able to shut off the bulk of it and remove yourself from it is something that can give you a lot of relief and actually really recharge you creatively. So I think it's really good that, like, to have that balance. And so it's good that you're able to like do that. But yeah, it is scary to be able to be vulnerable and be like, like, for me, it was my friends. It was one thing, because I've been in creative fields my whole life. So most of my friends are kind of know that I approach things like that. But tell my family, hey, I'm going to put my all into this, making YouTube videos and streaming online was kind of the same thing for me, like it was with your friends. Vulnerable, be like, I know my parents love me and they're not going to be upset, but I also like didn't know if they were going to understand, like, you're going to commit to playing video games on the computer. So
yeah. And it's I mean I've always been a gamer, so for people that have known me for a while, it's not that big of a deal. But then I tell people that like the really short version I tell people is I play video games and other people watch, and they're like, why would they do that? And then I, talk about the community and, all that sort of thing. And people are always like a bit weird, sort of kind of not skeptical, but like they just don't really get it. And you can make money from that. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you can. And then they're like, oh, well, I mean, if you're making money, then I guess it's legit. It's, it's like any other job really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So kind of like we've talked a little bit about like goals and things like that. But kind of looking at the future, obviously the last little over a year, we have been in a global pandemic, which no matter where you've been in the world to varying degrees has had its lockdowns and its shutdowns, and it's really changed what we can and can't do. I've mentioned it a few times in previous podcasts and on my channel, like my initial intent with streaming was really geared around IRL stuff, and obviously can't do that at all with COVID. Is your content really just still geared around games where your content's not going to change, or when restrictions are lifted up, when we're free of the pandemic, do you have content you might be looking at doing that you aren't able to do right now due to the pandemic?
I mean, the short answer is no. So I feel like there's like a few different things here for context. The first thing for context is that I studied game design, like games art and design at university. So video games, both like as a developer and an artist, but also as a player, also as a community member. Like that's where my passion really lies. So I want to play games, and I want to be around people that play games and make games, and like that's the space that I want to be in. So no, I don't expect my content to change. Also, I live in probably arguably the most unlocked down city in the world. I'm not sure if that's 100% accurate, but it's going to be pretty damn close. We've barely had any lockdowns here at all for the entire pandemic. We've been super, super lucky. So, I've been out and about, and like my content on Instagram, for example, is, a lot of that happens outside of my home because that's something we're able to do here. So I still, I can go out and see my friends. I can go to the club. I can go to the beach. Like there's lots of stuff I'm able to do.
I'm so jealous of that. I'm being from the United States.
And there's an extent to which I don't want to rub it in people's faces, but
it's a different government, and not taking into governments, but definitely different choices made in different parts of the world on how to handle things. Because you mentioned being able to even go to a club, and I haven't been able to see live music or dance for
you don't even want to know. Okay, you don't want to know.
Jealous enough of your beach photos. So. Fair enough.
But I mean, it's partly a government, and it's also just like the east coast of Australia had it a whole lot worse than us because the population density is much higher and the states are closer together. We just locked the borders, and there's a desert between us and the other side of the country, and we just shut everybody out. And so we've had like one community transmission since the beginning of the pandemic. So so I don't really expect that to change. That being said, I started my consistency started about the same time that COVID did, and I think that definitely helped me grow. There's an extent to which I'm still kind of almost waiting for the penny to drop and for everyone to go back to work and everyone to stop watching my stream, and I don't think it's going to happen. I like to believe it's not going to happen, and that I've got enough momentum now that I'll keep going and keep growing. But I definitely feel like I got to where I am. I got a bit of a leg up because there were so many more people at home watching Twitch, and so I was able to gather a community quite quickly. But I like to think that now I have that community that they'll stay with me.
As somebody who, in addition to creative pursuits, I used to do brand and reputation management for burgeoning tech companies and things like that. I spend a lot of times looking at analytics. And while it is true, people going back to work, going back to school, however, that's something we do have here. We do have a lot more people going back to work and school. So that's already kind of had some of its impact. COVID has just generally, some people will just go back to how it was and maybe not watch Twitch as much. But honestly, the pandemic has really accelerated how viewing habits were already trending. So from an analytical standpoint, while some people will leave, a lot of people have already kind of settled into consuming their content via TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, even more than they had in the past. So
yeah, some habits have just been changed permanently.
Yeah. So obviously your content's going to definitely stay the same in a lot of ways. So what is kind of next? And that's, again, it's one of those kind of open-ended questions I have on here. So next could just be like 3 months from now, or something like you see happening further down the line. So it could be as broad or as narrow as you want it in terms of like what you kind of feels like next for you, next for your channel.
I really need a new computer. That's probably the next thing that I really need to do. But in terms of like growth and like, you know, more broadly, I'm still just trying to do what is like a manageable amount and see where the growth takes me, if that makes sense. So I feel like, not that I felt like I was plateauing, but I got to a point where I'm like, okay, like I feel like we've been doing 3 nights a week for almost a year. I've got time in my week to do a stream during the day. So let's try something very different. So, you know, I've added a 4th stream to my schedule. It's a completely different time of day. And so I guess part of the idea behind that is trying to maybe bring in some new people, although I see a lot of the same names in chat, which is surprises me, because I feel like, you know, it's the opposite end of the day for people are still showing up. And hopefully just, you know, continue to see more growth, I guess. I mean, at some point, partner is like a box that I feel like I would like to tick, but I'm not putting a lot of emphasis on it because it doesn't really change very much. I'll get some extra emote slots and that's about it, really. And so I've got no intentions of doing a partner push because I feel like that seems like a really good way to burn out and run out of energy. I would much rather slowly get to partner and just let the numbers get there naturally, and then celebrate partner with, you know, something more exciting. But yeah, so that's sort of low key on the horizon, but I still feel like I'm a fair ways off of that one.
In addition to apparently picking the exact same shirt for a podcast, we actually do think a lot on the kind of the same lines of a few of these things, which I do think has its benefits, not just because it's a similar way of thinking, but like the idea of like, yes, partner it's a milestone. Obviously it opens up some doors. There are certain like opportunities, sponsorships, things that people look for that mark. But at the same time, like the idea of being able to not have to focus so high on the numbers when you're switching content, I think comes from also not feeling the need to do a partner push. Like if you're growing organically, your numbers are getting up there. Because that's what my worry would be. I'm nowhere near that level where I'd be thinking of a partner push, but that's just how I've been doing my growth the whole time, is like working on myself, working on the content, kind of like you said, working on the things I can work on. And then the numbers kind of grow and they come with time, versus like doing a partner push, maybe getting a bunch of people hyped up with the numbers there, and then it comes back down, versus if the number gets there, I feel organically it's going to be a more sustainable thing anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you wear yourself out doing a partner push and then you finally get it and you feel like you need to have a break. Literally the worst time to have a break is right after you get partner, because there's so much momentum, you got so much hype, you want to leverage that. So I'd much rather be feeling fresh when I get there. But you know, it could take me a couple more years. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of those out of your hands kind of factors, but I do think you're on a really like good trajectory, because you are putting a lot of thought into your content. You're putting a lot of thought into your overall brand. The last kind of thing I like to ask before we get to Q&A is there any advice that you give to people starting out as streaming? And when I'm talking about advice, is like things that you know, things that we haven't covered that you know now that you wish someone might have like told you, because there is a lot of information out there, but for every piece of information, there's like 10 pieces that are just missing. So is there something like, if you were starting out now, you wish someone would have like mentioned, or you would have kind of known going into it?
I mean, the one thing I always say, and we have already covered it, but the thing I always say to people is to be consistent, because even if it's just one day a week, people, when they find your channel and they like what you're doing, they need to know when they can come back and find you again. there are exceptions to the rule, but I believe the exceptions are people that stream all the time. So unless you can stream all the time inconsistently, which obviously increases your chances of people being able to find you, you need to be consistent. So someone goes, I really enjoyed watching that person, and they'll come back the same time next week. And if you're not there, they'll go and watch someone else. And you know, if there was any like popular TV show that did that just released episodes on like random days of the week, like no one would follow it. They'd just get lost and maybe wait till it was all out and watch it all at once. But that's not really something you can do with a stream. So I always say consistency is really valuable. But beyond that, I don't know. I feel like I've grown into my stream in a way. Like there was a good, like if I tried to do what I'm doing now back when I'd first started, I actually don't think I was ready for it. Like I didn't have the confidence. I didn't know myself well enough to present, myself to other people and be genuine and, I don't know, all the things that I like to think that I am that make people stay in my channel. So I'm not sure what I would have said to myself when I first started. But I did spend a lot of time being sad that no one came to my channel. Yeah, but I wasn't consistent. And I don't actually think I really knew that I was not doing that. I didn't know that I wasn't consistent. So maybe that would have helped me back then.
I think
it makes so much difference to be able to tell people this is when I'm live. When I actually committed to a schedule and stuck to that and started telling people, it was such a relief to be able to sign off a stream and go Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday nights and Mondays during the day. That's when I stream. You can always find me here then. And if I'm not going to be here, I will make sure you know about it. Rather than being like, I guess I'll see you next time, whenever that is. Bye. Like,
yeah, that
wasn't a vibe.
It's definitely helpful. And it also helps when you're creating content like on YouTube. I'm able actually in YouTube to say, thanks for watching our first podcast here with Tavern Talks. If you're interested in catching the stream, finding out when the next ones are going to be, you can catch me ever and throw the schedule out there, even in that evergreen content, knowing that if they find it much, much later, it's not going to help. But for the most part, if they find it any length of period, it's true and out there. So I think, the consistency is definitely really key.
Yeah.
And the consistency, and you talking about growing into your stream, reminded me of one point that you made early on that I actually do want to get back to, because you kind of mentioned like changing overlays, changing, because one of the things I think we talked about phases of Twitter, like this screen here that I'm using is I feel still a little busy. But when I started out, when I went back and looked at my original VODs, I had doodads and widgets, and I felt like just so much. And I think I wanted to kind of touch back on like kind of finding yourself over time. And I think talking about growing into yourself as a streamer also goes with like making those changes. Like you don't have to have the perfect overlay or the perfect channel points, because you kind of figure out what works for your community. Like, because there's no like tried and true. I am a very movement based person. I'm going to get up and do an 80s dance number if you use enough channel points. That's not going to be something that's going to be necessarily on your stream or someone else's stream. And I think that's also important. I wanted to throw out there and kind of touch base on and get your thoughts on, because I think there's a lot of people feel a lot of pressure to like, oh, I'm an affiliate, I have to have the perfect emotes, I have to have the perfect overlays, I have to have the perfect equipment set up, I have to have all this. And it's kind of like, as your community grows, you kind of go, oh, this isn't working out, and tweak and change. And I want to kind of get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I sort of thought of another tip, and I feel super weird doing this. But like, and you've mentioned it as well, like before you ever started, you did your research. And it wasn't until probably like June of last year, so I've already been streaming for quite a few months, that I was like, maybe there's like a podcast I can listen to that will make me better at streaming. Like, people get business coaches and stuff. So I started looking into it. And I think that's a really valuable thing that you should do. And so a weird kind of shout out, I just feel like I have to credit Ashney Christ, who I'm not even sure where her current content is up to, because I found her podcasts like literally years after she'd posted them. So I was like binging podcasts from like 3 years ago. But she was calling herself Stream Coach TV. She wrote an ebook. She went on and did a whole bunch of stuff. But I listened to a bunch of things that she said, and it obviously, some of the things were helpful. It just kept me thinking about how I could improve my stream, even if it wasn't like direct advice from her. So like listen to podcasts, like watch YouTube videos, just like learn stuff from people that have already done it, because they'll tell you things that you're like, oh. And one of those things that she said, which just sort of makes this all kind of come back full circle, is that like fancy overlays are not going to make your stream better, but they will give you confidence. So if you're more confident because if you're sitting there feeling like insecure about your shitty overlays, you're not going to be giving your best to your viewers. So if making new overlays will make you feel like you're delivering a better quality product, you will actually deliver a better quality product. So it's funny how that and so I mean, like I kind of grew into my channel, and as I got better overlays, that was one of the things that helped me feel like I was doing a better job of being a streamer. And I feel like now I could go back to like nothing and I would still be delivering the same kind of level of energy without all those, fancy, pixel art and stuff. But it actually comes back to that like confidence and belief in yourself and the product, if we can call it that you're delivering.
Yeah. And I put a link to the Stream Coach TV in chat for those who are here live. For those of you who are watching this on YouTube or listening to us on podcast, there will be a link to that in the description. And I think also I just want to, in addition to the kind of this podcast, shout out, and I mentioned it before, Alpha Gaming, Harris Heller is an amazing person for kind of similar stuff, like has an entire basis of content around the same sort of thing, which is just kind of like giving advice or things, not saying you have to necessarily do this or you have to do that, but giving context for like, you should be maybe thinking about doing this, or this is not as important as you're thinking it is. And I think, like I said, doing research, in your case, listening to those podcasts, listening to YouTube's, and actually like looking into it's really helpful. And something else I do want to kind of call out on that thing is, in addition to that, is this is another bad word. I'm actually going to be doing a presentation and podcast on this as well, as because it's kind of my background is people think networking is a bad word. And I think that's because there's sometimes a lack of understanding of what networking actually is. Some people think networking is, if I talk to somebody, I have expectations they need to help me, or just maybe going in a Discord and only posting when they're going live. But if you genuinely network, which is genuinely joining and being part of someone's community, engaging with no expectations, we'd mentioned it before at the ESO community, making those connections can help you find people that you can also ask, like, hey, you've been doing this for a while, can I get a piece of advice? And I found a lot of those people along the way. So I really want to encourage like genuine growing in other people's communities and genuine networking with no expectations on those people. Because doing that, you will find people along the way who you can grow with or who have the experience to help you out. And so in addition to all those resources, doing that and finding the people you can like ask questions of can be really helpful as well.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So with that, that's basically what we had there as far as the things I had. So if there's nothing else that you had that you want to necessarily talk about, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the Q&A section.
Q&A sounds good to me.
1 second. Pulling that up real quick.
Also, just hello to all of my people that I see in chat.
Yeah. Also,
I have seen you. I've been trying not to read chat because, we're having a conversation, but I see you all in there, my friends.
Yeah. Due to the nature of the podcast, I appreciate everybody being patient. It is very, very hard for me as well to see chat going. I try to write a message every once in a while and not be able to respond because it needs to be able to go up in an audio format. But yeah, thank you everybody who's been tuning in and the comments. Before I get to the questions, Come On What actually made a really, really good post that I want to kind of call back to. And they said, I feel like it's ridiculous to expect one person to do everything required to have a successful channel. I feel like a small team, even if it's one addition, or even if it's just one additional behind the scenes person, makes more sense to sustainability. I was curious if you have any thoughts on that, App.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in some ways, like moderators is the beginning of that, right? Like I could run my channel without my mods, but my moderators make my life so much easier. So big shout out to Malder and Goldenful and Hero Dragon, my wonderful moderators. And they just take care of little bits of admin. They get the shout outs for me when we get raids. If there's a bot that pops up in the channel that needs banning, they do that sort of thing for me, and they, at this point, the only reward they get from that is to feel good about themselves and to feel like they're contributing to what's going on. But I feel like, streaming really is like any other business. And so it makes sense at a certain point that you bring on, a business partner or an employee, or even if you outsource, certain tasks, like video editing, or, obviously lots of people get other people to do the like emotes and overlays. It's just an extension of that, really. I don't think there's any shame in getting someone else to do something for you, because you only have so many hours in a day, in a week. But then it just becomes about the trade-off. And if you're sharing the load with someone else, then really they should be entitled to some of the reward.
Right. And so, yeah, it is, as somebody, like I said, I've run events, I've built companies and even sold creative companies. Any business kind of starts in this stage where it is, like you said, it's very much a solo business. And you're right. Moderators are definitely where it starts. Very fortunate to have, shout out to my moderators like HCP, Pokani Kai, who, again, they help me out, because right now I'm not at a stage where I can even pay or do anything. So they're just trying to help growth by doing the same thing, like taking care of things, like reminding me of things, because I have ADHD and sometimes I miss things. We're making sure giveaways are happening, handling those kind of things. And that is, like you said, mods, I think, are the start of that. As somebody who's been making content on YouTube, the dream and goal there, my personal goal Hey, Minnie Marie, thank you so much for rating in. We were kind of talking about, hello. I want to take a minute. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much.
Hi, thanks, Minnie Marie.
Thank you, Lithery, and also just to call out the people who followed earlier when we were doing the podcast and I couldn't answer. Thank you so much for also Sage Sprouts and Squishing Tone for following earlier. How are you doing? How is your stream, Minnie Marie? We are just currently in the Q&A section. We had just finished up doing our Tavern Talks podcast, so we're in the kind of Q&A section. So anybody who came in, what Tavern Talks is it's a podcast where we sit down with streamers in the right now in the ESO community, talk about streaming goals, approaches to things, and we're talking obviously today with Maplinator, and we're kind of doing some kind of Q&A right now at the end of that. Thank you so much for the raid. Sure. Oh, I just shouted out. Speaking of my mods, already shouting it out.
Double shout out.
Shout out. Hello, everybody. So we were just talking about the idea of growing a brand and a business, and having to do all these different aspects, from coming up with content, video editing, streaming as one person. Yeah, it kind of starts as one person. Hopefully the idea is, like, I'm doing YouTube content, I have to edit all that myself. Hopefully I can eventually grow my YouTube content to the point that YouTube makes enough money where even if all the money I'm making on YouTube is to pay an editor, but I think unfortunately that sort of stuff, other than mods, kind of has to come later. But I definitely agree with the sentiment of it's a lot for one person.
Yeah, for sure.
And go ahead and pull up the, where is it? Sorry, I'm pulling up the, and if anybody has a question, you can go ahead and at this point ask it in chat, but you can also just use 25 channel points to ask it. But I'm going to get the ones that came throughout the stream. So just kind of going in order. Cats with Pika had asked at one point, do you have any pet peeves that bother you about chat?
I mean, it's probably not really what you mean, but potentially useful tip for anyone. We're talking about chat being busy and sort of hard to keep up. One thing I recently did, which was super, super helpful, was I used the Better TTV add-on to filter out all of the exclamation point giveaway messages in my chat. So that if we get a massive raid and we do a giveaway and there's 100 people spamming giveaway in chat, it doesn't flood out the actual messages, which makes things really like way easier to read. Because that was a pet peeve, that I felt like I'd do a giveaway and then chat was just a write-off for the next 10 minutes because people were just filling it with commands. In terms of pet peeves from chatters, I get really I shouldn't, but I get really upset when people try to like troubleshoot my technical issues while I'm streaming. Like if I'm having issues with frames and people start asking questions about like my GPU, and for some reason I know people are trying to be helpful, but it drives me mad. And I'm like, just don't try to fix my problem. Just let me complain about it. So that would be one for sure. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably it. That's the first thing that springs to mind.
And just kind of throwing out tools for people who might be streaming. Not all tools are for everyone, but BTTV, in addition to giving you extra emotes, there's a lot of functionality there. I also, in addition to filtering things out, I use it to highlight a lot of things so I don't miss as much in chat.
Yeah.
It's directed at me.
Yeah.
And I have actually moved to starting to use a program called Chatterino to keep up on my chat, which is also really programmable to kind of like get rid of, like I said, those commands. As far as me, to answer the same question about pet peeves about chat, I don't have a lot of like pet peeves about chat. I feel like chat's been very receptive if things are going too far one direction or another direction. And since with ESO, I found out that I played on console for years and years and years, and I'm still the most noob player in all of ESO. So I don't mind backseating at all because I need it. So that's not a pet peeve of mine, but it is a pet peeve of mine when people in chat kind of push other people in chat around. That's the one thing where I'm kind of have to crack down if someone's being overly aggressive towards someone in chat because their opinion on something differs. That's kind of the only time I get kind of a little like, no, we're not gonna have that.
Yeah, backseating is one of those things that, like with ESO, I'm confident enough. I mean, I've been playing the game for a really long time, so I feel like I can generally handle it. And I've usually got, even if what I'm doing is not what someone else would be doing, I generally have a pretty good reason for it. So I can just say, no, I'm not doing what you're telling me to do because I've chosen to do this instead. Valheim is a much newer game and one that I wanted to discover on my own. I started putting the no backseating tag on my stream because I thought there were so many people that were so far ahead, and people want to help, right? Like I do the same thing when I go into a channel. I can see someone struggling. I want to help them. So I know people are well-intentioned, but it was something where I just had to kind of gently remind people. And if I ask a question, then 100%, like don't leave me hang and answer the question, but don't tell me what to do. Or if you really must say something, just suggest it, but don't tell me what to do.
And I think people should there are tags and people should look at it. Like I put on the backseating allowed tag on my streams. And I think, if someone doesn't have that tag on where it's just flat in your face saying, yes, it's cool, go for it, then be a little respectful about it. I think something I talked about in previous streams, so it's not a pet peeve with my own chat. And I don't mind going into someone else's chat. We're a very connected community, so I love people waving at each other, talking to each other. That's great. But when I go into someone else's stream, I try not to bring up my stream unless the broadcaster does. And when somebody else starts bringing up my stream or asking me questions about my stream in another streamer's channel, that's when I'm kind of like, no, please don't. I don't. I'm here to enjoy this content. Like, let's not talk about my stream on another streamer's stream. So I guess that's kind of a pet peeve with chat, even if it's not my own chat. But again, I don't think it's like a negative thing. It doesn't make me upset. It's just kind of one of those things, like etiquette wise, like, can we make sure we're not disrespecting the person we're here to watch by talking about, something outside of their content unless they're bringing it up.
Yep.
Actually,
one thing. View account feel like as a thing, people will come into the channel and go, oh my God, like 100 viewers, like what's going on tonight? And I don't know, that's one of those things that I'm like, let's just not bring it up. I think most of the time streamers want to not be thinking about the viewer numbers when they're streaming and just stream. So I think like people don't realize that it's distracting, but that would be my little etiquette tip is don't mention viewer count to, either the streamer doesn't want to know and telling them is a bad idea, or they're already aware of it and you don't need to bring it up.
Yeah, either they're the type of streamer that wants to know so they have it in a position where they can look at it, or they're the type of streamer like myself where I just don't have it off or don't have it on. I don't like to see, I like to look at my analytics after stream, not during it. That way I can just behave and stream the same regardless, and I don't have to worry so much about numbers.
So you can say like, oh, it's really busy tonight, or, like something a little bit more generic, but don't come in and be like, wow, and start throwing numbers around. I feel like that's distracting.
It's different if you pop into a channel that's usually kind of a little slow moving and like chat's going real fast. Go, wow, chat's kind of popping off today. That's a lot different than, wow, you have 20 less people than usual or something like that. So the next question we had was from Mr. Guy. Mr. Guy asks, and this question is for you, what do you do for content? I think Mr. Guy had come in a little bit later into the podcast, so just kind of maybe a review of what your content is.
So my content, I guess my primary form of content is on Twitch, and I stream mostly Elder Scrolls Online, but also lately Valheim. So I'm much more of a PvEer, and I do a bit of a mix between like 4-person like dungeon content, 12-person raid content, and questing. I'm bad at PvP and it makes me angry, and I have housing like once every like 3 or 4 months, maybe I'll like have a flash of inspiration and do a housing stream, but I'm not a regular housing person. And then on Instagram, it's just pictures of me and the dog and the beach, and just kind of various like life updates, I suppose. It's a bit thirsty if you're into that. And Twitter tends to be occasionally do giveaways on Twitter. I try to post at least one Twitch clip on Twitter, and a little bit of coasting between Twitter and Instagram. And those are generally the 3 platforms that I'm active on at present.
Awesome. Real quick before we move on, I just want to take a moment. I'm just going to scroll through chat real quick and just want to say hello, everybody. We'd already said hi, but hello, everybody who's been here, who's watching the podcast, whether you just came in or we're here from the start. I just want to call you all out, say thank you for being here. Thank you for catching it here at the end. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. As far as chat, hey, hello again, Minnie Marie, everybody who came with that raid. Hello, Demon Cat Daphne and Damus Thea. Hello, Squishingtone, Ghost Mom, Striker God, and everybody else who came in. Naruto Maniac. I just want to call everybody out. It's a podcast, but I have a very hard time not calling out names. I wanted to just say hello again to everybody before we move on. Aurora Double X actually said no backseating is a necessary tag. Yeah, it really can be. If you something I don't want to know about, like that tag can be really important. And then view count, people mean well, but yeah, streamers do have it off definitely for a reason. And thank you everybody who's contributing to that cocktail community challenge. So I missed a very, very important part of the podcast. So before we move on to Q&A questions, I had something that we were talking kind of around the notes I had, so I wanted to go back to it. Streaming, because like to try to bring up, because streaming can be different for, different groups of people. Being a queer streamer myself, I'm just curious how you find the platform as a queer streamer.
It's funny you should mention that, because we were talking about tags, and I was thinking that I feel like the LGBT tag works really well for me, but I've had other streamers come into the channel and say that, I guess in different categories, that the LGBT tag makes them a target, which is really upsetting. And I it never even occurred to me that people would look for LGBT streamers to troll them specifically. But yeah, like my experience as a queer streamer has been really positive. And I guess it's sort of part of my brand. It's part of my culture. I feel there's so many facets to it. Like, and it's not just like gay guys that watch my channel. Like, we have people all across the LGBT spectrum. We have like straight people that hang out in the channel that just love that the space is so kind of honest, which is not something they feel like they can get in other spaces. So it's been a really good experience for me. It's kind of coincided with me, I guess. How do I put this? Like, when I first started streaming, when I very first started, like I was not out. So there was almost this weird transition where while I was kind of casually streaming, like I wasn't out and then I was out, but like it just sort of didn't matter on stream. So it just kind of slowly wove itself into my content. And then at some point I decided to embrace it, and now it's very actively a part of my content. And I love that about it. And yeah, it hasn't really been something I've had to, I haven't come across any real impactful negativity at all. So yeah.
So my experiences have been same within gaming spaces, and that hasn't really mattered the gaming space. The tag is generally when it's on, I have it in my bio that I'm genderqueer. I have it in my bio that all that stuff, because it's something we in my community also openly talk about. People, if they want to come ask questions, that sort of community we have. And in the gaming spaces, it's never been a problem. I've never had anybody like come in, deliberately attack over it or anything like that. It's much like you said. However, as somebody who does to try to work on my own content, it's because I enjoy doing it. And as somebody who spent a lot of time, I spent my first few months exclusively in the just chatting section. People will search the tag on just chatting just to kind of come in. And I still personally leave it on because it's kind of part of my content to tease and play with them a little bit before we throw them out the door. But it can be very frustrating. And when you're a newer streamer and you're already dealing with things, having people find the tag just to come be kind of shitty about it.
Yeah.
It's so I don't know if there's other games where it's like that, but for me, it's been mostly the just chatting section where those people kind of show their faces.
Right.
Whereas like within like ESO or any other game I play, like you said, people come in, it's very much a part of me, part of the channel culture, but I haven't had anybody come in and be like really horrible about it. We normally see those people, and like we haven't today. I'm actually kind of surprised because it's been about every other podcast. At least one point I have to pause the podcast to go, hey, sorry, and go boot somebody for it. So, but yeah, I mean, I think Twitch for the most part in a lot of the gaming spaces can be good, but there's a lot of different, issues going on. I mean, you can see them kind of, on Twitter, that, trans streamers, queer streamers, women streamers face on the daily. So that's why I wanted to bring it up and give like a space to talk about that, because, it can be a different space for people.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And Katz has just said that they search for LGBT streams because they relate better. Like Mr. Guy, I agree. I'm going to look for a game that I'm interested in playing, but if there's 50 people streaming that game, the LGBT tag is a way of filtering down, okay, like I want to watch this game, but which of these people do I want to watch? It helps me, potentially find a space that's going to be more my style, more my speed. And just a random kind of anecdote, whilst I haven't had people come in and be nasty about it, I can think of at least 2 occasions where someone's actually asked what the tag meant. And that blows my mind a little bit that people don't even know what LGBT means, but that was an opportunity for me to educate them. I was like, this is really cool that I get to do this for people. So yeah. But I think I feel like I have an established enough community now that if someone was to come in and start trying to cause trouble, I'm going to feel like I've got backup and it's not just me and them. So I feel like that's something we'd be able to handle fairly decisively.
Yeah. I feel like the big issues actually come out more in the people who are starting out. Like you're talking about at the start, streaming to no one or few people, and then if one of the only voices you see is that's where I think it ends up doing the most damage.
Yeah,
to
if I felt like I was if I was sort of alone or lonely in chat with someone nasty, that would be a really bad experience for sure.
Yeah, Mini Marie, just chatting can be a scary place. It's a really wonderful place if you just want to just kind of talk about subjects and things like that. But yeah, it can be a wild zone. I'm really happy they've kind of added more and more categories because, like, I guess I've started realizing, I just found out the last the first couple streams were in just chatting, and then starting with Damos Thea's on, I've had him at talk shows and podcasts. I think that's probably also helped with trolls not coming in because they've created more IRL type categories for things. Morning, Reishi. How are you doing? Also, glad you're enjoying the chat, Squishington. So with that, go back to the questions. And if anybody has a question and then we're not catching it in chat, you can just use 25 channel points and it will put it in the list I have here. So Cats with Pika asked, do you find certain times draw more viewers? I have more ability to watch during business hours in Eastern time. So just kind of a question for you about, like, do you find certain hours are better or worse for you, or is that not as much of a factor, Matt?
It's something I used to blame for my low viewership. Turns out not really true. Again, COVID I think has helped a lot with that, but I sort of feel like I get a bit of a shift because of my time zone. I get the late night East Coast, like Australians, but they're currently 3 hours. Most of them are 3 hours ahead of me. So they tend to be there for the early part of the stream and then sort of taper off. I get the opposite at the end of the stream. I get, the American viewers that arrive, 15 minutes before I'm about to finish because it's early morning for them. And then we get a mix of people from sort of, Europe and the UK as well, that it's kind of a lunchtime for them. So I don't know if that's the same in like other time periods, but I feel like at least in my evening streams, I do feel like we get a real mix of time zones in terms of viewers, which makes things interesting.
Yeah, and then you have somebody like myself who keeps weird hours, and I spend I'm up late nights, so I spend a lot of time. I mean, that's how I found your stream, is I was up late. I'm like, I want to look at some ESO. And so your stream, there's a lot of streamers from a lot of different categories I watch that are from Australia, because I'm up really late, and that's when, you're streaming. On my end, to answer that question.
We also get to like rain o'clock at like 11, probably 11-ish my time. All the other Aussie streamers start finishing their streams. So it's like if I stay up too late, if I like miss my 10:30 bedtime, I start getting raids between 10:30 and 11, and then I have to keep streaming because people keep arriving. So that's always fun.
Yeah. And to answer the question, it really depends on the day and things when it comes to times and who you are, how established you are. Like, I do find certain times draw more people than others, but I do streams at 2 different times a day, different days of the week, because I've also met a lot of people from so many different parts. I do earlier streams, and I do two of my streams are earlier, like noon, 11 a.m. noon my time, and 2 of my streams are like 6 p.m. my time, because I want to make sure I'm accommodating all these people that are part of my community, and it hasn't seemed to hurt me where it probably would have like 3 or 4 months back when I wasn't really established. So it's like, it's hard to say like these are the best hours. There are days that are just great for me. There's like certain days, like Sunday nights are amazing for me, and that's why I do an overnight stream on Sundays, because the ESO category is very sparse on Sundays. And so it's a really good time for me to meet a lot of new people. So that time works good for me, but I've told people that I've had other people play ESO in that time slot and it didn't necessarily work for them. So it's kind of also the best times sometimes are based on your community and stuff and what people might be looking for. So there's a lot of different factors, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. And it was also like in my mind, I feel like my Monday morning stream should be busier because it's Sunday night in the US. But I'm also aware that it's a new time slot. And so I have a very established following on my Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday night streams. So I'm starting fresh in some ways in that time slot. So maybe in a year's time, it'll be my busiest slot, but at the moment it's my quietest.
Yeah, until people and that was the same with me for my Sunday nights. Was at first it was really slow, and then people realized I was doing it because like that's where that schedule comes in. It's not just remembering times. It's I just know based on the time of day. It's like, oh, what day is it? What time is this? I can go in my head. Okay, it is 4 a.m. Oh, Mini Marie's on. So if I'm up at 4 a.m., I can go over there. Oh, is it like 1 in the morning my time? Oh, Map's probably like you. And so that's where that thing Map was talking about earlier, having a regular schedule. You get used to which days and times people stream. And I can innately go without having to look at going lives because I'm in too many Discords, so I don't get notifications there. So I rely a lot on people's consistency to find them.
Sure.
And then just to go back, we're talking about LGBTQIA. Mr. Guy, I didn't see if it got answered. Wasn't sure what the I and the A are. I is intersex or intergender, and A is asexual or agender. So they kind of cover those orientations. So that's what the kind of extended tag there is, Mr. Guy. I'm pretty sure that's what those cover. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
That's what I would have said. So
yeah, it's a lot of letters because we want to make sure it's not like exclusionary, because there is like the more terms and stuff come out. And then before we get to the next question, Cats with Pika says, can we do a who wore it better of the black tank? So I wear tank tops because I like to show off my my tattoos, which my current mic position, you can't see my tattoos. I feel overall Matt probably wears the tank top better. But I have fancy art on my arm. So to answer that question, Kat, that's my opinion, is that Matt wears it better, but I have the my art to show off.
I'm only wearing it because it's warm.
That's the other thing, is I have lights on me. So like I used to wear all sorts of like different like fancier things and like outfits, and I very quickly went, I'm wearing tank tops when I stream, unless it's because I'm doing a cosplay stream, because it is too hot otherwise. Also, Lasambe says, have you seen Maps Insta? Yeah, I was talking about the brand, but yeah, if you go to Instagram / Maplinator, you'll you can get a much better idea there. So the next question though from the Q&A is Mr. Guy had another question where they asked, just a second, were there any hard parts of starting out, and did you handle any negativity if you had any? So it's kind of a two-part question, which is like, what were kind of like the harder parts starting out, and then was there negativity you had to deal with?
I mean, I think all the negativity was my own, really. I was, there was a lot of people in the community that believed in me more than I did. And for whatever reason, the two that immediately spring to mind is Inklings. If you don't follow Inklings, then you should do that. He's actually live right now. And Ninja614. So two other Elder Scrolls Online streamers. And just for some reason, I feel like they were the ones that were like, you're really good at this. You need to keep doing this. And that kind of kept me going for a long time because I didn't feel like I was any good at it, and I didn't want to keep doing it. But the hardest parts about starting out is just that, like the dream of streaming is, you know, you want to play games and you want to talk to people while you're doing it. You want people to come and watch your channel. And the reality for most startup streamers is that your chat is basically dead. And I remember one time I probably streamed for maybe an hour or so. And I don't think I had a single viewer. I didn't have a single message in chat. And I just turned the stream off, and that was probably the lowest point for me. And I don't remember exactly where that was in the timeline, but I remember that feeling of just being like, what is the point? Why am I even doing this? And I kept playing. I just turned the stream off because it just was depressing. So yeah, I think that was the hardest part. And that kept me down for a long time because I didn't enjoy it for that reason. And so I didn't stick to a schedule. And so I didn't get those regular viewers in chat. And so the problems just fed each other for a long time when I kept sort of trying and not really getting anywhere. But I was lucky enough to have friends in the community that kind of kept encouraging me. And the Tamriel Down Under crew probably kept me interested in the streaming, like in the community space, for probably at least, I reckon, a year. It was probably a good year that we were doing that, and that was the only streaming I was really doing. And if I hadn't been doing that, I would have stopped altogether. And that just got me through to the point where I decided I really wanted to give it a proper go. So, yeah.
Yeah. So answer the same question. Part of the challenges, as far as like starting out for me, were with my ADHD, overthinking it. Everything I learned more from the first time I hit the go live button than all the time I spent overthinking it. I had everything I needed. At least like I had my webcam. I had a microphone that worked. I had a computer. I could have gone live in June, and I did not go live until August because I kept overthinking, thinking I needed to know more. I needed to know more. So a lot of fear and thinking I didn't know enough, whereas you are going to make mistakes and it's okay. And you learn that once you hit the go live button. That was a big kind of like hurdle getting started. But the same as map, like I think that's the hardest part for anyone. Like the kind of, it can be, unless you are coming in already with the community. Like I have had friends that kind of really quickly had a community from the get-go, but they were already known in the Smash Brothers community. They were already Smash players. So the minute they started streaming, that community just kind of, you know, they had 15 people from the get-go. So unless you're coming from a pre-established community that you've already been part of, it's that phase where however long it takes, where you have like 1 or 2, 0, and like you're just trying to figure out what do I need to do. Case of map, like a schedule. In my case, it was like figuring out, basically for me, it was deciding I'm just going to take off any masking with my ADHD and I'm just going to just be me. It doesn't matter that I'm weird. That actually started, for me, it was instead of trying to limit myself and be something I wasn't, just being fully me, that started turning mine around. But it's, unfortunately, it can be different. It can be, you can do all of those things and it could just be something else. So it's that phase where you only have a few people and you're trying to figure out what you need to do to like maintain people as they kind of come through your channel. It can be really difficult.
Yeah. I used to really overthink what I was going to do and used to think that I had to stream something interesting. And if I wasn't doing anything interesting, then I wouldn't stream. I didn't understand that people just wanted to hang out and talk, and it didn't really matter what I was doing. So,
also just to keep up on chat. Good morning, everybody came in. Reishi pointed out in the Who Wore It Better that we're both rocking the tank top. So thank you, Reishi. Thank you, Damus. So the next question we have a couple more questions. This one came from Ghost Mom. Has there been any moment on stream when someone in chat made you so speechless you couldn't respond? So that doesn't sound like it's negative or positive. It can just be any instance.
Yes, I was speechless last night. I was well shook. Also, there was that one time, one of my intermittent viewers from the US didn't believe or didn't like grasp the concept that there's different seasons on different sides of the world. He's like, I heard it was like summer in Australia. Is that true? I'm like, yes. That was alarming. I was speechless. I was like, wow, this blows me away. But yeah, usually, well, I don't know. I was definitely speechless last night. There was a hype train that got a little out of hand, only a little, and it was all in good fun. But there was some text speech that I've never heard before. So yeah, watch out for some clips. There's some really good clips. I think a couple of them are already on my Twitter. So
You should check out the clips from that. I was there for that because we get into a lot of double entendres when we're playing marbles. If ever had every ball double entendre here. Without getting into all the details, the gist of it is DP for Jesus. So that's
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
But as far as Speechless, in a different way, but also the same way, it's happened a number of times. So I respond because with my ADHD, when I get overwhelmed, instead of being speechless where I can't talk, instead of having 8 different tracks of my brain, I switch through like a switchboard with my ADHD. They just smash together and it's all at once, so I just get overwhelmed. And that is basically every hype train, even though I've been doing it for a while. I don't get like a ton of hype trains, but every time there is a hype train, I don't know how to handle the flood of people. Like, it's already a lot for me that people would give bits or subscribe or anything like that to start with. And then for people to be like, just that sheer amount and just be saying kind things and all that it can get really overwhelming. Like, I'm just flooded with like happiness and emotions, but also like, I'll get kind of like tongue tied and not know what's going on because it's still a lot for me to handle that people are hanging out, let alone like wanting to show support on that level.
Yeah, I totally relate to that. And I'm not the type of person to like break down and get like emotional on stream. I tend to just get a bit overwhelmed, and my brain just sort of stops and I'm like, what was I doing? Or I just start randomly talking about some random emote that I got as a result of the hype train because I don't know what to do with the hype train that actually happened. So I just like change the subject and talk about something else. So I relate to that strongly. That, well, I guess your brain does maybe the opposite of mine. Yours is like 8 things at once. Mine is like 0 things.
Mine is, it gets overwhelmed and I'm like, instead of like, I've had ADHD my whole life. So it's usually like, okay, switch to this. Okay, I can do this. And I'll still in stream be trying to do 3 things at once and maybe lose 1. But instead I'm just like, I need to do all 8 things at once somehow, despite having 2 hands. So we're going to do all this. Yeah. I guess
people are watching you the whole time. That's the bit that like, I'm like, I just need a minute. If I can just like, if I really need to, I can go to like my Be Right Back screen or whatever and just chill for a minute. But there's a certain level of stress involved with people always being able to see but you can't see anyone else's faces. There's this weird like one directional social thing that's going on.
Reishi said it's disorienting for real. So just in like the hype cycle of hype trains, before I was at your stream with your hype train, Reishi had 2 level 5 hype trains on his stream that same day. So it's I've seen everybody kind of, it gets kind of disoriented because like it is just overwhelming because it is so much support. I think the only other time I've gotten like someone, when someone in chat has done it is, so I was really excited. Like, I believe in working on content and content comes first, and with content comes numbers. So when we got to 1,000, I was just happy about that. I'm like, oh, cool. That's a really cool milestone. That's like 1,000. That's something you celebrate. But then when people like come into chat and say something like people I respect or, look up to or look at their content, I don't know if she's still in chat or not, but like the other day, Damos Thea was in my stream and said something really nice about like the setup of my stream and how it looks and how it was presented. And I was just like, I didn't know how to take that either. Cause I'm like, I have a hard time like, I don't believe in tiers of people based on their numbers or any of that stuff like we talked about, except for myself. Whereas I just have a hard time viewing myself like in a way where people would be like, oh, you're doing like super great and this and that. I'm like, I just don't know how to handle it. Basically, I just don't know how to handle compliments very well. Not in a bad way, just in a get overwhelmed way.
I struggle with like showing appropriate levels of gratitude. I hate opening presents in front of people because I'm like, cool, thank you. And so when, like people like donate and subscribe and like I'm genuinely appreciative, but I feel like my responses to these events are underwhelming and then I feel bad. So,
I also worry about that too. I'm like, if I'm overwhelmed and I'm not showing up, I don't want to like come off like I'm playing it up because I'm not, because I am like overwhelmed. Or if I'm coming off, like you said, like very like overwhelmed. As a matter of fact, I don't want people to think I'm not grateful. So it's kind of that can be difficult as well. before we get to the last couple of questions, and people can put more questions if they want. We'll wrap up here in a moment. I want to see if there's anything in chat I missed. This one was going back to talking about hitting the go live button. Striker God said just yeet into everything, smash the go live button. Reishi said trial by fire and learn as you go. Really is the best. With streaming, it really is, because even now I had technical difficulties where my camera froze at the start of this interview. This is the 6th one I've done. Like, you're going to have technical difficulties no matter how long. I mean, Minnie Marie came here because like the lights went out. Like you're always going to have problems. So hitting the go live button and learning how to kind of just deal with the punches as they come is kind of the best way, I feel. It looks like Reishi already answered. Yes, we're interviewing Reishi. I'm interviewing Reishi tomorrow at 2 p.m. 2 Eastern. Okay. Cool. And speaking of bits, Seldrith just donated 500. Seldrith, just thank you. Thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for that. That's really, it's not expected. It's not required or anything, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you, Seldrith. And then the next question, though, was from Sogmaster. Sog said, this is a question specifically for Maplinator. I know you used to do Brothers streams, and they were very enjoyable. Is there any plans on having more installments?
Oh, yeah. So we did a couple of streams. I actually had my brother join me via Discord. I don't not have plans. I'm not like never doing that again. It was fun, but there were obviously heightened, technical issues. And it was a game that we'd already talked about playing together. And I was like, well, maybe we can turn this into a bit of an event. So I guess to do more, we would need something to play together, preferably not a really old game that kept crashing on us, because that was a thing. And he has a job, he has like a brand new baby, so there's obviously like scheduling conflicts as well. So it just so happened that at that time we were able to do a couple close together, and that was really cool. Definitely open to doing more in the future, but yeah, nothing specific planned at the moment. But I'm glad you enjoyed them.
Awesome. All right, and accidentally close the window. See if there's any more questions in here. Nope. So something I did want to bring up, not as just kind of part of the interview, but it's when I'm watching, it's a question I bring up a lot. And I talk to people outside of stream about it, is obviously right now what we're doing, with the podcast here, this is a form of collaboration. Sometimes when you're able to do like ESO content with other ESO content creators, it's collaboration. I did want to ask you like your thoughts on collaboration, because in a lot of different areas of Twitch right now, the meta, for lack of a better term, really is collaboration. Like whether it was when Rust was big, or Minecraft, which has always been big, or GTA 5, these things where you have a light level of roleplay, people want to see it from all angles and do these various collaborative things. With MMOs, other than people doing kind of like dungeons or trials together, you don't see a lot of collaboration. What are your thoughts on like possible avenues or thoughts on increased collaboration within kind of the ESO community, outside of things kind of like podcasts and the like?
I mean, I did one like co-stream with Sonia Plays. That's probably the only thing I can think of in terms of collaboration. Or actually, that's not entirely true. We do the Tamriel Down Under streams. I think the difficult, I think it's really good, I'll say that to start with, to kind of cross-pollinate communities. And I think it really actively combats that perspective that we need to fight over viewers, because we don't. We should be sharing viewers. I'm a big fan of that approach. So I feel like collaboration is very much in that vein. It gives, it's a way of like, I can collaborate with someone, I'm endorsing them to my community, they're endorsing me to their community. It's a way of like enhancing, it's like a raid on steroids really. But at least for me, I find it challenging to like the split focus. So like a co-stream like we did, we basically just both streamed, we were both in Discord, but we were both live on our own separate channels. There was two separate like chat avenues happening. I'm used to just talking, and I'm often in Discord with other people that aren't streaming, and I mute myself in Discord and I just blab away to everyone on the stream and just unmute when I need to say something to the people I'm playing with. I've found it weird to do that with like two people doing the same thing. It's just a sort of like, sort of create a bit of a disconnect. So I'm not sure how to get around that. But the Tamriel Down Under thing is more like a podcast, but we're playing the game at the same time. So we have a dedicated channel. There's a Tamriel Down Under Twitch stream where we can pull all our viewers into one place rather than having them split up in four different channels. We do a Discord voice call like we've done now, video call, sorry, and we have all the cameras down the side, so everyone's in one place. And it just means one person sort of responsible for actually running the technology and actually running the stream. Everyone else just tunes in via video. And those have been really fun. That's kind of there's less pressure on any individual. We all kind of take turns, I guess, chatting, and allows us to, we usually do like dungeons or something together because there's conveniently four of us. Sometimes we rope in Kim from the Australian Bethesda office. So it gives us a chance to like, sort of network a little bit more with the studio. And I think that's really good. But it does come with challenges when you get multiple entertainers. If trying to entertain multiple audiences, it can get a little bit hectic. So
yeah, it's just something I give a lot of thought to, because again, I've kind of brought it up a little bit. I know I'm not the best at any particular part of ESO or the content that I do. So I always try to think like, what's something different. So that's why I bring it up, because when I do Minecraft content, it's easy because if we're all playing on the same server, there's a little bit of light RP to it. People will just tab between it because people are building in different locations and they want to see the different angles. Whereas like ESO, it's like you said, it can be a little hectic if there's those communities. So it's just something I like to bring up just because it's a constant thought of like ways to maybe collaborate in the future or see collaboration.
Yeah, and this sort of format, I'm a big fan of, like sort of, less often, but like sort of concentrated collaboration where it's very clear, what we're doing rather than sort of trying to play together. That being said, I'll tune into one person's stream, and I can see they're in group with someone else that I also know is a streamer, but they're not necessarily doing like a co-stream or anything like that. They just happen to be doing the content together and they're both live on Twitch.
Yeah, that's very fair. It's just, also One Hashira, thank you so much for raiding in. Hello, One Hashira. Hope you had a great stream. Also, anybody who came with One Hashira, welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much, Ectoplasmic, for the follow. Thank you, Ectoplasmic, for the 46 and then the 9 bits. The alerts aren't on because we are doing a podcast and finishing that up. So if you have any questions for Map, I'm going to let Map go here in just a minute. We're a little bit running over what I told Map would go for the time. So if anybody has any like kind of last minute questions for Map, please just kind of post them in chat. But welcome in, One Hashira. HCP said, one scary thought I had kept me from streaming was that I was competing over thought that I was competing over viewers. And I love it how ESO players at least spend time on multiple streams. It's clear that viewers are shared rather than competed over. Yeah, just to kind of comment on that, I do believe viewers are shared because I'm not the only one I've noticed doing this. I watch 3 tabs. I have ADHD, and it's not just people with ADHD. I watch 3 tabs. I will spend like 20, 30 minutes. I'll be involved in chat. I'll be watching what they're doing. But because I want to say hi to people, I'll tab over to someone else. I'll lurk in one and go between the others. So I think a lot of people kind of do that. And even if they don't, it's not really competition. If somebody's regularly going to watch one streamer over another one for ESO content, that doesn't mean it's truly like competition, because we're just giving people choices, especially in the ESO community where I'm very different than Map, and Map is very different than Bizlobo, is different than Sakar, is different than Mini Marie. We're just giving people options to find the streamers and communities that kind of really fit with them. And so I've never viewed it as
everyone's offering something different. like in terms of like the kind of gameplay they're doing, when they're live, what their vibe is like. There's so many differences between, like, no two streams are the same. And so for that reason, I don't see us as in competition with each other at all.
Yeah. And honestly, that was one of the inspirations for, I wanted to do a podcast. I used to do this with my live action role playing, which can't do during COVID, was to have, because how often can I get into a 2-hour call with anybody else who's streaming? It can benefit everybody else who's watching in chat, but also kind of show that, the community is interconnected and we do, communicate and view each other in like very positive lights. So thank you again for, an additional 210 bits, Ectoplasmic. Thank you for that so much. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Whether you came in with one of the raids near the end or you were here from the start. For anybody who didn't catch the entire podcast, I have got the first one out from our first interview with KJ Driz came out yesterday. Our second one with Sakar will come out today. Just so you know, Map here is our sixth interview. So basically, if the second one came out today, 4 days from now, it's going to be on YouTube. It'll be on Spotify for the audio version, as well as the Apple Podcast Store, the Google Podcast Store. So there'll be plenty of places to check it out here in 4 days. I do want to thank you for taking the time to come and do this, Maplinator. It really does mean a lot that you took 2.5 hours out of your evening to sit here, talk about streaming, answer questions, and just kind of be part of this podcast. So thank you very much for coming on. Because that way I can edit to the video, if you can shout out where you can be kind of found around the internet.
Yeah. So if we haven't met before, nice to meet you. My name is Maplinator. I'm twitch.tv/Maplinator. I'm instagram.com/Maplinator. I'm twitter.com/Maplinator. So it's the same name everywhere. I also have a Discord server, but that's a bit hard to share. But if you follow me on Twitch, there's links to all of my other socials on my channel as well. So yeah. Awesome. Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Yeah. Welcome very much. And so, yeah, like I said, I'll get it edited and it'll be on YouTube and all those sources here in 4 days. Thank you again. I will let you get back to the rest of your evening. For the people who are here, what times and days do you usually stream?
Oh, yes. So I stream Monday mornings, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday nights. But those are Australian times. So normally I would, if on a different day, like this is my nighttime, it's 9:30 in the evening for me now. So this time on a Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, I would already have been live for a few hours. And Mondays I go live like 12 hours before now. So that could be Sunday night. For some people, that's a very confusing explanation. But on my channel page, I have a little widget down the bottom that has my schedule, and it converts the live times into your local time, and it has a countdown to my next stream. Yeah. So that's probably an easier way of finding out when I'll be live next.
And I just threw
and I also always post on my stories and my fleets when I go live as well. So.
And I just threw a link in chat to Map's channel, so you can follow that channel, check out the calendar. Thank you again, Map.
Yeah, perfect.
So I'm going to exit the call now. This is always the hardest part because I'm always like, thank you again.
No worries.
I can find my Discord window. Now I'm just awkwardly fidgeting around on there it is.
I'll just wave forever.
Wave. Come on, Discord. There we are. Bye. All right. All right. So that was Maplinator. Thank you everybody again for tuning in. Let me go ahead and catch up here on chat real quick. I'll turn the sound alerts back on. Thank you so much for those bits. Ectoplasmic, thank you for the follow. Thank you for everyone who followed. Thank you for the raid. Minnie Marie and One Hashira. One Hashira is perfectly okay to raid during a podcast. I just was trying to make sure people knew that the only reason we weren't responding to chat, because both Map and me are really big about like staying engaged with chat, is the nature of the podcast means I have to be able to more cleanly edit the audio for a podcast, so we can't respond as quickly. So yeah, thank you everybody for stopping in. So for people who are here, so you know what we're doing with the rest of today and what's going on with the podcast and the channel for the rest of the day here in a little bit.
God, how can you kill a god?
Alerts are playing.
The grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
So we do have another streamer that we will be doing an interview with named Zonovich17 here in a little bit. Then after that, we'll be playing some Elder Scrolls Online. Sorry about that. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to be doing another podcast with Reishi Spores. And then we're going to be settling into a cadence starting the week after that, where we're only going to be doing like 1 or 2 podcasts, but we're just kind of like getting a lot here at the start. So sorry if I missed anything. Go ahead and just use @my name in chat. That way we'll highlight if I missed anything. Oh, I'm far enough back where we're talking about like being hard when and overwhelmed when people cheer. When people come in, who's it mourning for you? Reach Sports feeling I don't deserve this with hype trains. It's hard to get over. Yeah, it's something that didn't come up in the podcast. I think it's really hard with content creation. I think a very, very real thing for a lot of content creators who I've talked to, and including myself, is there is a level of imposter syndrome as you're growing, as people are recognizing you, as people are being kind, or, you know, doing anything along those lines. Oh, Stockmaster, thank you so much for those bits. Speaking of being kind. So not everybody does, but I think a lot of people in content creation, because it is such a solo pursuit, even as you're adding people into the team and growing community, it can be a very solo thing. And Map did mention it. It's very hard to get to a point where you can be critical of yourself so that you can see what you need to improve without being mean to yourself. So I agree, Reishi. It's like you can get that feeling of not deserving it. But yeah, bits are super nice. Thank you. Hello, everybody who came in. Ectoplasmic, River Howl, catching up on chat. Addressed that comment from HCP already. Hey, Nara L. Hey, Nara Elling, thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we just finished up our podcast with Maplinator, which will be live on YouTube and podcast locations here in 4 days. We already have our one up with KJ Driz. Later tonight, we'll have our podcast up we did with Sakar. Speaking of podcasts, there is no requirements on you being any certain size, having streamed for any certain length of time. If anybody who is a content creator, whether it's on YouTube, a podcaster, here on Twitch, if you are interested, I do a mix of reaching out to people and people reaching out to me. If you are interested in doing this podcast in the future, feel free to DM me. I'd love to talk to content creators at all like levels and experiences. I believe every single conversation we've talked to KJ Driz, we've talked to Sakar, Damus Thea, Pirate Steeb, Lady Wolf, and now Maplinator. Each one was such a unique conversation and went in a very interesting and different way that I think there's something to be gained from doing these with anyone. And welcome everybody into the party. I tend to stream surf, says Blasty. That's true. Striker says like 10 tabs. Yeah. Twitch is a very unique platform in which you can lurk and go between multiple tabs. Squishing Tone says, it's been great stream. Thanks to Map. Oh yeah. Thank you so much for those kind words, Squishing Tone. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I love these streams, says Minnie Marie. They're so fun. Awesome. Yeah, we were talking earlier about being scared about doing different games. This was the most fearful thing to take the leap on. First, I had to reach out to a number of people who I knew and ask them to do it, which was already kind of like scary in its own regard, because it can be difficult to reach out and go, hey, do you want to do this thing that's unproven and we haven't done before? But then on top of that, I wasn't sure how people respond, but people seem to genuinely be enjoying these and gaining information or support, or like hearing the same things you're thinking from other people. So I'm really glad it's been really beneficial. People have been enjoying it. Thank you, Ghost Mom. I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. Everybody's saying goodnight to Map. Hello, Zushika. So yeah, but don't worry, Nara. So let me go ahead and I can't shout out everyone here who is a streamer, but I want to now that things have died down, in case anybody somehow doesn't know who some of these people are. Minnie Marie, Elder Scrolls streamer, but not just an Elder Scrolls streamer, streams a variety of different games. Wonderful, wonderful streamer. Very, very enjoyable streams. Thank you so much. Also, one Hashira, who we met raiding not too long ago, streams Elder Scrolls Online, but also a lot of different games, Monster Hunter World, things like that. Both very fabulous streamers. And Nara, who just followed, I didn't put the shout out, is also a wonderful streamer. I know there's a lot of other streamers in here too, but I just wanted to like try to shout out some of these wonderful people, so that if you don't know them, you can click the links, give a follow, and yeah, see if their content's your cup of tea. Like we discussed, not every streamer is going to be for every person, but the more people can learn about different streamers, the more you can find the ones that you really, enjoy and want to be part of their communities. With that said, however, it looks like I'm caught up on chat. So I need to stretch, need to use the restroom. I've been live for 3 hours. It was a really, really great interview. I really enjoyed Maplinator being on. So grateful to Map. Another shout out for Map as well. But I do have, like I said, we're doing back-to-back filmings of these podcasts today. So I have another streamer by the name of Zonovich17 who will be coming on for my next one. So I need to take a break. I need to stretch. It is now almost 7 a.m. for me, but I had to get up to do this one to work on the fact that me and Map are on different sides of the planet to be able to do it at 4 a.m. So I need to take a little bit of a break. So as I always say, the most valuable thing that we have in this world is time. So whether you're here for a minute or you're here from the start of the stream, thank you for taking any time out of your life and your day, spending it with us here at the podcast. For anybody who will not be here when I get done with my break, I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, whatever time it may be. Thank you so much for stopping by. For everybody else, I'm going to take probably about a 10-minute break. Before I do that, though, we like to give away our embroidered octopus beanie. It has a embroidered pink octopus on like a black beanie. So I'm going to go ahead and get a giveaway started for that before I take off for my break. And when I go to the BRB screen, I'll make sure I put some music on as well. So let's get the giveaway up and going first. Hey, Steve, good to see you. Love you, buddy. Pirate Steve did one of these podcasts too. Like I said, if anybody's interested, who's a streamer, no matter how long, no matter the size of your audience, just reach out to me, DM me. I'd be more than happy to set up a time sometime in the next couple of months to do that. So there we go. We got the giveaway going. Let me turn on some music. And then, again, for anybody who won't be here when I get back, thank you so much for taking time and spending it. For the rest of you, I will see you in about 10 minutes. Love ya.
know what I need. Looking at her, looking at me.
everybody. I'm back. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sovereign B, thank you. Sorry I was away when you did that, but Miasma 13, Don't Cry Wolf, Narzi, Club Roxy, and Scarfarn. Welcome to the party, Krakens. There we go. Welcome to the party, Krakens. Enjoy the emotes, extra ticket and giveaways, and remember to always
Release the party.
So I am going to, first things first, going to go ahead and get set up for our next guest real quick. So I'm going to pause all of the channel rewards that are not the guest question real quick, other than like all the ones that would cause sounds or things like that. I'm going to pause those. Perfect. And oh, hey, thank you, Wrecked by Alec 466 for following. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Loctopus party. So just a heads up before we bring our next guest on. The way it works during the podcast is it's hard for us to respond to chat throughout. So it's set for just 25 channel points. You can use that at any time to ask a question. That way, when we get to the end of the interview, we'll have all those questions that you came up along the way, and you'll have to like try to remember them till the very end. Making sure that's turned on because it wasn't turned on for the first part of the last one, so I want to make sure it's set up right. And it is good. Perfect. Yeah, thank you for following. Also, probably won't be able to call out much in the ways of follows and things like that throughout, but I will make sure I call those all out at the end. So I'm going to real quickly get our tech set up for our next guest. Feel free to chat away or ask any questions till we're actually off and going on the podcast as well. All right, back to the interview screen. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump into a Discord call and format the video now with Zano. Virtual webcam. Perfect. It is good to go. Perfect. All right. Going to jump in a call now with Zanovich. Thank you for the welcome backs. Thank you for the people contributing to the cocktail stream. For some people who don't know what that is, I've never done a drinking stream, so I didn't want to do a drinking stream, but it's basically going to be a community stream where I have a whole like bartender setup where I will be mixing various cocktails and we'll be playing things like Jackbox and Among Us and things like that. Hey Zano, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
Hey. All right, I'm gonna mute our microphones real quick, chat, just long enough for us to get everything situated. So bear with me for a few minutes while that's you'll see my mouth moving, but you won't hear me. But that's just because we're getting set up real quick.
Yes. Perfect.
Hello, everybody. Need to just crop the video real quick so it fits. Thank you so much for the raid, Lady Cub. Good to see you. We're about to do an interview for those who just came in before we play some ESO. We are doing our Tavern Talks podcast. We just finished up with Maplinator. So next up we have Zonovich. I just need to real quickly crop this so it fits how it's supposed to real quick. And then he'll unmute and we'll be able to get it going. But thank you so much, Lady Cup. How was your stream? Since we're still getting set up, let's get you a shout out. How was your stream? And welcome in Raiders. Good to see you all. Please check out Lady Cub if you haven't before. Lady Cub's a fabulous streamer. Was doing some Minecraft the other day, waiting for the servers to come back. Does a lot of ESO. Tremendous person, tremendous streamer. Please check her out if you get the chance. Give a follow. Follows cost nothing, and you can check out her content, see if it's something you like. Now I just got to, let's see. Manually crop this. This is real quick. There we go. Crop that way. That way. Just got to crop the top a little more. And then I'll catch up on chat before we start the interview as soon as I get this cropped up. Hey, thank you so much for following Venomous Heart. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Octopus Party. Do a lot of ESO and other games here, but we also do a podcast, which is what we're setting up for now. And let's make Zono a bit bigger. Not too big. There we go. And I think we are almost good here. And boom. Perfect. All right. Can you hear me okay, Zonovich?
Yes.
Perfect.
There we go.
All right. I just need to raid came in, so I want to call it. People try it. Again, please check out Lady Cub if you haven't. Thank you so much for that raid, Lady Cub. Thank you so much for the follow. Venomous Tart. Good to see everybody. Thanks for hyping this up. Good to see you, Twitchy Bishy. Good to see you, Steve. Everybody else who's here, Zushika. Hello, everyone. Sorry, my computer broke as we raided. Technical difficulties have been the lay of the land today. Mini Maria had some technical difficulties earlier as well before she raided in. So, all right. So yeah, once again, so the way the Tavern Talks podcast works, this is going to be our 7th episode. Our 6th one was just with Maplinator. They're going to be put out once a day on my YouTube channel. They're also going to be available. In the first episode with KJ Drews is currently available on Spotify, and within a few days they'll be available on the Google Podcast and Apple Podcasts as well. And I'm going to be putting out the one we did with Sakar next. So each day one should be coming out going forward. So with that, there is a channel point reward. All the other ones are paused. It's only 25 chat points. That way, since it's hard to respond to chat while we're doing the podcast, if you just put the question in there, I will be able to ask those in the Q&A at the end. So, and then afterwards we'll be doing some ESO. So appreciate you. So with that, we'll go ahead and start the podcast. Welcome, Zonovich17. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here and wanting to be part of the Tavern Talks podcast.
Of course. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, not a problem. So just basically to start out the podcast here on Tavern Talks, we're just going to keep it really conversational. I do have some bullet points and stuff to kind of go through, but for the most part, whatever comes up, comes up. The bullet points are more for if there's lulls in conversations, but there is kind of just to start with for some kind of basic information. When did you start streaming? And in addition to when you started, what made you make the decision to start streaming?
So I've been on Twitch for a long time now. Like I've had my account for a long time. I watched a lot of streamers. And so initially I started streaming like 2 years ago. I did like a couple here and there for like a few months. But they were really, really shitty Xbox streams. They were like no camera. No, I'm sorry. Am I allowed to swear? Is that okay?
Yeah, you can
with
you can swear.
Okay.
Here. That's perfectly okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. So yeah, I did a bunch of really terrible Xbox streams. And then I just stopped because it was dumb. And then when I really started like getting into it and I had my whole setup and got my PC was April 25th of last year. So I started then. It was kind of I had always wanted to try it out. And I enjoy video games. I enjoy talking to people, so it just kind of made sense to me. But then also, with pandemic stuff, I was like, I can't go outside, so why not just start talking to people and hanging out with people in the comfort of my own home?
Yeah, I think during the pandemic that brought a lot of people to Twitch or more invested in Twitch was being able to kind of make that connection. Something I do want to kind of call out is like streaming is very interesting in that there is so many different ways to do it. So it sounds like when you started out, you were, just streaming casually, because it's kind of like somebody saying that they, reference I like to use is like play basketball, because you could just be playing basketball with, your friends. Maybe you're part of a community league, or, maybe you're a pro basketball player. So I think all various levels of streaming are definitely valid. But yeah, there is a big difference between streaming occasionally every once in a while and making the commitment to kind of want to try to grow.
Yes. And this was, my first Xbox streams were like those early Fortnite days streams. So that it was that bad. It was that cringy, I had no idea what I was doing, but I saw everybody else was streaming Fortnite, so I got on that. And I'm glad that I've evolved since then.
I mean, I think all games are really valid. There's a lot of great streamers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Fortnite, but yeah, I think also.
Oh no, I mean, yeah.
It's really important to be able to find the games that you want to be streaming. Another question I'd really like to start with at the start of stream, and this is really open-ended on purpose. It's a very vague question, but describe your style for someone who's never caught one of your streams. If you're trying to explain like what it's going to be like their first time at a Zonovich 17 stream.
Yeah, that's a tough question actually. Because I guess that's something I've never really thought about, is like what my style of streaming is. And I guess pretty casual, and pretty conversational. I really like talking to chat. Even like right now while we're doing this, I like keep doing one of these towards my chat. But I think I like to have a very like friendly vibe of when somebody comes in. I don't want that awkward moment of you go into a stream and you go, hey, how's it going? Maybe I want to stay in this community, maybe I don't. I kind of want people to come in and be like, oh, hey, this is like an inviting party. When you walk in and everybody's like, hey, you, I know you, and you're just invited in. And I feel very fortunate to have the core community that I do, that really every time somebody comes in, everybody's like, hey, what's up? At whatever you are. And I feel really fortunate that I have people that foster that same kind of community feeling that I want to foster.
Yeah, and I think community is a really, really kind of a important thing. And it's definitely something I really like to talk about. We're definitely going to talk about that more in a little bit. But just going to stay focused on like things like when you first started, you were on Xbox, but since you've been streaming more regularly, streaming from a PC, what are some goals you have? Either goals you've had or, worked towards or have now for your future as a streamer?
So that's tough because, when I first started, I had like some really clear set out goals of, when I first started, I was like, I want to be an affiliate. And that happened, surprisingly quickly because I had I had like both my parents would open my stream up and my fiance would open my stream up, and I was like, there's my 3 average viewers. Uh, but then my next goal was that I wanted to do a charity stream, which we did a charity stream, which was awesome. And then since then, it's kind of been, all right, where do we go from here, right? And what's the next step? And actually, that's been something personally in my life that I've been working on lately, is not just looking for those big milestones of like, oh, I'm going to be partner next. That needs to be my next thing, is going for partner. And instead going, I had a really good day today. And that was my goal, was to have a really good, fun stream. Or, I had some good clip worthy content. That was really cool for me. And so I think that I don't really have huge goals or huge aspirations for streaming, but I'm trying to instead enjoy like small little victories along the way.
Yeah, I think you actually called it 2 really great things there. I'm going to go to the first one. Is a lot of people, it can take varying lengths of time depending on support networks, communities you're coming from, and things like that to sometimes get to affiliate. And I think something that people kind of overlook, and again, maybe not everybody has the closest ties with their family or their friends, but that was something else that I did as well, as I kind of reached out. And while they might not be forever viewers, though some of my friends did become kind of forever viewers, you do have people, and I think sometimes people only look at finding those views needed for affiliate from off of Twitch, and don't think about like reaching out to a support network they have if they happen to have one. So I think it's great that you mentioned that. And the other thing is, you mentioned not having any goals as far as like, partner and these big goals, but I do think you mentioned something that I like to talk about as far as goals go, because goals can be something basically as simple as that. Like, my goal is to try to find, like, my personal goal is I try to find one thing every stream that I think went well, that was good, and build off of that. And my second goal is I try to find one thing that didn't go as well as I would have liked it, and try to find a small way to improve it, to make changes. So I think you saying like goals to have fun, be more energetic, things like that are, I think, as valid a goal as my next goal is to be partner. Some people function really well on like, in 2 years, I want to have this, and other people function better under like smaller goals.
Yes, definitely.
So I think that's really great that you called that out, because I think people who are streaming, it's good for them to know like what works for them, and not think like your goal after affiliate has to be partner.
Right.
Because something that's been mentioned by a number of people in past streams is like, you can really burn yourself out doing partner pushes, and it might not always be the healthiest approach depending on how your mindset is.
Yeah. Well, and I felt like when I was thinking that way initially, I would have a stream where it would just, it wouldn't be a good stream. There wouldn't be a lot of people that showed up, and it would be so like crushing to me almost. Like, it would be just this big blow where you're like, dang, like, what did I do wrong that didn't have people showing up? And now that I'm not going, oh, well, it needs to be these huge streams because I need to be progressing, because I need to be partner. At least personally for me, I feel like that's helped me to rein it in a little bit, and not be looking so, oh, I need to be this. Like, I'm okay with where I'm at. I'm still having fun. And at the end of the day, like, that's why I stream, is because I like doing it and I like talking to people. And if I have, 2 people in chat and I can just talk to them all night, that's awesome. That's all I want. That's all I need, So,
yeah. And I think there's a lot to be said there as well about refining your skills, finding what doesn't work for you, developing yourself as a streamer so that you're ready when those growth opportunities do happen to present themselves. versus like you said, if you're always focused on numbers, and some people can do really well focused on numbers, but if you're always focused on numbers,
Yeah.
you might find yourself in a position where you're like, well, I did this and I usually get 10 people, but I tried a new game and I got 5. So instead of being able to take risks, and honestly, a lot of evolution that we have as people, as creative people, comes from taking risks. It can, if you get so fixated on numbers, can make you, I find, more unwilling to take risks.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
and then kind of talking in that kind of regard, obviously growing as a streamer, communities grow over time. They grow at different rates. How have you kind of changed from the person who was not the person who was streaming from their Xbox with no camera per se, but from the person who was like reaching out to their parents to make sure you had the 3 people to hit affiliate, to where you're at, 6-7 months later? How have you grown? Not necessarily how has your community grown, but how have you as a streamer grown?
Man, that's another actually tougher question. Because I feel like in the past year that I've been streaming, not only have I changed a lot streaming wise and online here, but in my personal life, I feel like I've changed a lot and made a lot of growth. Which, as somebody who tries to include a lot of themselves in their streaming, has really affected my streaming. So I feel like just the way that I approach streaming is a lot different now than it was. Whereas I used to approach streaming as just, I don't want to say like I expect people to show up, but almost like an expectation of people to show up, of if I didn't have that same person that was coming to the last 3 streams come to this stream, I was like, well, dang, I got to change games, or I got to do this, or I got to do that. Instead of just going, people are busy, people have lives. I'm just chilling here, doing my thing, having fun. And I think at a certain point, it was becoming more about the, gosh, I'm trying to think of ways to say things without sounding like a jerk. But like, at one point it almost became more about the attention and the kind of positive reinforcement that I was getting from other people watching the stream than actually just having fun and getting to know people and content. And I took a break in December, and I didn't stream for like a month, and I came back. I definitely saw an impact to the streaming, but I definitely feel like a much healthier streamer now, if that makes sense. Where I feel like I'm more able to be a genuine version of myself and talk to people and just be what I want to be.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with like focusing on external expectations versus like internal expectations,
Yes.
or things that you have control over versus the things that you don't have control over. You
Yes.
can change your outlook on how you view it, work more on like how you connect with people, which in the long run probably is going to lead to more people sticking around, which
Yeah.
is what you're doing after your break, kind of as you reevaluated, or do what you're doing before where like, it's all looking at the numbers. So if a person doesn't come back, you're more concerned with like that person not coming back. Is it my game? Is it my time of day versus,
Mhm.
how can it be more engaging? Like you said, people have lives.
Right.
Some people might stick around for a few streams, then just might not be,
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it's really good you did that. And I think that also speaks to something else I like to bring up, which is I think it's really good to take a break. Like it's scary to take a break, and not everyone has to take a break, but sometimes what you need, even if it means your numbers are going to be a bit lower when you come back, is to take the time to either reevaluate, recenter yourself, figure out how you're going to approach things differently. So I think it's really good that you were willing to take that break, because sometimes you do need to step away to like look, from an outside point of view.
Yes, absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
And then kind of like the last thing I like to bring up as in like kind of the little getting to know you questions is, did you have any like inspiration? Are there people you look to for inspiration, whether they're bigger streamers? They could be external people from other mediums. Some people find their inspiration internally. Like for me, I get a lot of inspiration when I look at, like when I'm looking at larger streamers, not in terms of their size, but like I take a lot, even though my content's very different, from a really major streamer named Ludwig. And because I also am a gambling type personality, Ludwig always does things with stakes. There's always some like stakes to it. Like I'm going to do this or I won't in stream, or if this happens, I will in stream, or if I don't do this, I'm going to gift this many subs. And I think the idea of stakes works so well for me. So that was a big inspiration for me as an example. What sort of inspirations do you have?
Well, that's cool. Actually, that explains your anti-up thing, which I still have never won anything on your channel. So I'm kind of a little angry about that, but we'll get to that later. But I think definitely a lot of sources. I always, whenever I'm doing school or anything, because I'm in college right now, I'll have a streamer up on my other monitor. But I think two of the bigger inspirations that I've had are, one, I was following this smaller streamer that I knew, and they were doing pretty well. But sometimes they would just say some things that would just be really off-putting, and it would kind of like push people out of their community, or they'd like specifically call out people in chat, and it got really uncomfortable. And I stopped watching this streamer because of that. But it kind of made me go, well, I could do that better. Like that's something I could do. Which again, man, I'm really making myself come across as like a pompous jerk.
I actually don't think you're coming across like a pompous jerk at all. I will watch streamers like, you know, if I, back when I was just a viewer, years and years and years of just being, you know, a Twitch viewer, you know, I wouldn't watch streamers that weren't necessarily my cup of tea. But now, like, I'll watch them because, like, if they're doing well, or if people are connecting with them, there's something there. And sometimes, in that case, sometimes maybe they're doing something that you go, I definitely want to avoid that pitfall. And sometimes it's something they're doing well. Like, I think, you know, we're long past the days of like, how dare you do something similar to me? Like, really, a lot of it's about the yoink and the twist. It's about like, I see this thing, I'm gonna have to change it to make it work for me, but this is something I can add to my channel, or oh, that's something I don't want to add. So I think you don't come off like a jerk, because it's not like you're name dropping and like disparaging the person by name. You're just saying, hey, I saw this thing and I go, you know, I think that's something I would like to avoid in my community.
And then I think the other streamer that probably has inspired me the most is, I have always watched Dr. Lupo, which I don't know if you've ever watched Dr. Lupo, but he always does this big fundraiser for St. Jude's, like every single year, and he'll raise like $2 million for St. Jude's. And every single time he does it, like, I'll watch as much as I can. He does this 24-hour stream, which is what inspired me to do my 24-hour charity stream. And since I've been on Twitch, that's something that I always thought was so cool. And I was like, wow, that's cool that, like, you know, somebody can just play video games and then they can go out and change lives like that and like raise all this money. And so that's why when I started streaming, doing a charity stream was such a big goal for me, is because I had watched these Dr. Lupo streams so much and was very inspired by that. So
yeah, that's really awesome. It's really good. Like I say, it's great whether it's looking for those drinks and things, or going, this is something I really enjoy in a stream, so I want to incorporate that in my own, or something like inspirational, like you got from the charity streams with Dr. Lupo. And kind of before we move on to like talking about communities, something kind of like just a little story. So when Zonovich had been streaming on Xbox for a while and had started streaming on PC before me, but when I was getting set up to stream, we both ended up in one of those like new streamer Discords. Neither one of us spent, I don't feel like, a lot of time there, but I did find Zonovich's stream, like one of the first streams I found from another like smaller creator. And I'm just telling the story because it was really funny. And then like, so I'd watched on and off, like when Zonovich was on, would like check in. Then took his break, and then one day KJ raided, and lo and behold, here's Zonovich, this person like that we both found ourselves in one of those kind of like, I mean, I'm not going to call it out too much, but like slightly predatory in a little ways, like
a little sketchy,
like you get in there and like, this is for benefit, and everybody's like saying follow for follow, and you're like,
yeah.
Homer into the bushes, like this isn't where I want to be at all. But it's just kind of cool that like how it circled back around. So it's not really related to anything we were talking about, but I just think it's really, really cool. But that is where like I'm really big on pushing myself. That's I think where I identify with you is like, you know, we've both done the Wings of Death at different times, the Hot Ones challenge. We both pushed ourselves for 24-hour stuff. So it's really like inspiring, like even watching from a distance, seeing other people who are newer to this, like pushing their limits. Because I really think you learn a lot about yourself, succeed or fail when you push your limits like that.
I will say this is the first time that we've ever like talked, like had a conversation. But I just remember it because when you first followed my stream, I had maybe like 5 or 6 subscribers that weren't gifted, that I didn't know like personally in real life. And you subscribed to me really, really early on. And I was like, who the hell is this guy? And I was like, oh my gosh, like this new person that I don't know subscribed to me. And I felt so good. It made me so happy. And I remember like after my stream, I went to my fiance. I was like, somebody subscribed to me that I don't know. And yeah, you definitely made that stream for me, because that was pretty early on in my, like I had just started streaming Elder Scrolls maybe like a week before you subscribed to me. So
oh wow,
it made my whole week.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's really
it was funny.
Really great to hear. Yeah, kind of going back and speaking about community, something I always bring up. Sometimes, you know, like a garden, you have to like pull some weeds out of it. Sometimes like a bonsai tree, you have to shape it a little bit. Basically our communities kind of grow around our content and what we like allow or don't allow or encourage. So like what ways have you kind of shaped your community since you've been streaming?
So I definitely don't discourage my community from being trolls a little bit. But I always try to make sure that it's centered towards me. Like I don't want my chat to be toxic to each other ever, and they never are. They're really, really nice to each other. But I've always kind of tried to make sure that if there were any like jabbing jokes, like direct them at me, because I can use that and I can like let that bounce off into some more content and riff off of that and make jokes about that. So I think, you know, if you spend any time in my chat, they'll make some ruthless jokes, and they'll make some trolly things, and I definitely have kind of built my community around just me doing dumb stuff and chat making fun of me for it.
Yeah.
So
use the quote, I learned it from watching you, Dad, is very true about communities. I always like to hear how people kind of shape their communities, because yeah, if that's the sort of thing, like for you, the jabbing jokes and the teasing, the light trolling is content. And then for somebody else, that might not be something, but yeah, it's, I always like to bring it up because, you know, sometimes like shaping your community is getting rid of toxic elements. A lot of times it's just like what you encourage and things like that. So I think it's really cool to hear how different streamers kind of develop those communities. Because when people come in who are new, they see how the existing chat interacts with you, and they kind of, you know, follow suit. So that's kind of sets that foundation.
Yeah, and I feel pretty fortunate so far on my Twitch journey. I haven't really had many people come in and be like really, really toxic to me. And maybe one or two, but you know, it's not like I get hurt by it. I'm pretty good at like turning around and talking back. But I don't think I've had to ban anybody ever for coming into my chat, other than the hey, you want to be famous? Yeah,
Well,
those
that's
ones.
that's not a purpose.
That's it. That's the only. That's
Yeah,
the only
that
dance I've had to do
we
on my
all
channel.
have that bot.
Yep, that's the only ones. So I feel very fortunate in that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like this for you, but another thing I think is really important in shaping the community is like the people you have, whether they be friends or people you've met from your community that you have as like mods. Because at least for me, like my mods like Kai and HCP, they do a lot to remind me of things or, you know, handle shout outs and stuff like that, but also make sure like the community is like encouraged or discouraged from certain things. And so I don't know if you have that kind of same experience with your mods kind of also helping keep the community kind of like developing in a way.
Yeah, so I gotta tread lightly with my words here, because my head mod, I guess you would say, is my fiance, which is awesome, Zushika, and she's always hanging around. So she does pretty good at keeping people in line, but also she is a big proponent of roasting. So I definitely get roasted a lot just from my mod team. And then I only have 2 mods. My other one, which is Bilbo. Bilbo also is a very big roaster. So they definitely encourage chat along those lines. And both of them are people that I know in real life. I don't have any mods yet that I have met through Twitch or anything. But Bilbo and I used to work together long time ago at Starbucks. And now Bilbo is a big supporter. So
Fair enough. My first mods were also like, yeah, close friends. So
also I was watching your talk earlier, your previous podcast, and you never told me that I was supposed to wear a tank top, and I felt like I missed a memo. Both of you were wearing tank tops earlier.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shoot, I didn't put one on today.
For our audio listeners on the podcast, we filmed both episodes 6 and 7 on the same day, and me and Maplinator wore basically the same black tank top, incidentally. So for any of our audio listeners who are wondering what's being referenced, it's we shot these on the same day, and yeah. Sorry, I didn't give you the everybody going forward on Tavern Talks needs to. We're gonna change it to Tank Top Talks. So
definitely, yeah. Why not? I mean, I need to hit the gym a few times before I come to the next one. Then so.
You did mention like you just started ESO before I'd found your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you do a lot of variety in general, but we do like ESO is like the main community that I've been spending a lot of time in and growing in. So like we do have kind of a focus in the podcast talking a little bit about ESO before talking about other games. So I'm just curious, what made you make the selection to not just try ESO, but decide to use it as a game that you stream?
So when I started streaming, I didn't really know what to stream, because there were games that I enjoyed, but I was like, well, I don't have anybody to play them with. And they're all games that require like a team or something like that. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just, play some story games. And I started out with story games, but then I'd finish a story game in a week or less. And then I'd start on another one, and I'd finish that, and I'd start on it. And so I started like buying games almost every week. And so I was like, well, I'm not making enough money on streaming to be buying a new game every week. So I better get something that'll last me a while. And I've always really liked MMOs, and I've played MMOs since I was really young. I played Lord of the Rings online religiously through high school, and had a lot of good experiences on that, and learned a lot about the MMO communities from that, good and bad. So I just went online, I think, and I looked up like what are good MMOs right now, and it was like World of Warcraft, and I was like, I don't know if I want to stream that. And I saw Elder Scrolls Online, and I was like, well, that kind of looks like a fun game. Like I always have really enjoyed the Elder Scrolls series. I couldn't even tell you an ungodly amount of time in Skyrim. So I was like, oh, why not try that? And so I downloaded it and I started it, and it was fun. And so I just kept going with it. But yeah, I'll go to different games still, obviously, and I'll try different games still. But
Yeah, I originally started in just chatting. That's where I kind of cut my teeth on streaming. But I played ESO for years. My issue was not buying games because too many Steam sales. I have a lot of games, but when I would try other games that I hadn't played before, like I wouldn't know how like that would relate to me being able to like respond to chat. And then I realized like, oh, ESO, even though I have to start over because moving from PlayStation to PC, because I don't have most both on PlayStation anymore, I can just stop at any point unless I'm in like group content and just handle chat. And so that's kind of what brought me to it as well, was kind of like maybe not needing to buy more games, but just the ability to have this game where I could do so much and also just like stop what I'm doing if I needed to.
yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's like I said, as somebody that really likes to watch chat and interact with them, it's been a really perfect game for me. Because I mean, yesterday I was talking to chat and I think my horse was running into every rock along the way as I was going, but I was able to talk to them and participate in that. So that's been something really good about that.
As far as what are good or what are large MMOs, I've followed that for years. It's basically always WoW first, and then depending on circumstances, usually every once in a while another MMO will spike, but for the last 5 years it's always the number 2, 3, and 4 spots, and they rotate are Final Fantasy 14, Elder Scrolls Online, and old school RuneScape are the 3 that mostly, and occasionally Black Desert Online will pop up.
Yeah, yeah. And I was not feeling the old school RuneScape, but
yeah, I that wasn't a game I ever played, but I have friends who absolutely adore that game. As far as ESO goes, is that a game that you're still streaming? Like I said, when I originally found you were playing ESO, but I wasn't sure if you were still rotating ESO into your lineup or not.
Yeah, I actually just did it yesterday, and probably if I have time after this, I'll do it today too.
Awesome.
I've been trying to relearn everything. I think it was like 2 weeks that I didn't play it at all, because I was just playing other games, and I was really into Valheim for a second there, and we had a little bit of a sponsored stream with a game that we were playing, and so I just didn't touch ESO, and now that I'm getting back into it, it's like relearning everything. I don't know what's going on with all the CP change stuff. I'm having to learn it fresh. Like I barely had a grasp on CP before, and now I don't know what's going on.
Oh, the new system's actually pretty intuitive once you start getting into it. But yeah, that said, starting to stream ESO for me as somebody who had years and years of experience on console, I did not realize how much I didn't know about the game. There's just so much to the game.
So much.
So when it comes to your ESO, we'll move on to the other games you stream here after the next couple of questions. But what content do you like? Stream basically anything, or do you have like specific content? Like some people just like to stream like the PvP aspects or the trials. Some people like to just do housing. Some people like to just do a little bit of everything. Just curious if you have specific content you enjoy streaming, or if it's just kind of like a little bit of everything.
It's whatever happens that day, pretty much. And I know we've talked about this before, and it's a really, really bad habit that I have of when I go into things, I just kind of go, whatever happens, happens. And I'm not really looking at like, oh, I need to make this specific content, which I know I need to do. But it's kind of how I live my life anyway, of like, we'll see where the day takes me. And so that's kind of what I feel like I do every time I get on ESO is, I'll get on. Maybe I'll start grinding dungeons. Maybe I'll go and do some PvP. Maybe I'll just run around and try to find glitches. I don't know. It'll happen.
Yeah, and there is just a lot to do. Because there is so many things. Because as someone with ADHD, I could be really, really, really into dungeons or trials for a while, and then I could just want to grab sky shards or do housing. And I feel like
Mhm.
for a game you're streaming, to be able to, if you want to switch gears, you can, or if you want to, you can just make all of your content about that one like specific
Yes.
aspect that you enjoy. So another question, the last question I'd like to ask about ESO, because it's super open-ended and there's no like real right or wrong answer, because the answer to this has gone from everything to it means absolutely nothing to very kind of deep answers. There's a hashtag people like to use, which is the hashtag ESO fam. Does that hashtag have any particular meaning to you? Just curious your thoughts on it. Not in any like positive or negative way. I'm just curious because it is a hashtag a lot of people use,
Yeah.
and it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people.
I think that for me, what I've really enjoyed about this game is the people that I've met just randomly, even if it's somebody in a dungeon that I'm in and they're just really friendly. I think that the whole ESO community feels much more friendly than any other MMO that I've played. And so I guess whenever I see that, that's kind of what I think of, is like it is a big community of people that just kind of help each other, and yeah, I mean, I've had maybe two bad interactions the entire time that I've played the game, which is very rare for any video game. And so I guess to me, it's like everybody is so interconnected, and you can literally pick up and play with anybody and you're going to have a good time. So, yeah.
Yeah. And obviously there is no community or no game that's devoid of toxicity.
No.
There is definitely toxic elements here and there, but I do feel like the percentages of them seem to be lower. And I think one of the reasons for that might just be because ESO, while it is a big game, definitely still, if we're just looking at like Twitch, if you look at the Twitch directory for Elder Scrolls Online, and you look at the Twitch directory for World of Warcraft, ESO directory is, a little more niche, a little more small. And I think
Yes.
there's a lot more people who like in ESO, I see a lot of people like, I'm thinking about getting this game. And I see a lot of people like, yes, like
Yeah.
really encouraging. And another thing, like as I've started streaming it, even before I stream it, when I was just watching streamers, there's a lot less divisions. And it's come up a number of people on the podcast below, Maplinator and others have kind of brought up before. Basically, there's less kind of divisions. Like you might find in other ones, like if you're not a certain size, or you're not part of a certain group, people aren't going to help you out. But I've noticed like some of the bigger streamers in ESO will reach out and help smaller streamers. And I think that's really kind of a cool part about the community. And that for me is like, I think what it means to me is just like this more like mindset, something that Reishi Spores likes to say that I've taken to say is the concept of community, not competition. I think that manifests a lot in ESO.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, like, probably my first ever substantial sized raid was KJ. And I mean, I didn't know who KJ was at all. I didn't really know anybody in the ESO community, and I randomly got raided by KJ. I don't even remember what kind of, I think it was like a mid-size, I'd say like a 20-ish viewer stream that I was having, and which is real good for me. And I went over and I raided Miss Domeshot. And I didn't know her before then. Zushika had just found her and was like, hey, you should raid this person. And then I went into your chat and both of them were there, and I was like, oh, hey, there's these two people that I met. I've had, I don't know if you know Rubinsky. He has been in my streams before. Really cool guy, but really big streamer, really big YouTube audience. Super chilled, down to earth, like doesn't have any sort of ego on him. Just a nice guy, and doesn't mind sharing his community, doesn't mind sharing his knowledge. Even, he's talked to me before about ESO and streaming and stuff, and that's really cool. That it's not this, oh, this is my community and I'm keeping it for myself. I feel like almost more than any other game that I've played, post stream, people are passing their communities to somebody else, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's really easy on platforms in content creation where there can be a lot of focus on grind culture and a lot of focus on the numbers, like we talked about early on. When you're focused on the numbers, to start viewing viewers as this kind of finite resource, and so that can sometimes breed competition. But I do think a lot of people don't view it that way, and that's really great to, like, again, bigger streamers, medium streamers reaching out, helping smaller streamers, being willing to raise smaller streamers. I think are really amazing. Amazing part of the community, and I'm really glad that, like, that's been your experience, and it seems like that's been a lot of people's experience. I mean, that's my experience here with the podcast. Honestly, I reached out to a lot of people of varying, sizes, who I started with the people I knew the best, but they're all of varying sizes, and everybody was really willing to do it. And I think that's been really great.
It's awesome.
Kind of moving on to kind of other games. So you already do variety. But I'm just curious if you ever feel like the pressure to not be pigeonholed by others, but kind of pigeonhole yourself in a game. Like, oh, I'm doing well with this game, so maybe I don't switch the games. Like, I know there's sometimes people can feel a lot of fear trying things new. So I'm just curious if you've experienced those kind of feelings where you feel like you need to pigeonhole yourself doing a specific game or things like that.
Yeah, we literally just talked about this yesterday in my chat. So it's funny that you bring that up, because I mean, ESO tends to be a game that will bring in more people for me right now. So I'll play that, usually get more people than if I go off and play something else. But my chat kind of yelled at me yesterday and was like, go play whatever you want. We would rather you're like playing something, having fun, than not having fun, basically. And I had a struggle where I played GTA for a while. I was playing GTA Online. Really fun, really good content, had really, really good streams with it. But then I just got so bored. And that's another problem I have with games, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But I got so bored with it. But I was playing it and playing it and playing it because people loved it and people were coming for it. And then one day I was like, I just can't play this game anymore. There's nothing for me to do. But there's hackers. Like, I can't play it. And I stopped playing it and immediately saw this big dip in numbers. And I was like, well, I guess, like, I could go back and play this game that I'm not having fun with, or I can, find something else and hopefully people will come back or new people will show up. And then that's what happened with ESO, is I found that and started getting an audience with that. And I'm still struggling, man, of getting that out of my head of not going, oh, I need to play this to keep people, and just go, yeah, I'll play whatever I want today, because I just want to have fun.
It's a really delicate balance, and a lot of it has to, like, I guess, again, like, as you grow as a kind of creator, figuring out what it is you want to do. So, like, for myself, like, I enjoy playing ESO. Even before I was streaming, I could play it for months straight with no other game. But I had to start transitioning recently, like doing things like the podcast here, doing marbles on stream, and doing other games, because I also know me that if I do that, there's going to come a point where I won't want to play ESO for a month. And then if all I've ever done is create a community around ESO and then I suddenly switch, I figured that would be more jarring than, just having lower numbers when I'm doing other content. But it can be scary, especially if things are going super well and you're really enjoying what you're doing. It can be hard to kind of make yourself go, like the podcast here, like, it was very difficult for me. I did do it, but it was, at first I was like, well, are people even going to enjoy the podcast? And you kind of have to just be like, this is what I want to do, not maybe necessarily like willy-nilly, but like, if it's what you want to do as a creator. I've seen a lot more creators who are large, friends of mine who've been doing Twitch for a long time, struggle more when they make the decision later to move towards variety or something else than the ones who mix some in at the start and kind of got their communities used to, like, I do other things.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I do want to put more variety in my streams. That's like something on the little checkbox agenda.
And that said, that's when I talk about variety, that's just depending on the type of streamer where, again, that's as you grow, figuring out what you want to do. Because again, I also know people who are like, I do ESO PvP, very specific part of ESO. That's what they do. That's what they want to stream. That's what they've streamed for years. But that's what they love doing. So like, I guess it's part of it growing as creators when you're like us, where we have both been doing this kind of less than a year, like slowly kind of figuring out what it is we want to be when we grow up.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, I get really, really bored with games really easily. Which is just part of my personality. Of if I play something for, X amount of time, I'm just gonna get really bored with it. Like, I don't care what it is. I need to like take a second to go to something else and play that for a little bit, and then I can return to whatever this first game was. But that was another issue when I first started streaming, is I'd play something, get bored, move on. Play something, get bored, move on. And so finding the balance between, not only playing one thing and playing a different game every 2 days is definitely something I'm working on. Sorry, I'm gonna open up my 10 a.m. beer. It's actually it's sparkling water. Don't worry.
Whatever you want to drink.
I want to make that clear. I'm not actually drinking a 10 a.m. beer.
I've had a 10 a.m. beer. I don't think there's anything wrong with
Oh
that.
yeah.
But yeah, so that's really cool. So what other games? I know you've been playing Valheim lately. So what other content have you been doing on your channel in addition to ESO?
So I've played a lot of like survival games. I played Ark for a really long time, for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something. When I had first started streaming, and then I stopped, came back to it later on. And those streams were always pretty popular to do Ark. And then from that, a small development company reached out to me and had me play a game of theirs called Citadel, which is also a survival game, but like with wizards. And yeah, we've played a lot of survival games like Valheim on the stream. We, for a while, have been doing every other Saturday, sometimes consistently, of old school games. So by old school, it's more of just either crappy games from your childhood or just older games that we wanted to try or do. So we did a Harry Potter game. I don't even remember which one it was. It was I can't remember which Harry Potter it was, but we played through this Harry Potter game. That was super fun, like hooked up the PS2 and everything. We played through the first Kingdom Hearts, which I never had played as a child, so that was fun. And definitely triggered chat because I didn't know what I was doing. And then we've been playing through Spyro as well. So we've worked our way slowly through Spyro. Oh, it's Chamber of Secrets. That's it. Yeah. So lots of older ones are our Saturday after dark streams where we'll kind of just drink and play old games, and chat yells at me a lot. So they get mad because I don't know. We played through all of Kingdom Hearts. I didn't learn how to block the whole time. I didn't know you could block. I was just dodging everywhere, just rolling.
Yeah, and so normally we in Q&A we get to a lot of questions, but in chat here while we're recording this, Twitchy Bishy actually brings up something really really cool, like a concept that I've started doing more myself as I've watched others do it, which is the thing of you can actually just add variety into kind of the same day. Like nothing says, depending on the length of your stream, you can't do a few hours of ESO if you want to like do ESO every day. And so for those people who like your stream when you're doing ESO, you're still putting out ESO and then switch to a different game.
Yeah, absolutely. And depending on the day, I think I'm gonna try to do that a little more. I don't have really long streams, so that's normally I'll stick with one. But yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
Oh yeah, no problem. I misread that. So the point I was bringing up was like streaming two different games. Twishy Bish was actually bringing up something also that's a really good thought, which is stream some ESO. And if you really feel like playing another game, if it's not a game that you want to stream, like playing that game, for yourself, get it out of your system. And that way you come back fresh, which actually does lead into something I like to talk about in other games, which is, are there games that are games for you? Games like you don't like to stream, but you still love to play, or
Oh yeah.
based on your attitude towards the game, you don't want to necessarily stream it, things like that. And what are those games?
Yeah. So I have a good friend that is he's got a big Instagram. He does like Star Wars lightsaber content. And he and I did a little podcast type of thing about The Mandalorian, the show. Named Mike Starwalker. But he, every single time he'll come over to my apartment or something, he always says that he's impressed with my video game stamina. Which I don't know if that means like, hey, you're a big ass nerd or what. But yeah, I definitely play a lot of games off stream. I've got a good friend group that I'll play Call of Duty with, which is like my rage time. I just started playing League of Legends, which if anybody plays League of Legends, that was a mistake. And they know that it was a mistake for me to start playing that. And yeah, pretty much anything I can get my hands on, I'll play. There's not a specific type of game that I really enjoy. And I guess you can see from the games I listed, play an MMO, a MOBA, FPS games, survival games, RPGs. I'll play pretty much anything. But it's nice to have those games that I don't really stream, that I play offline, that I can just have for that time, and I can, just play as a sweaty mouth breather while I do it. I don't have to try to look good while I do it.
So my games for me, like I can do a big open world game. Like I could do Fallout 4. I could do any of the Fallouts. Actually, I could do any of the Elder Scrolls game on streams. It would be a great stream. We'd have a great time. But I very quickly, before I even tried it, realized, because I had tried a game when it got remastered called Kingdoms of Amalur I'd never played, I can't do big open world story games that I haven't played before, because I find myself getting like immersed, but not immersed in like a way that's necessarily good for how I like to interact with chat. I know a lot of people can, but I learned very early on, okay, this isn't going to work. Like I can't do Cyberpunk on stream, or games like this on stream, because I'm going to get like fixated on certain things that might not be the most entertaining, or allow me to be the most entertaining, especially when my content revolves around a lot of me being very active. And then I also have my my rage games, and I'll play rage games that make me rage in like a funny way, but I also have my I get very salty, very intense. So basically I'll play 2D fighters on stream. I don't mind. It's been since they started streaming, since I played some Street Fighter 5 on stream, but I'll play that on stream because I get frustrated in a funny way. But there's other games I just won't play on stream because I get very salty. For me, I haven't played League in a while, but if I ever got back into League, it would be League, because the salt is too real, and I don't think that'd be the most I don't think it's the salt in the way that would entertain chat.
One of my charity stream goals that we met was that I would play Sekiro, and I don't know if you've ever played Sekiro.
Oh, I love Sekiro.
I don't. It's a beautiful looking game. I'm sure it's really fun if you're good at video games. I am not the most skilled gamer, and man, that game would make me rage. I would be like standing up and running around this room and stuff, and chat loved it. They loved watching me get angry, but it raised my blood pressure, I swear. I was like having anxiety dreams about it when I was playing it.
Yeah, I haven't done a Soulsborne game on stream, However, if Elden Ring ever comes out, I will end up doing a Soulsborne game style like Sekiro around that on stream, because I feel that is that's also my right level of salty. I think chat would get a dig out of the salty, but like League Salt was like the depths of the ocean. Like there's very few games that got under my skin on that level. So not to say it's a bad game, but like there's just, you know, certain activities you have to recognize in yourself. Like, no, that's a very different you when you play that game.
Yeah. It's like, who is this guy? I don't like this. And I would feel bad because it's a beautiful game, but I would just talk about how it was the worst game ever, and I don't know why anybody would ever play that game and all that kind of stuff. Great game, but I will never complete that game ever in my life.
Very, very fair. And then, yeah, another thing I wanted to ask is we talked a lot about games. Like I said, you did the charity stream. You've done some sections of just chatting. Have you spent any like lengthy time in like just chatting, food and beverage, some of those like IRL categories, or see yourself spending time in those IRL categories other than just like a pit stop during a long stream or something?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I do enjoy just chatting actually. And I'm sure that I will in the future, but I haven't quite to this point, other than doing like the hot ones, and just sometimes where I'll just take 20-ish minutes. But I also, this is kind of going back to streamers that you admire. I always love that Tim the Tatman will do like an hour of just chatting to start his stream, because I just like that it's engagement with your chat and your supporters and stuff. And so I could definitely see myself at some point, if I were to get to that level of streaming, taking time at the beginning of every stream to just sit and talk and get to know people a little better. Yeah. But other than that, I think I've done maybe a few just like small IRL streams. But I'm not a huge fan of that format. I always feel really weird just kind of holding my phone up, getting that like weird angles. I need lighting to make me look good.
That's perfectly fair. Yeah, I bring it up because at the start I did a lot of just chatting, and I was working in just chatting. Recently for me, Marbles has taken over, but I start every stream now with, it's not just chatting, but we start with like an hour of Marbles, which is kind of like a hangout just chatting, because Marbles is, I'm calling the races, but it's not like a very intense game. So like that's kind of filled that kind of like aspect. And I think it is kind of nice to start with something a little bit different, where you are like connecting with your community in a different way.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you a little bit there. It's a very intense game.
I guess if you're watching your marble get flung into the air, I guess it's not as intense for me.
Yeah, hey, when you got everything on the line, it's real intense.
All right, fair. All right.
I'm out there. I'm trying to call the races like it's a Kentucky Derby.
I do that too. I'm talking about the time between the races.
Right. Loctavian's on the line, heading down the straight. 1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, it becomes the time in every one of my streams where everybody in chat drops their best like double entendres, and we have officially had to tell the Twitch like language settings and my bots that almost every combination of a word combined with balls is okay. So
I think there was one time that I came into your stream and you had some like marbles tournament going on to win something, and like I said, I've entered plenty of things in your channel and never won, and I don't remember who it was, but this one guy in your stream won like 5 games back to back, and I was like, there's no way you win that many marbles games back to back. His marble was on something, it was on a different level. He hollowed it out or something.
We'll move on with the podcast, but just so you know, he did win on a 2-week streak of winning 0 races. So
Oh, okay. Well, then I feel better. I feel better about it now. I'm not as salty anymore.
Yeah. So in addition to like the content that you're making on Twitch, I'm curious, are you currently or have plans to make content on other platforms? A lot of people from bigger streamers like Ludwig, people who focus on helping people develop as streamers like Harris Heller, all say the basic same thing, which is the best way to grow on Twitch is to make content on evergreen platforms like TikTok or YouTube, places where people can always discover you, since Twitch's discoverability is like it only exists when you're on, and it's still when you're on is not the best.
No, Twitch is not good for that. So I plan to do more with Instagram. I think I only have like 2 little videos on Instagram, or I mean on YouTube. Sorry, and they are just a little montage of me getting my hair dyed after the charity stream, and then me going and spending all the money for the charity stream to buy switches for the children's hospital. So there's just those 2 little short ones, but I haven't made any gaming YouTube videos yet, but that definitely is something that I am hoping to do in the near future. TikTok, I've made a couple TikToks. I'm not doing it consistently, but that's one of those ones that's really difficult for me, because if I come up with an idea of something that I think is funny, I'll like run it through my head a couple times, and then I go, okay, well, that's not as funny of a TikTok as I would have thought. And so that kind of prevents me from putting it out. But I put out a couple that are kind of funny. They're more of reaction videos, less of like streaming videos, but yeah. And then as far as like Instagram and stuff like that, I definitely use Twitter a lot. Not so much to promote the stream, but just to, kind of connect with people and talk to people. And post stupid thoughts that go through my head. And then Instagram is pretty good for me. I like Instagram. Zushika does a lot of my Instagram for me, which is really helpful because I'm bad about it. But yeah, definitely the YouTube is like my next big hurdle that I need to get over.
Yeah, and starting this like in reverse, so I go with like social media posts like Twitter and Instagram, like, and even TikTok and YouTube, they're all different things to unlock. They all have different things. Figuring out how you work best on those for making content, because they're all different ways of putting out content. Like, but I think it is a lot the same, like editing videos, and putting them on YouTube, making like shorts for TikTok, figuring out what to put on Instagram. They're all kind of like hitting the go live button on Twitch. Like you kind of have to just jump in and go for it. One of the things I had to do, and I don't know if every streamer goes through this, but I know most people I've talked to all have had the same phase, like consecutively up to now. So I want to see if you have the same phase. The phase when you first get your Twitter because you're a streamer, and every post you have for the first month or 2 is just a going live post when you're like barely being followed by anyone.
Well, so I've had the same username for a really long time, so that was
you brought your personal Twitter into okay.
So I like never post going live on Twitter, which I probably should, but I just never have done that really. Maybe a couple times, but yeah, I never like that. There's a few people that I followed, and that's all they will post, and I'm like, well, I don't need to get notifications only on Twitter. Like I also want to see more content on there than just, hey, I'm going live, hey, I'm going live, hey, I'm going live. Like it gets a little repetitive at a point.
Well, it also
so
has
sorry. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Well, it also like has diminishing returns, at least from my own things. Like if you're always posting when you're going live on Twitter, people will just kind of block it out, or even if they don't like silence it, they're not going to necessarily respond to it. They're just going to say, oh, I see that every day. Whereas I found like if I'm going to post that I'm going live, or if I'm going to post about a new video on YouTube, if I do it sparingly, it gets a lot more responses. Like I did post going live there's two tweets today, one before Map, one before you, when we're doing this double filmed podcast, because this is kind of an event sort of thing. So I want to like get that extra layer. But if I was doing that when I was doing it every single time I went live, people would just be like, yes, we see this every time you go live. Whereas, oh, Octavian doesn't normally say when they're going live on Twitter. This must be something a little more special. Maybe I'll check it out.
And I think mostly what I'm using Twitter for specifically is either just dumb thoughts that pop into my head that I'll write down, or, you know, something funny that'll happen in my everyday, or, you know, if my students roast me, I'll write what they say about me. Like the other day, they were making fun of me for being old. So like, it's mostly just like almost like a diary of funny things that happen in my life for me. So
yeah. I think that's the best way to use, like I said, each account's kind of a different sort of content. So like, and that's what I've been also trying to like change. Like, this is what kind of my Instagram is, and this is what I show on Instagram. This is what I, you know, how I approach Twitter. And like, and it's kind of hard, at least it was for me, realizing like, oh, when it's all connected to the same name, connected to your brand, your Twitter, your Instagram, these are all content. You want to be actually thinking about how you actually approach them, if you want to like maximize like their engagement, and if you want to maximize people actually like gaining something from, because you don't want to just put things out there when it's like that. You want to put things out there that people want to engage with, that they are getting value from.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I try to keep my Instagram is much more like stream focused and me focused. And then my Twitter is a little more like just general, I guess. Because it was my personal Twitter, I guess. It's kind of remained, and kind of going back, I've always wanted to stay just like genuinely who I am. So putting out, you know, tweets that are just genuinely me doesn't feel uncomfortable to me either.
Yeah. And when I say content, I don't mean, I do mean putting out things that are genuinely you. And I think more than any other medium, things like Twitter and especially Twitch, like on a long enough timeline, you're always going to end up like yourself is going to come through. We're on here so many hours, like, well, might not be every single detail of our lives. Personality is going to come through. How we are is going to come through. So I think, using Twitter in a way where you are being authentic, but also making sure like when you're using it, you are kind of like trying to think about how it is kind of like, it's weird because you're both a person and you're putting that personal content out there, and you want to be authentic and you want to be transparent, which we all do. But you also have to like kind of think at things in terms of like a brand, because you also want people to be gaining, you know, value from it, because
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that I mean, we talked about it when we did the pre-talking before this interview, and you kind of said like, are there things you don't want to talk about? Is there stuff that's off limits? And really, no, like I don't have anything in my life that I'm like embarrassed to talk about, or I don't want to share. Or, you know, I'm okay talking about my work. I'm okay talking about, you know, what I'm going to school for. I'm okay talking about my fiance. I'm okay with all that stuff, because it's just part of what makes me who I am and what makes me make the content that I'm making.
Awesome. And then kind of the last thing I wanted to touch on when it came to like content creation outside of Twitch, I can't really talk much to TikTok. KJ's kind of KJ Driz is kind of my TikTok guru, kind of like encouraging me to like unlock that mystery, but it's just not what I've been really able to. But when it comes to like YouTube, and I've sent you the video that Ludwig put out about how to, you know, succeed as a streamer, and I've started doing that, and that's why I want to kind of put it out on the podcast, which is when I started doing it, basically when I try to go into every stream with like, what is my video? So like, I have a 6-hour stream, most of it's not the video, but if I go, okay, you know, I'm going to be doing this thing, and this is the video piece. So I'll put my markers on it while I'm doing it. I know to pull that out at the end, and that's what's going to be my video, and then building the rest of my stream around it, whether it's just general ESO content or whatever. Or if like, I'm like, oh, I wanted, like, it's my first time going into, this is something I didn't come up with till afterwards, but I kind of during Mid-Year Mayhem, when I had never done PvP in all my years of playing, I was like, oh, I should have done a stream, which is, this is my first time in PvP. That would have been the video, and I could have done other ESO content around it. So I think I like to put that out there because ever since I've started doing that, it's been a lot easier to kind of like with a podcast, this is obviously like a video, but when it's just my normal streams, I can go, okay, this is the thing that'll be a video.
Right. And it changes how you think.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And
Yeah.
I also like to bring that up as like, I feel like it's a good segue into a lot of people, if they don't stream or they're just starting in streaming, might not always realize how much work there is outside of when you are just live, whether it's watching other streamers, whether it's watching other content to come up with ideas or just kind of brainstorming on your own, making sure you're paying attention to your social medias in case an opportunity comes along, working with your community and your Discord, all these other aspects. Like how much time, like not a specific number, like do you put into all these like outside of being live when it comes to your content?
That depends really on the day, I guess. I mean, I'll try to keep up with people on Discord all the time. So that's kind of whenever somebody will write in Discord, I'm trying to respond as soon as possible. I spend a ton of time on Twitter, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's just pretty much scattered throughout my entire day. I'm trying to always be watching what's happening. So I wouldn't say there's like a specific amount of time, but it's just almost like a constant trying to be on top of things.
And I think that's actually an answer in itself, which is in a lot of creative pursuits, like musicians and, you know, artists, like there's a part of you that can kind of never be off. Like you can definitely take time for yourself. You can take breaks. You can, you know, do all those things. But there's also this creative part in your brain that's always kind of like, you'll see something and I'll be like, oh, I need to write that down into like a little notebook. That's a good idea. Or, oh, that would be a great post. So you're kind of like, even when you're off, you're kind of not fully off because there's a part of your brain that's always like, if you notice something goes, oh yeah, that could be a TikTok. Oh, that is something I want to talk about on next stream.
Yes. Yeah. And I definitely feel like I've been very conditioned throughout my life to think that way of like, you can always be working on things, which is good and bad. I'm trying to learn how to also take breaks with things. But just with what you said as an artist and with my previous career, which I don't even think we've talked about this.
What was for everybody who's in chat or going to listen to this on YouTube or a podcast? What was your previous line of work?
So I before this was a professional ballet dancer. And that's how I met Zushika. And we kind of both traveled around the country doing that. And so then when I stopped that, and now I'm a teacher for work. But I've kind of, I think, kept that same mentality of like, okay, you do your job. I'm here streaming. Then I stop streaming, but I'm still working on it. Right. And that was kind of something that I learned with my previous career of, you're there, you're at work, but then when you go home, you can't just stop. You can't just sit around. You have to like keep going, because otherwise you're not going to get any better. You're not going to stay on top of your game,
Right. And
so, yeah,
there's a certain level where you can get to like be consistent and maintain through consistency. But I do feel not everyone who streams or makes YouTube videos or does artistic pursuits necessarily wants to improve. But I think the vast majority of people I've talked to, like, even if it's even if they're not looking to grow their numbers, even if they're not trying to like make a
Mhm.
career out of it, almost everybody I've talked to, even people who do it as a hobby, still want to get better. You know, they still want to
Yes.
improve at it. They want to be more engaging. Like there's still goals, even if you're the sort of person who's like, I just want to stream. I don't care if I'm streaming to 3 people. Even those people who I talk to are like, but I still want to get better at it. Like even if they're not
Yeah.
focused on the numbers, they still, it's a hobby and people like to be good at their hobbies. Like,
Absolutely.
so you kind of already answered the next question I was going to kind of segue into, which was like, is there things in your background that you brought to streaming? But you did also bring up something that I wanted to ask about, which is, you know, until you're at a point in content creation where you can do it full time, if you even get to a point where you can do it full time, you know, we have responsibilities in the form of work. Maybe we have pets or kids.
Mhm.
You have your fiance. Like, how do you find the right balance? I guess no one really ever finds the true balance, but like, how do you maintain being a teacher and working? You also mentioned being in school. You have a fiance, so you have all these things. So how do you kind of keep all those balls in the air juggling?
Uh, so that's something that I really, really struggled with when I first started. Because if I was really focused on streaming, then it's like one thing would kind of fall by the wayside. And that's kind of part of the reason that I took that month-long break, was to like get everything in order and focus on what I needed to focus on and get everything where it needed to be so that I could balance streaming with it as well. So yeah, it's been really difficult to balance it, because obviously, like, you know, I'll wake up, I'll stream. My schedule has been kind of crazy lately because it still is finding that balance, especially with changing work schedules sometimes. But normally I'll wake up, I'll stream. As soon as stream ends, I'll grab food, I'll start doing school. As soon as school ends, I'll go to work, and then, you know, get home, make dinner, watch something on Netflix with my fiance, and that's the whole day. So finding time to jam everything into one day is always really tough. But I mean, it hasn't been too bad. It hasn't been too bad. And luckily with my fiance, she's always hanging out with me in stream, so that's kind of nice to kind of have time together with that. But
I mean, it's really
yeah.
wonderful to like able to have like the support. Like, it's not the same as if you were
Yes.
like just sitting down, you know, just the two of you, like watching a movie or
Right.
eating a meal or something together. But it is really nice to have, you know, your partner support you in the endeavor,
Yes.
be your head mod, like you say, and really like be part of a team. Basically, you have a team where it's the two of you. You're the one in front of the camera, but she's doing a lot of
Mhm.
work, helping
yeah.
make sure you can kind of like reach for that dream.
All of my overlays, my starting screen, my ending screen, she made all of them. So she's been like the only reason that I've gotten as far as I have in streaming is probably due to her. So
Yeah. And as somebody who, you know, I have like give you that sub back then, but I do come by your channel when I can. She's very engaging also with everybody who comes into your channel. So even though you're
Yes.
doing your best to engage with chat, like you said, if you're in the middle of something where you can't necessarily engage, or even if you can, you know, there she is. She's got the mod badge. So
Mhm.
people, like, even if it's their first time there, they don't know that you're, you know, engaged. They see this person with the mod badge being like talking
Yeah.
to them and engaging. And that
Absolutely.
also, that helps the whole community because that creates that whole like engagement feel on
Yes.
multiple levels. So I also wanted
Yeah,
to just call that out to point out, like, you do have a really good like team dynamic. And, you know, sometimes a lot of the credit can go to the person in front of the camera, but these things do become teams. Like I mentioned Kai and HTP, my mods, and, you know, a lot of other people kind of come together to make things like make the dream work, because we can't do
Yeah.
it all on our own.
Yeah. And I definitely don't know where I would be in streaming without that support. So
So before I get to like my last little set of questions here and we move to Q&A, something I do want to ask, because you just mentioned that like you know, used to do, you know, you're a ballet dancer.
Mhm.
and obviously there's a lot of people I try to catch their streams, so I don't catch all your streams. I don't know if that's something that comes up on your streams or if it's just something that comes through in your like work ethic and approach. But I'm just kind of curious, like, is that something you like talk about on your stream or anything like that, or just something like?
Not really. I mean, it's been something that will come up occasionally, or like if people ask what my real life job is, and I say, well, you know, I teach kids to do ballet, then I kind of have to explain the backstory of like how I got into that. But it's not something that comes up a lot, but it's also not something that I like shy away from at all, because obviously it was a huge part of my life for most of my life.
Yeah,
So
that's why I was kind of bringing it up, is because it was such a like artistic pursuits like that are really, really big parts of people's lives. Also, being a professional dancer is not something everybody is able to accomplish. So it's just like, it was kind of like a wow moment when I heard that. I'm like, wow, that's really,
yeah,
really cool.
yeah,
That's what
I was like, huh, I don't think I ever told Octavian that, but that's funny.
Awesome. So before we get to Q&A, just a few other questions. One of the things is like asking, you know, hopefully, you know, it looks like we're getting closer to the end than we are to the start of the pandemic. For a lot of people, for streaming, it probably doesn't change a lot about the content they create. For me, I want to do more like IRL stuff. You mentioned you don't really do a lot of IRL stuff. I'm just curious if there's anything that might be changing about your content once COVID is done, or if you're just going to kind of focus on the same areas.
Probably nothing will change really. I don't really plan on doing anything different than what I've been doing. It's all still probably just gonna stay as dumb and fun as it always has been. But man, as a teacher, let me tell you, I have been, every time they say, hey, we have vaccines here, oh man, calling immediately. And then they go, oh no, we're out of them. Dang it, dude, I really wanted those. Every single time I get we get texts all the time about it. They're always out of them.
And so is there any piece of advice you give to people who are just starting out as streamers, or are thinking about getting into streaming? And when I say piece of advice, is like, there's a lot of advice you can pull on that's out there, but more like, this is a thing I wish I would have known, that I had to find out on my own, or I found out much later. And I just kind of wish that info was out there.
I mean, I think that the two biggest things for me are number one, just do it. Just do it. Like, don't wait to do it. Don't have that, oh, maybe I need to work on this before I get into it. Like, just go for it. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be perfect when you start. Nobody expects it to be perfect when you start. And I think that I took way too long going, oh, well, I can't do it because of this and I can't do it because of that, when I should have just done it and should have just started. And then the other thing is never stop talking. Just be obnoxious with your talking. If you're playing and you have nobody watching, just talk. It doesn't matter if nobody's there talking back. I literally, before I started streaming, would play a game offline by myself and narrate it and talk to myself about what was happening in the game. Because as somebody that likes to go in and watch small streamers, there's nothing that will make me click out of a tab faster than if I go into that stream and there is silence. That's the first thing that I look for, is if you are just silent, there's no reason for me to watch.
Yeah. So I always call ADHD my superpower and my kryptonite. One of the ways my ADHD is my superpower is I have 8 tracks going at any point in time in my brain, and it's constantly, my entire life has been like, you probably shouldn't narrate this. You probably shouldn't sing what you're doing. You probably shouldn't do this. Training myself not to do it. So the part that's a superpower when it came to streaming with ADHD for me was just like, oh, I'll just turn off that switch where I don't do this. Because around my apartment, I'll sing to my dogs as I'm getting them food. I will literally sing what I'm doing, out of tune, random quips and stuff. So like, luckily for me, but yeah, never stop talking is a good piece of advice. My piece of advice that I want to throw out this time is something I've started doing later that I wish I would have done sooner is just a notepad, whether it's on your, we all have phones. You have a notepad app probably on your phone. Anytime something interesting happens, like a story comes to my mind from my past or something that happened that day, or I read or I watch a movie that I hate and the movie pisses me off so much, I just make a note so that I'll remember that. And then what I do is I just move them to like a word pad. And most of the time it's fine. But if I've ever been at a point in a stream where I'm just kind of like cat jam in my head like this, like narrating, like, and I'm trying to get better about it because I still will have times where I won't look at that list and I'll just be like, all right, so what I'm doing is going in here and then I'm killing these guys.
Right.
I'm like, well, I'm talking. So I'm trying to get better about looking, going like, oh, there's a lull in the conversation. Oh, that's right. Paying $30 when I already pay for Disney Plus. We're not going to get into that on stream. That really grinds my gears. And then I can just talk. And generally when I bring up one of those topics and I'm doing that, I'll get some engagement. But even if I don't get engagement, it's giving me something like interesting, showing my personality towards something. And as somebody who is a serial lurker and I lurk more than I chat, when streamers do that, like even if I'm lurking, like it's not necessarily to draw lurk out because I won't stop lurking, but I'm like, yeah, tell me about it. Even if I'm not typing, I'm like, yeah.
Well, and that's like a lot of like we were talking about earlier with Twitter, of how I'll just like have a random thought and I'll put it down there. It's kind of what I use Twitter for as well, of like if I write down a story or something on Twitter, then I'll make sure that I bring it back up on stream later so I can embellish and talk more about whatever had happened that I thought was funny enough to tweet.
Awesome.
So I'm kind of hitting two different things at once with that.
And so before we move to Q&A, one more thing is what is next for Zonovich 17? And this can be as far as like, I got this thing planned tomorrow to sometime in the next year. I think I might like just
right.
What's down the road for Zonovich, whether it's immediately or in the future?
Well, I definitely am planning on getting back into some more ESO because I got out of it for a little bit. I'll probably start adding a little more variety in the coming weeks of just games that I've been wanting to play and I've been neglecting. And then as far as the more distant future, I get married in November.
Oh, awesome.
But Zushiko won't let me stream the wedding, so that's a bummer. But
that's content.
I know, that's what I was like. I'm like, I'm gonna get my best man to wear like a GoPro or something. It's like you're there, but nope, she won't let it happen. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna keep doing what I'm doing and having fun, and that's kind of becoming my main focus more than getting viewers, more than getting subscribers, more than what I had been focused on. I think that I am just trying to change my mindset of focusing on just having a good time and hopefully having a good time with other people and giving them a good time.
Awesome. All right. So with that, we can go ahead and move over to Q&A. If anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and at this point just post them in chat, or you can use the 25 channel points if you want them to pop up in the thing. But we're able to kind of respond to chat now because I can edit around the questions a bit easier than around the rest of the podcast. So I'll turn the alert sounds back on as well. So yeah, thank you everybody. Obviously, filming both of the podcasts here. It's quite a bit different than normal because I want to respond, but thank you everybody for being here. We're not done yet. I just wanted to see if kind of scroll through chat, see if there's anything wasn't able to respond to.
I don't know how you're still jamming here. You got up real early. I don't know how you got the energy you have. I'm impressed.
It's called ADHD.
Yeah.
It really is.
Man,
I know Adderall speeds most people up, but if I don't take my Adderall, I have energy for days because it works the opposite on my brain as it does if like I was a college kid trying to study on it. So the answer is ADHD, a good nap, and then not taking my my Adderall for the day.
You did that really, really long stream. And how long did you end up streaming? It was
41 hours.
41 hours.
So let's go ahead.
How?
I don't know. I didn't make it
I'm
48.
impressed.
Um,
I'm really impressed.
all right. So we'll get the questions that are submitted already, and then we'll kind of scroll through chat. So the Mythical Eye asked, do you feel it's important to plan your stream and what you want to put into it, or do you prefer to wing it, so to speak?
So for me, and we talked about this a lot earlier, it definitely is important to plan. I don't, and I am working on that. That's a flaw that I have. So yeah, it's definitely important to know what you're gonna do, but at the same time, I feel like if you plan too much, you don't leave yourself open for a lot of funny content of unplanned just hilarity.
My kind of answer to that, and it's not where I'm at now, it's like where I would like to be, is I think my idea is to hopefully going forward for any like stream that's not like an impromptu stream is to have one thing planned for the stream that would be the video. And that could just be, like I said, it could be my first time in PvP. It could be opening crown crates. It could be any number of things. But for the majority of the stream, I don't feel it needs to be super planned out. I find because of defaulting back to things or my ADHD going in a bunch of different directions, I find it's easiest for myself to at least like pick, like, we're doing an hour of marbles before stream. We're doing it. And since we're doing that, I always do that. So it's not just like, should we not do an hour of marbles before stream? If I'm going to play a different game, it's like, this day I'm going to play this game. So like for me, planning at least the game is kind of important so that I like can let people know ahead of time, especially if I'm going to do something different than normal on that day. And the goal is to get to a point where every stream I have the one thing that I'm going to at least try to make a video out of, because I want to practice my editing. I want to get better at editing. I want to test a bunch of different things at YouTube until I figure out what works and start growing that. So I think it's good to have a plan, but my style for ESO is to wing it, because if I go like community day is one thing. So I'll be like, this is the day we're going to do community content. That's good because community content can be various things. But if I'm like, on this day, I am for sure like, that's gonna be our PvP day. And I get to that day and it's like, I don't want a PvP. I've kind of like locked myself into a corner where I either have to like walk it back and explain why, or instead just be like, we're doing ESO and I can kind of figure it out on the flow. So I'm a little bit of like column A, a little column B. And I do want to leave Twitchy Bishy's comment. I kind of commented on when we were in the podcast, but I didn't read it full. Twitchy Bishy said, the other thing is you don't always have to stream what you are playing. Like you can stream ESO for a few hours, stop stream, play other games you love, but maybe your community doesn't like, but not stream. And then next day, when you have it out of your system, stream ESO again for the fans. And I think that is a great approach. I think it just depends on what approach works best for you. If you just want to do ESO and that's your best content, or I think what Twitchy Bishy's saying, there's a excellent solution. For me, sorry, lost my train of thought there. For me, like, I kind of like to still do other content, and that's fine. Like, I think both forms of viewing are valid. I think people who love you and love your content and like they may have came for one game, but no matter what they do, they want to watch it. Super valid, super awesome. You know, it doesn't matter what you're doing, they're going to be there. There's also the type of viewers who are like, I love you, and if you're the one doing the content, I'm going to watch yours. But if you're not doing a game I like if you're doing, because you said earlier, Sekiro, then I'm not going to watch. I think they're perfectly valid too. But yeah, if you're going to stream something different, then you just have to be willing to like possibly take a number drop, but that might be best for your overall growth.
Yeah, absolutely. We
only had the one question, but I'm scrolling to see if there's anything else in chat. Hey, Emiliana. Hello, everybody. Hey, Batty. Lol,
Loctavian is
CB
more
says,
eloquent than I am with his
CB
answer.
says, lol, wedding stream as a channel goal, 1 billion points.
That's a good idea, actually. That's a really good idea.
Unless it goes viral, a bunch of people flood in, it gets to 1 billion points, and then you're.
I had somebody suggest that I put a big projector screen like behind us while we were getting married with the stream cast up on it, and then just have like text to speech donos available for people during the wedding. So people can say like, you know, marriage lol W, or, you know, I object kick W.
That would be wonderful. So thank you so much, Zonovich17. Thank you for being here for our, I guess it would be our 7th Tavern Talks podcast. Later today, we'll be putting out the 2nd episode, which was Sakar. So about 5 days from now, your episode will be on YouTube and on audio podcast. It was great to have you on. You said it earlier. I do want to comment on it is, yeah, it's really hard when a bunch of people are content creators and streamers to have conversations like this. Taking 2 hours to be on a Discord call when you have other content to do, you know, you have family, you have all these obligations. It's not always possible to do. We can go to each other's streams, but you can't have this. So part of the reason I wanted to set up the podcast is because it lets me have that sort of conversation with fellow like artists and streamers, but also lets us do it in a format that other people can, you know, glean information from, ask questions about. So like it's both like content that people can benefit from and there's value to it, while also letting me like conversate with people that I would like to, but it's really hard with everything else in the world to also like slot in a 2-hour call.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's nice to, like, I've known of you and I've known you for a long time now, and this is the first time we've ever like actually talked.
Yeah, other than like in each other's streams or like quick messages. Yeah. All right.
So that's awesome.
I shouted out. I know I didn't get everybody, but I shouted a few wonderful streamers who happened to be around during the thing. So please check out the people that I shouted out. They're all great people. Looks like one of the shoutouts didn't go through. Of course it didn't. And I'm also going to shout out Zonovich17. Obviously, you could just I think I'm spelling somebody's name wrong. 1 second before I shout you out. I am sometimes bad at spelling, like all the time, even when I'm looking at something right in front of me. Anyway. Okay, I'm just not. I know we're wrapping this up, but I'm just going to copy paste before I shout you out. I'm trying to shout out Twitchy Bishy, and I keep spelling the name wrong, and I'm there. Anyway, I've shouted out a few people. Shout out Zitter Sanctum, Twitchy Bishy. I should have copy pasted it. Perfect. And Striker got it. Here's a shout out for Zonovich. I just wanted to shout out a couple people that were here so other people can learn about other streamers, even if they weren't on the podcast. So thank you once again, Zonovich17, for joining us. I know that you joined, you know, we're both live right now, so you have your rest of your stream. So we're going to take a break here on this stream and probably play some ESO, but be sure, like, Zonovich is live right now. You can check out his stream. And so awesome. So that was great. I always struggle with hitting the goodbye button because it feels rude, but also we're done. So
thank you so much for having me on, and it was really fun to actually talk to you and stuff.
So I can make sure I edited it into the audio thing. Tell people where they can find you on social media. That way it's in the audio.
Yes. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Zanovich17. You can find me Zanovich17 on Instagram, Twitter, And YouTube, I think it's just Xanovich, possibly. But like I said, the YouTube isn't really up that well. And then TikTok is also Xanovich17. So
You'll also
check
find
me
links
out.
to all those things in the description of the podcast or the YouTube video. So again, thank you so much for joining us. You have a great
Yeah,
rest of
thank
your
you.
stream, Zonovich.
Yeah, you too.
And we'll talk soon. Bye.
Awesome. Bye.
Why did I push my mic? Sorry, I pushed my microphone away. That was awkward of me. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us there for another podcast. We did kind of a double filming. It worked out great because of time zones for us to do Maplinator and then do Zonovich. So we're going to be continuing to do, we're doing our first sets in bulk. So we did our first 5 with KJ Driz, Sakar, Damos Thea, Lady Wolf, and Pirate Steve. This week we just did Maplinator and Zonovich. On Thursday, we will be having on Reishi Spores. And at the end of the week, we'll be having on Palette Box. After that, we're going to kind of get into a 1, maybe 2 a week. If you are a streamer, a content creator, and you would like to be on the podcast, feel free to DM me. It doesn't matter how big or small you are, how long you've been streaming. I think there is value in any talks. So if you'd like to be involved, we can definitely get that set up. Let me take a look at chat. Sorry. The I's are L's. So yeah, I should have copy pasted it in the from the get-go. Sometimes you can end up merging 2 communities also by planning to stream one game for a few hours, another game for a few hours. Very true. Very true, Twitchy Bishy. Oh, and I've had you on follow for time. Never got time to view you, but after today, I will surely make time too. I had a great time here today, and thanks. I'm glad you had a great time. I'm really glad that people it was risky, in a way, because wasn't sure if people respond, but people seem to really be enjoying the podcasts. So I am glad it was good and that you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. And yeah, I have you on follow, but I have not checked out your stream, so I'll be sure to do that in the future as well, because I love to meet new people and check out new streams. So I do need just a moment to decompress after the back-to-back interviews. ADHD, I'm kind of bouncing, got a little bit of my energy. So for anybody who won't be here when I get back from my break, which usually takes about 5 or 10 minutes. First one's a little bit longer, but this one will only be about 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much for spending time here today, whether it was a minute or 5 hours. The fact that you took any of your time and you spent it here means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much. So if you're taking off, have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is where you are, have a great one. Seldra, thank you so much for those
Great
400 bits.
time. Much deserved. Great content.
Thank you so much for supporting the community with those bits. Definitely not required, but I really appreciate it. Also, because it happened while I was unable to call them out, I would like to say, if you're still around, Weavady, Clinker RX, Zinner Sanctum, OK, Tyson, Joseph Lee, Matrix _P1, Venomous Tart. Thank you all for following. Thank you for joining the Locktopus party. Really appreciate those follows. They mean a lot. Thank you again, Lady Cub, for the raid. Thank you earlier for the raids, One Hashira and Minnie Marie. Thank you so much. I called out those follows earlier, but thank you for all the follows and the support of the podcast. Again, you can find on my YouTube channel our first podcast with KJ Driz. You can also find it on Spotify under Tavern Talks. The one with Sakar will be out a bit later today. Ode to Order, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Locktopus party. So yes, for anybody who won't be here when I get back, thank you so much for spending time with me. It means the absolute world. For everybody else, we will be switching over and playing some Elder Scrolls Online because I want to play. We talked with 2 people who stream Elder Scrolls Online, so I definitely want to play some Elder Scrolls. So anybody who'll be here when I get back, I will see you in 5 to 10. Everybody else, thank you for spending time. Before I go, for those who are going to stick around, we'll go ahead and give away some crown crates. So I'm going to start a little crown crate giveaway. So I think it's the last day to get Octavary crates before the amazing crates get here. Yes, that's right, the amazing crates. I'm glad, Otorder. I'm glad you had a good time watching the podcast. That's really awesome. But cool. All right. I will put on some music and I will be back in just a few.
looking at me.
I'm a funky man. I'm a funky man.
What is your name? It's so refreshing, you don't look plastic. That's nice to say. I bet you think I look so fantastic. When I feel great, I flash my feathers just like a peacock. The things I'll do, don't you know, always start with sweet talk. Bombs away, just getting started. Come set sail to the uncharted. 'Cause I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang out. Your mama's gonna approve. Don't you want this? I know I'm hard to resist. I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. So are you hooked? You didn't know I was such a dancer. What's that you say? You wanna kiss me now and later? Aren't you impressed with all the way that I move my body? The things I'll do, I'll only say if I'm off the record. Bombs away, just getting started. Come set sail to the uncharted. 'Cause I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang out. Your mama's gonna approve. Don't you want this? I know I'm hard to resist. I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang out. Your mama's gonna approve. Don't you want this? I know I'm hard to resist. I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. Wake up Monday morning, got my working clothes on, hide the animal that's
Unmuting would make it easier to talk. Hello, everybody. I am back. Let me get our channel point rewards turned back on and then switch our game over to the Elder Scrolls Online, and then we'll get that booted up. Thank you, CB. Bum, bum, bum. Channel points. Unpause. All right. Questions can be turned off. And turning everything back on. Rewards are back on. Updating stream info. Let's update info. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun. Bum. Boom. Boom. Stream Raiders. I shall also get Stream Raiders booted up for people who do Stream Raiders. And live notification. And Elder Scrolls. Boom. And casual playthrough. All right, we're updated. Let's go ahead and get this game booted up. Hope you're all doing great. Hope those of you who are here for the podcast enjoyed them. Definitely enjoyed hosting them. So weird getting up and getting on stream at 4 a.m. Even though I've done like 41-hour streams, it just feels very very different to be streaming right now. I'm kind of excited. Elder Scrolls Online. There we go. Popping up Stream Raiders as well. Thank you, Seldreth. Thank you, Nova. Thank you for the welcome backs. Appreciate it. Stream Raiders is just loading up. All right, it's good to go. So ESO is now also good to go. Hey, Peanut Butter Burrito, how you doing? Good to see you. How are you today, my friend? Gameplay. Boom. Game capture actually worked right away this time. Nice. I'm going to start our first Stream Raiders battle. It's exclamation point battle if you'd like to drop a unit. It's an absolutely free-to-play web game. Love to have you added to the battle if you're so inclined. Glad you enjoyed it. I said that before my break. Glad you enjoyed it. Ode to Order. Yeah, very excited. I'm going to, well, this is loading real quick. In case anyone is interested in catching our first one that we did with KJ Driz. Theory Man, that was, this is the new update for Elder Scrolls Online came out. So, this is basically the prologue to Blackwood, which is going to have Mehrunes Dagon attacking Tamriel. So getting us ready for an Oblivion invasion coming in the next expansion. All right, let's turn on some music. Mm-hmm. There we go. Logging in. Where's my coffee? Got my coffee, hot and fresh, ready to go. But yeah, that link I just posted below, that is my first, that was the first episode of Tavern Talks podcast with KJ Driz. When I get off stream today, I'm going to be posting the second one with Sakar. Grab a quick podcast link as well for those of you who are interested in just not watching the video, but catching the audio of that one with KJ. Make sure you're anteing up also. I'll be giving away 4 crown crates here shortly. Then we'll do another giveaway. Grabbing that podcast link real quick for the audio one. Dun, 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 dun. Where do I find that link? Is it here? Or is it here? I think it's here. There it is. And this is the link to the audio version of that podcast. Oh, the command to join is exclamation point battle. Battle is how you would how you join in with the Stream Raiders. Not quite. That's right. It's early, so most of my stuff will still be done. Returns. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, the giveaway is Anteup. A-N-T-E-U-P. Sorry about that. Yeah, Anteup. A-N-T-E-U-P with an exclamation point in front. So I am just finishing up a quest here. So we are where I left off. We are currently just trying to do the zone quests and the storyline quest here in Reaper's Marsh. Because I would like very much to own Dawn Shadow. Where the Serenity Falls estate would require us to have the entire Almeri Dominion storyline done. If we do the zone, we can at least get the house we want. Without having to spend crowns on it. Oh, no, it's fine. Like I mentioned during the podcast, I have like 8 tracks going in my head of different things, so sometimes I lose focus on yeah. Yeah. Where are we at? 6 of 10 steps done with the main storyline. And we've done, I guess it doesn't show how many normal quests we've done, but we've cleared good 2/3 of the non-storyline quests as well. So we are rocking and rolling when it comes to getting this done. Also going to be doing some dungeons. Going to go ahead and do my Undaunted pledges. So if anybody wants to join, I am a Nightblade healer. If anybody who's DPS or tank wants to join here in a minute, as I get this quest done, I'm going to stop by the Undaunted, grab the Undaunted Woods for the day. Hey, I'm doing really good, Gormback. How are you today? Rocked out 2, because I was sick when I was supposed to do Zonos. We did two podcasts already today, so feeling great, Gorm. Yeah, peanut butter burrito. So we're kind of flying through these to get to the house, to be honest. But I love the storyline. Like I said, I played for years and years on getting myself turned around, years and years on PlayStation. So a lot of these quests I haven't done in a long time. So it's really fun to kind of redo the story. With Reaper's Marsh here, I have, so this is more just kind of like speedy completion, but we did the whole like storyline in depth with Gold Coast not too long back, and that was really amazing to relive. Hey, how are you, Izzy Winks? Good to see you.
Locked of wave, locked of wave, locked of wave.
Thank you so much for that tier 1 sub for 3 months now. Wow. Time really does fly when you're streaming. Great to see you, Izzy Winks. Thank you so much again for that subscription. Remember to always
Release the party.
my microphone version of everything in caps lock all the time. Speaking of which, we are giving away 4 crown crates. Exclamation point Anteup if you're interested in those. Speaking of streamers and amazing people, if you haven't before.
God, how can you grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
If you haven't before, checked out Izzy Winks. Izzy Winks is an amazing streamer, part of the ESO fam. I mean, everybody who streams ESO is part of the ESO fam, but I really, really enjoy Izzy's content, and you should check her out. I do not believe you would be disappointed. Oh, I guess it is St. Patrick's Day. Well, old fart, I guess I'm in luck. My hair's still green. No pinchies for me today. You're literally typing out. Fair. One of my friends who's been day one on my channel resubbed the other day, and it said 7 months. I'm like, 7 months? What is this? What is this nonsense? I mean, when I was subscribing in Cam's channel the other day, resubscribed was 4 months. I was like, man, it feels like yesterday, but it also feels like I've been doing this for like a century. So. Oh, I'm on PCNA. I am leaving out crucial pieces of information today. Sorry about that. I'm currently playing on PCNA. So if you're on PCNA and you're interested in doing the dungeons, once I wrap up this section of the storyline quest, which I think this is the last part of this section, we're gonna go ahead and knock out those our Undaunteds. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, thank you so much for contributing to the Cocktail Stream Challenge. For anybody who doesn't know what the Cocktail Stream Challenge is, basically, people have asked me if I would do a drinking stream, which I'm not opposed to drinking streams, but I figured, you know what I haven't been able to do during pandemic is really just go enjoy cocktails. I have this wonderful cocktail kit. I got a muddler and a recipe book, so let's make the most of it. If we're gonna drink, we'll make fancy cocktails, play community games like Jackbox and Among Us, so that we can rotate through people playing and just make a big community cocktail night out of it. Wear my suit that I haven't worn in a year and a half. Seven months, half a year. I feel when I read it. Yeah, exactly. Feel the same, Izzy. Feeling good, one Hashira. Like I said, rocked out 2 back-to-back podcasts, so that feels good. Logged into ESO, that feels great. Oh. This should be turned around. Waxing. And this should be full. And this should be waning. Bum, 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 bum. Feeling great, one Hashir. How are you? How was your stream? Didn't get a chance to catch it last night. I hope you had a great stream last night. Oh, St. Patrick's Day. I'm not in the office, but I have the perfect shirt that I need to change into it. Fair enough, Happy Batty. I wish you could come by, but fair enough, Seldrith. I mean, you've been helping me on a lot of getting a lot of these dungeons knocked out recently, so. Hi there, just want to stop in and say hello before I head out. I will try and stop back if you're still on later, and I will be lurking. Thank you so much, Velvet Brunette. Have a great day. Thanks for the stopping by and saying hi. That means a lot. A little backstory to my name. I first joined Twitch with the name Twitchy Bishy, but some streamers I like to watch was saying the last part, wrong. I was afraid to get them banned for tripping on my name, so I changed it. That is fair. Well, I should probably pay attention to my screen. I'm reading chat and actually in a fight, and I look over, I'm like, oh yeah, probably should pay attention to what I'm doing in a fight. That's how you win. Well, Twitchy don't let you change it for 6 months, and even after 6 months you can't change back to what it was. I didn't know you couldn't change it back to what it was. I knew the 6 month part. I actually didn't know that you were restricted in ever going back. Just taking the slow 6 month steps to get it back to where it's supposed to be. Fair. Thanks for explaining that. Appreciate it. The other thing you might not know about, well, I mean, you switched your names, you probably do, is when I first came on the platform, I was Loctavian00, because there was already a Loctavian. And then after a few months, when Twitch did one of their like purges for like super inactive accounts, Loctavian freed up, so I switched it to that. And then when I got my end of the year report, so my Twitch statistics look fine, like in my user interface, but like the those things they send out at the end of the year that say all your information literally didn't have like 10 weeks on it, because switching your name, the system doesn't recognizes you as like two different people for that, I guess. Oh no, that's fine. I need to learn to be able to look at chat while I'm fighting, and more importantly, I need to remember to wait like 1 minute and not die in fights. It's been my greatest fear streaming, because I've done like, we've done big old sky shard hunts, achievement stuff, quests and stuff, but I haven't done a lot, and done some like normal dungeons, but I haven't done like vet and hard stuff. And like everybody understands when you're doing like vet trials or things like that, like, well, streamer might not be able to look during an intense fight, but my instinct is to stare at chat. So I kind of have to teach myself to be involved, because it's one thing when I die on like a normal quest. It's another thing if I let my team down. Bum 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 bum. I also probably should eat my food buff. My brain will slowly get back to normal. Still switching tracks from the podcast. No problem, daughter. Let's see. If I can make it an even half hour, I will go ahead and draw the winner of the crown crates here in 7 minutes. So anybody who's sticking around for those crown crates, I'll draw that in 7 minutes. This will be 9:30 my time, but basically at the half hour mark. Then I'll go pick up my my Undaunteds. Looks like I have a quest just over there I need to pick up anyway. Hey Andres, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Obviously you're lurking, but still hope you're having a great day. So something like I said, I mentioned, came up a few times on my podcast. I'm always like thinking of different ways to change things or try new things. So basically on my break, right after we did the back-to-back podcasts, and I'm going to keep doing the one-on-ones because I love the one-on-ones, but I started thinking like, might be neat to do, not like right away, like keep doing our one-on-ones here for a bit, but add in with the one-on-ones at some point, like group podcasts, like either on certain subjects or similarities, like KJ has ADHD, I have ADHD, Typers has ADHD, maybe do a panel of people with ADHD, things like that. have a bot to say, sorry, but if I'm on focus face mode, I must not. Speaking of seeing and responding, might not see or respond to your chat right away. However, I will do my best to not ignore you for long. Please do understand. Thank you. That's awesome. I feel like most people like who watch ESO like already kind of like know that, but I think that's a really, really great bot. That's really smart for like the people who might like not be familiar and realize what they're looking at. So that's really smart. I love that. I will mention the yoink and twist. I will do something kind of similar because that's really smart. That's a great idea. Thank you for sharing that. I love that. I'm gonna turn down the music a hair. This track's a little louder than the rest. Who are you? You are dressed as my brother. Bum 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 bum. Hey Nibbles, how are you? How you doing, my friend? By the way, that interaction right there is exactly what ESO fam basically is. Noble stops by the channel. Noble says hi. Noble sees somebody else from the community, says hi to them. Like, I definitely don't know everybody who's in the extended ESO community, but somebody I know definitely knows somebody, and that's just, that level of connectivity is so like, just so cool. Three more minutes, exclamation point ante up, 3 more minutes, and I will award some Crady crates. Noble's always saying hi to peeps. I know, it's great. I can breathe 1337 has followed. Thank you so much for the follow there. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the Locktopus party. Happy to have you here. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-dun, dun, dun. Please just die for me. That would be nice of you. Just want the heavy sack. Thank you. Doing great, Noble. Feeling good. Wrapped up a podcast with Maplinator. Did one with Zonovich17. Because the day I got sick was supposed to be the day the podcast was Zonovich, so rocking out 2 podcasts, playing some ESO, meeting new people, seeing people like you that I know. It's a great day. It's a great day. Hey, welcome back again. How are you? How was your stream, Nara? Hello, Raiders. Hello, people. How are you? Let's give a shout out. Bum, bum, bum. Well, I don't think that sounds like a great idea. I can breathe. Doesn't seem like that would lead to anything super great. Bum, 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 bum. Welcome to the party. Hey, hey. Welcome, 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 Raid! Now I feel like I need to put in my soundboard the like old, I mean, I'm old, there's a commercial, like a Raid, like bug killer commercial where they scream, Raid! And I kind of feel like I need that sound. Hey, how are you doing? Daniel. Derp Raid. Hey, Daniel. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for joining the Loctopus party. Riansu 528. Good to see you. Good to meet you. Thanks for the follow. Awesome. How are you all doing? Oh, for everybody who just came in, real quick, or who might still be here from raids earlier. Hello, my name is Loctavian. This is the Loctopus party. We try to create a welcoming and supportive vibes community here. I have ADHD, which means everything here is about the journey, not the destination, because we'll get lost along the way. So happy to meet you. So happy to have you here. We play a lot of ESO. We actually just wrapped up a couple podcasts with some ESO streamers not too long ago. For everybody who just came in, it's exclamation point Anteup, ANTEUP. I was just about to draw the winner of 4 crown crates, but we have new people in, so I'm gonna wait a few more minutes so everybody has a shot at those crown crates. Currently, I'm about to go do... Oh, about to just jump off that bridge on my flaming Cheeto wolf. No, about to do my Undaunteds, but I'm currently also in the process of zone clearing Reaper's Marsh because I desire Dawn Shadow. I crave Dawn Shadow. I love that home. I played for years and years and years on the PlayStation 4, but unfortunately all my friends and stuff that played there eventually left. But I made the decision back in October to start fresh, come to PC. But I've been playing so long on PlayStation. My very first home, which I've already reclaimed, was Sleek Creek. The second home I got that was a step up was Dawn Shadow. My first notable home was Serenity Falls Estate. So there's a big, I love the homes, but there's also a big nostalgia point at me that just needs to have them. These homes I lost. Lurkin from work. Well, thank you so much for the lurk. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, also view the stream raider saying exclamation point battle, so you can jump in on that. Also, as you noticed, Noble, obviously people who just came in won't have the channel points, but every 2,500 channel points up to 5 times, you can claim a raffle ticket. On the 31st, and you don't have to be present for the raffle, I will be raffling off your choice of any home in the game up to 1,200 crowns. What else is new and interesting? I like to set myself on fire. Oh, that's pretty hot. That's hot. Flaming Cheetos are good, and it's what, so I got that, so basically I was like, I don't know if I should get this mount. I'm not sure. And then Sakar, who's another streamer on the platform, PvE streamer who I really enjoy, comes riding up to me to peer pressure me on this wolf. So I go, okay, I'll buy it. No impulse control, right? And I had the gems. But does this wolf not remind you of like, kind of like a congealed together bag of flaming Cheetos? Because I named him Flaming Cheeto. Because he did. Just like the Apex mount I got from the Sovereign Guard crates when I first came to PC was the, I got the Sovereign Guard camel. And somebody in chat pointed out that it kind of looks like the camels, the way they run, look like they're trying to twerk, but can't quite do it. Kind of like if I would try to twerk. So my camel's name is Feld Twerky. However, you may have seen that I did an exclamation point housing. So you may be asking yourself, what is a chopped housing contest? So I am very big on mixing things together. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup style. We did a sports style tournament of Daedric Princes where we got together with Avron of UESP and Lotus of Doom from Tales of Tamriel podcast and debated in a tournament format which Daedric Prince was best. So for the housing contest, we have 2 weeks to sign up. So been going for a while. So till the 26th of this month to sign up. Everybody who signs up, that Sunday after everybody signed up, I will be revealing on stream the basket. Like on the food competition show, if you haven't seen it, Chopped, the chefs, they can use any ingredients they want. They can cook whatever they want, but they have to feature prominently the secret ingredients, which are normally things that are either weird or don't go together. So everybody who enters will get the same items, and you get, just for entering, you get to keep those items. And then we're gonna give people 4 weeks, use whatever house, whatever other housing items you want. But one of the things our judges will be judging on will be featuring these strange items. So if you're interested in signing up for that and participating in that, the link's right there, or you can just use Housing Anytime to get more info. This will only be my second housing contest. First one we did small spaces, so it was people had to use like the in rooms. It was like, what can people do with a limited space? Turns out people can do a bunch of different amazing things with limited space. So I wanted to do something else that was also a little bit of a challenge. Also with Chopped, it feels like you don't have to have the biggest house to win, because having a giant house doesn't necessarily give you an advantage when part of the challenge is making use of these kind of like, not bad items, but just weird combo of items. Noble, I love housing so much. Still have such a big project already, but I need more. Yes, housing, true end game. Did you say announce that the next crates Radiant Apex? Yes, I did, Squire Ernest. So by the way, Octavia crates 4-pack. I will draw the winner right after the Stream Raiders battle, since it's up here in a minute. Give everybody a chance to enter. I did. In fact, because I love to have stakes and I love to gamble, no one asked me, but I love to gamble. I proclaimed that I believe, because there's no set price, or at least there wasn't when I proclaimed it, that I believe they will cost 1,200 crown gems. That's my guess. If they cost more, they cost less. If they cost anything different than 1,200, I will give everybody a free spin on my presence or pain wheel, where I'm either eating bean boozles, doing jumping jacks, basically doing things for your amusement, or giving out things like crown crates and stuff. So love to have stakes. So when the price is revealed, I'll find out if everybody's getting a free spin or not. I think my logic is the non-apexes are 400. The ones you can only get with gems, like Flaming Cheeto, are worth 600. And I feel, and I could be way off, I feel like if ZOS went over 1,200, the backlash might be the backlash might outweigh the fact they're letting us buy the Radiance. So that's what's kind of my logic. Let's drop haste. A little bit of a small army to start with, but that's fine. Here we go. But I am happy we can buy them, except for during the Dwarven crates, I bought motif books because I have to restock all my motifs, and I didn't want to grind out like the Minotaur and the Order of the Hour set. And I bought Flaming Cheeto. I bought the Icy Flamey Kitty Pet. And I also bought the Tentacly Seeker guy. We're going to lose this one, but that's fine. We'll just retry it. No big deal. And then they announced you could buy them. I'm like, but my gems. Oh no. Because I believe, for my personal taste, the Cinch mount you can get, in my opinion, is factually one of the top 3 coolest mounts in the game. Again, it's all subjective, but my subjective taste. All right, exclamation point battle. Please drop some units if you don't mind. You gonna guess 800, Noble? That's fair. That's a fair choice too. The 800's double, so I feel like that is also a logical move. Someone the other day was guessing 3,000. There's no way they go 3,000 crown gems, because that's, yeah, the backlash on that would be, yeah, not great. All right, let's draw the winner of the giveaway. Who's getting crates today? Streamlabs on the wall. Who is the cratiest one of them all? Rihansu. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Rihansu. Congratulations. Do need to know if you are on EU or NA or console. I forgot to mention it for anybody who came in. If it's a gold giveaway, it has to be on PC only. If it is a giveaway that costs 1,500 or more crowns, you can enter on any platform. I used to play on PlayStation, so I can send it on that. I can send it on PC. If you win and you have an Xbox, what I do is I instead send you a 1,500 crown gift card. Yeah, there's no way they're doing them less for 600. You won, Rihansu, by the way. I need to know if you're on NA or on EU, but you won. Yeah, NA, cool. You probably already posted that, and I just didn't notice. Yeah, here we go. Is your name the same? Oh, same as on Twitch. You keep asking questions and then looking down, and the answer's already there. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I know it's the last day of the Akviri crates, and we're all excited about the new ones, but we're also talking about things costing gems. So even if you don't get anything great, you'll get gems towards something next. So anyway, gift. RIHANNSU. Oh, we must share a guild or something. Cool. Congrats. I'm gonna do a quick poll for our next giveaway. Next giveaway. Do you all want a chance at more crates? Would you like, where is it? It's crafting. Or are people here right now a little more crafting where is it? There it is. A little more crafting motivated and want a chance because it's seasonal at the Sicey motif book. Because I can give this, because this is one of the 3 you actually have to buy with crowns. Or I think featured has changed. Or we can do the drunk personality. That's limit. So since those are some of the more limited stuff. There we go. 3 minutes. Just let me know. Happy to do whatever y'all would like to see. Oh, that would be nice. Character slots would be great to have on sale. I obviously haven't turbo loaded my my alt addiction, but I will. Also, wouldn't mind. I don't know if they've ever put them on sale. I wouldn't mind outfit slots going on sale either. Fashion's my end game, and I would buy so many outfit slots if they're just a touch cheaper than they are. I spend a lot on the Crown Store. I used to spend so much. Well, I didn't spend more before I streamed. I had a budget and I spent about the same. What I love about streaming is I give about 50 to 60% what I used to spend away. And it feels a lot better to share. I feel a lot better with my money that I'm sharing with the community. Hey, how you doing, Jack? Sorry if I say your name wrong, Jack. Leporitis? You're in the middle of typing when I hit enter. Nice. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm in the Moocats also. When I decided to move to when I decided to finally start over on PC, since I wasn't going back to console, I was in either an Aizma or Ellis stream. And it had come up and they're like, oh yeah, anybody can join the Moocats. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, coming to PC and being part of a cool guild, all about that. Anything orange makes me think of Maddie Gone Fair. Finally on my own. Oh. Hello, darling. Had to nip away during your podcast. Hope, yeah, it went great. No worries. Like I said, I edited them down. And I put them on YouTube and on podcast sites. So if anybody wants to catch them, missed part of it, came in late, or you went off to stream or anything, they'll be out there. I just appreciate you stopping by in general, hanging out for a bit. It's nice. It was really kind of Mary and One and Lady Cub and everybody to raid and come and support the podcast. It was so nice. Oh, speaking of Lady Cub, I was just talking to Lady Cub. So, I'm not colorblind, but I don't have the full range of colors that everybody else has. So because Ezra and Lady Cub's names on my chat program are similar purples, I accidentally read Lady Cub's message as if it came from Ezreadil in my mind. So sorry about that, Lady Cub. Sharing is a ring, as my daughter says. Fair. Thought I recognized your Twitch name. Oh. Cool. Sharing is caring. Oh. I thought it was some play on sharing having the word ring on it, but sharing is caring that is a sweet sentiment. Is there a place I can DM you, Octavian, so that you can read the message later after stream? So, yes. You can either DM me on... The best way would be to DM me on Discord. It's Loctavian, and then the number is number 1982. So Loctavian 1982. Or I'm Loctavian00, because Loctavian was taken on Twitter, so you could also DM me on Twitter. Those are the two best ways. I have my messages closed on Twitch because the only place I've ever been harassed, sadly enough, has been in Twitch DMs. So now they're set so people can't message me unless I message them first. But yeah, either Loctavian number 1982 on Discord or Loctavian00 on Twitter. Technically also Instagram, but for some reason I always forget to check my messages on Instagram, so it's not the best place to message me. I'm back from my appointment. How are things going here? Playing a little ESO after our podcast. Let's go ahead and about to do a giveaway. I think the poll should be about done. Probably has been done. A giveaway for view results. More crates. It generally comes up crates, but every once in a while it comes up something different. So I always like to give a little options. Because sometimes they'll come up like furnishings or things like that if there's a lot of people who do that in the chat. So anyway, another crown crate giveaway. It's exclamation point ante up once you see the bot command come through. Bum, 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 bum. There it is. Hope your appointment went well, Veronica. I've been good. I've actually put my new logo on my profile. Thanks for your help. I'm super awesome. I mean, I'm in a safe place. I'm actually gonna go look at your new logo. Oh, that is cool. I like that, Lady Cub. That's cool. I see what you mean when you were mentioning it yesterday about kind of like definitely still a bear, but a different look and stuff to it. Yeah, that's great. Eat my soup. Experience scroll as well, maybe. There we go. By the way, how did you find out that Loctavian had been reclaimed by Twitch? I've got my eye on a name that is already taken. To be honest, ADHD persistence. Literally, not every day, but about twice a week, I would I just check. And one day when I checked, it said page not found. And so I said, does that mean what I think it means? And I went and tried to change my name, and it let me change it to get rid of the zeros. So I'm like, sick. But yeah, I paid attention. Like, there's no way to like get notified or anything. You just have to keep checking. I am honestly not sure how often they reclaim and purge names though. And then there's always the chance that the name you want is somebody who's active. They're just not a streamer. So there's no way to know like if they're actively using it or not, but I lucked out on that one. Fortunately, not so lucky on Twitter or Instagram, and neither one of those places purges unused. So zeros will have to stay there on those ones, but I have it without the zero everywhere else. So honestly, Veronica, the reason I didn't just end after the podcast, because I thought about ending after the podcast, taking a nap, right? And streaming at my normal time on Wednesday. But I figured, like, obviously it wouldn't be the same as, like, because there's a bunch of raids and stuff, and it was a special event with the podcast, but still at the same time, like, getting a feel for how it is. Because I've thought about, like, because I have my 2 early days, right? I have, right now I usually do Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at noon Pacific Standard Time. And then I do Wednesdays and Fridays starting at 3 p.m. Pacific Time. And then Sundays at 8 p.m. Pacific Time are overnights. But I've considered moving Tuesdays and Thursdays possibly earlier. So this is kind of a good feel for if I want to do that or not. It's kind of weird having split times like that, but also I have so many friends, people who watch in like the UK, but also a lot of people who watch in other places that like it's been working for us. All right, thanks. My OCD will take care of the rest of it for me. Fair. OCD and ADHD, a lot of different neurodivergent ways of thinking have overlaps. So a lot of people with ADHD like myself have a similar overlap. Not the like same as OCD obviously, but the persistence of checking, definitely something I have as well. Yeah, you're Eastern time. That's fair. Yeah, I don't like switching a lot, so I've just been trying to find sweet spots for the days so I can just stick on them for quite a while. 'Cause obviously, switching too much isn't great, but doing good, Sir Mouseheart. Doing good, thank you. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Did not. Cocktail streams already at 127k. Didn't need to set it higher. Didn't want to set it higher. Did fill up a little bit faster than I thought it would because there's a lot of things people want from the normal channel points, but people really want that cocktail stream because that's I think there's like 15 days left. And when I started it, I set it at like 21 days. So very little chance we're not doing that community cocktail day, which is cool. By old lady, I mean 42, so I'm on the meaning of life. That's true. It's so time zones make things so hard. Because I keep weird hours even before I was a streamer. That's how I met so many people that are like in Europe or Australia or New Zealand. I know no time's going to be perfect. The other reason I do like rotating my days as opposed to having them all at the same time, even if all at the same time would be probably more convenient for people to remember, is it also lets me see more people's streams. Like if I was always the same time, there'd be a chance that I would always overlap people I would like to catch, which is basically everybody. It's so hard because there's so many people. As the ESO fam grows, and by grows I mean I meet more people in it. Can't see everybody all the time, but I try my best. Is not that old, but I do understand what you mean about sleep though. I wanted to get to sleep early. Gonna go prep my stream, have fun, lock and chat. Oh, what time is your stream, HCP? You're prepping it now, so I'm assuming pretty soon. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, if you haven't, please give HCP a follow. HBC is wonderful mod, keeps me in line, keeps chat in line. Mentioned her a lot during things. But also streams. Oh, I actually appreciate the. Oh, yeah. Actually appreciate the variety. If you were only on at times I'm not available as much, I'd miss. That's fair. Fair. Only I was a magical being who could stream all the time. No, that wouldn't be good either because I couldn't catch people stream. I need whatever that magical device was from like one of the earlier Harry Potter books. Give me that Hermione thing so I can stream at times that are convenient for everybody else, but also actively be supporting and in the chats of everybody else as well, please. Thank you. I made a meme because I was bored. For example of what kind of character Nibble is. Where is your meme? I want to see the meme. Not trying to have a conversation with you, Ghost. Trying to loot these urns. At the highest probability of having the best stuff. Oh, I need to move the locations of some stuff. Settings, add-ons, Louis extended. Remember the tutorials are because I don't have this on anyway. The loot history is there. I want to move where the loot history is. So, what is the thing called that shows me the countdown? That's not Srendar, is it? No. Wait. No. This is my auras. This is my auras. Which one is it again? I always forget which add-ons do what sometimes. Turn focus? No, that's not. That wouldn't be it. Is that LUI? Must be. Just want to move it. Oh well, I'll figure that out later. Wasting too much time on it. I'll move my loot history for now, just out of the way. I'll get the rest fixed later. Add-ons. Off. Alright. Sorry about that, chat. Thanks. Thanks, Noble. Let me look at your meme on our Discord in the meme vault. Another Daedric Prince invading Tamriel. Alright, that's good one, Noble. I like that. Take everything that is not locked down. It is all for me. Oh yeah, I need to be looking at the bookshelves too. Kitty ghost. It is a Khajiit kitty ghost. That's true. Not to be confused with the ghost kitty pet. All right. That's everything. That's everything. I'm done looting. We can actually do what we need to do now. Thank you. In the meme vault, my favorite vault. Well, I love to see dumb memes, so that works out perfectly. So that completes that. Bum 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 bum. I love it though because I can 100% see Nebul's character be nice. Backpacks and urns are the best. Right, this one is not currently. Oh, it is actually functional. Let's play a game. Can my Nightblade healer completely dungeon spec'd solo this? Not if I don't turn on my siphoning stuff. Noble, did you design your avatar? Or did you have someone design your avatar for you? I know it's a random question. I'm just always curious if people design their own avatars or if they had people design their avatars. The one you use when you stream in place of a camera. So, dungeons in a bit. I don't think anyone was going to run dungeons with me, so I was just... But I'm trying to clear the quests in Reaper's Marsh because I want the Dawn Shadow home. But as much as I like to spend crowns, I'm not going to spend crowns on a home that just requires me to finish quests. So we're doing a Reaper's Marsh clear. Now, I don't need to be doing the Dolmen, but it hasn't been done. It's sitting here, so... Even though I'm spec'd fully for healing, I decided to just see if I could get it knocked out because I'm standing here. Did 2 podcasts earlier, though. Yeah, your Wraith avatar. Sometimes with ADHD, you think a random thought like, I wonder if Nibble drew their avatar or if they had an artist do their avatar for them. But then it gets stuck in the ADHD cyclone that is my brain. I'm like, I need to ask because for some reason this is just stuck in my head. Designed it as a really bad concept, and my friend refined it and made it. Oh, that's really cool. Thanks for sharing. I just randomly curious. Once we're done with this dolmen here, I'll do that Stream Raiders battle. We'll draw crate winners here. See. We did the other ones right around the half hour mark, so we'll do that. We'll keep it that way. Those damn Dolmen just so juicy and right for the day. They are. Also, though, I need to have every achievement in the game, and if I can just, I guess, close a few more pinions. I have to close like 100 of these for a simple achievement, so. Also, my jewelry crafting is like 49. Halfway there, so I need to finish that off, so much. Because of my healing abilities to be able to do it. I need to use some skill points though and put together a more DPS heavy questing bar. But I've been saying that forever, so we'll see if I remember to. We'll see. Kind of 50-50. Yeah. That's a lot of what I do. I don't have the artistic talent to finish things, but I do a lot of like the concept and the design, and then have artist friends or commission artists go, okay, this is what I'm looking for, and actually like make it look good. I just fell asleep for an hour during my lunch break. Good thing I'm work from home. Fair enough. I don't know how long your lunch is. I have definitely worked at jobs where I will power nap my if I have an hour lunch, I'll sometimes just power nap it on purpose. But that's on purpose. It's a bit different than when it's not on purpose. But yeah, at least you're work from home, Cats. Hope you're still doing well today, Cats. I mean, you're working, but hopefully other than the nap work's treating you all right. Can't wait to see your new emotes, Noble. Sounds really cool. Yay. I soloed a simple dolmen. I am the best. Stream radies. Let's see. Let's put our haste actually on this unit here so that the archer gets the benefit of it. So yeah, I watch a lot of different people give advice on streaming. A lot of their advice is usually really good, right? I constantly hear sometimes there are people say on their advice in this day and age you have to have a camera, and I'm like, maybe for some categories, but sorry, I think it's just because I was talking about your avatar is coming to mind, but it's every time I hear that advice I'm like, well, Nibbles is growing. Nico the Bear Knight is growing. One Hashira is growing. And the list goes on. I'm like, Cryo Kitten. There's a lot of people in the ESO directory who use avatars. Not even VTube ones, just avatars do just fine and are growing. So every time I hear that advice, I'm like, maybe if you're just chatting? But it doesn't seem accurate to me. Oh no. All right. For some reason we're just not Not quite connecting on these battles. We have enough units, I feel like, but sometimes these battles are a little harder than you'd think they'd be. I think these tower ones make it like super rough. It's been a long time since we've lost though, so whatever. We'll try one more time, and we'll start the map over. I'm gonna change it up, and I will put my big old war beast down. I'll put it over here. Be a different approach. Music. Here, put on to. Yeah, like, so like Makari Morph and like Madigon, like they have the VTube avatars. And they always say that like that's the exception to the rule, but I don't. Again, even if like you're not looking at people with VTube avatars, like, yeah, I just think it's really inaccurate. And we were just talking about your avatar, so that just reminded me, like, because I heard that advice again. I'm like, again, I wonder if they're giving advice based on like specific categories, because yeah, I just don't find it to be true. You're, like I said, you, Nico, tons of people, super engaging, super fun, great streams, and yeah, I just sort of randomly bring it up. I just kind of like, doesn't seem like correct advice they're giving people. Key the Khajiit, yeah, another great example. Like, Mr. Guy wants to get back into streaming and isn't gonna, doesn't use a camera. So like, I think the advice to use like an avatar though, like, you know, you and One Hero, a lot of people have like an avatar, like by having that avatar kind of in the space where you like have a camera, right? I think that makes that connection with people, and it's perfectly fine. I guess the point is I really like advice, but it's kind of like one of those things, like, I didn't bring it up in the podcast, but now I'm thinking about, I'm like advice is not always one size fits all. Like there's definitely like exceptions and stuff, like to some of these rules you might hear people say, because just because it worked or a person's like big doesn't mean they know everything about how things work. Yeah, exactly. You just got to be you. Like, you do have to talk. Like, that's part of streaming. Like, and engage in that way. So that makes sense. But yeah, I've never ever tuned into someone's stream, or had someone raid me into someone's stream, seen they didn't have a camera, and go, "Well, I'm out of here." More, yeah, I guess it's probably more from a mainstream perspective. That's true. That's fair. That's fair, Rihansu. I don't know if that's true either, but like I said, I mean, I think it was Maplinator when we were doing the interviews earlier is the way I said it. Like, I think comfort, maybe it was Zonovich. I'm all mixed up now because ADHD and I did them back to back, but no, I think it was definitely Map. Like, I think comfort is what actually breeds the best streamer. So like, if you're not comfortable being on cam and you're more comfortable having an avatar, then that's going to allow you to create the best content you can create, because you're going to be the most comfortable. Like, I have a camera obviously, but that's because I feel the most comfortable doing this in front of a camera. Like, the way I talk is very handsy, very mobile. So like it makes me feel a lot more comfortable to stream with a camera. But yeah, so I think it's just about comfort. Just random stray thought. Yeah, I think Rihansu has a really good point. It's a mainstream perspective. Like they're giving advice to like every single person who might watch their video, so they have to like give the more like mainstream thing. Because it also could be a community thing or the type of game you're doing too. Like ESO, definitely our community is very much like camera, no camera, doesn't matter. Like maybe if you looked at like all the different types of communities, it's more often true than it isn't. Joking, fair. Yep. And that's good advice, yeah. Streaming is about finding your own. Streaming is a mixture of finding your own way, growing over time, and like letting your personality shine through in the best way to like connect with your community and with people, provide value and entertainment, and then interspliced with the yoinkin twist where you see what works for others and go, well, I'm not going to do exactly what they're doing, but like that thing they're doing, I could do it in this way and it would work for me. So it's like, make sure you're becoming comfortable and being more yourself, but also a little bit of the old yoinkin. Really happy Makari decided to step into ESO. Obviously now that I know Makari, it doesn't matter what Makari's streaming, I'd watch. But I find people based on what they're initially streaming. So I'm happy Makari made the move to ESO because I really enjoy his content. He's a really helpful person, really kind of inspiring person. So and that's when I truly knew you were everywhere, Noble. I'm like, huh, this streamer's a partner streamer who's a fairly big, and somehow I've never seen them streaming ESO before. And then it's like, oh, we just came to ESO, and then there you were. I'm like, oh, Noble really is everywhere. All right, let's do our Ritty Rits. 7 more minutes, we'll do the giveaway. Am I shy on Electrum? Well, let's hope I don't think I do. I'll see if I can deconstruct. Not the things I make, but everything else. That should put us at 50. Oh, but it's not going to give us Electrum. Bummer. I'll have to buy Electrum. All right, I have to buy Electrum. And jewelry. There we go. So I only ever do level 2s of hirelings. I don't really do. I'm going to do brewer at the moment. I'm not drinking ambrosias, or I would. Level 2 hiring. I think everything I want in these skills is there for now. The woodworking finishes up, and then I can get some points back from it. We'll need Electrum. Me too. I know Makari from my war. Oh, okay. That explains a little bit more about. But I don't know. People. It was just like, yeah, you were there, and I was like, awesome. I knew him from Warframe days, but I never really got to know him. Oh, okay. So Makari was a streamer who did Warframe. So like you knew Makari, knew of Makari more, but didn't know him. Like didn't have like one-on-one or conversations like that. Gotcha. Hey, how you doing, Soul Shriven? Hope you've been doing well. Good to see ya. There are some things to consider also. Maybe someone wants to stream, but for legal reasons to protect their true identity. Maybe they hold a job that their identity needs to be kept secret. Maybe they have some deformity. Yeah, exactly. All those are really good points. I've just never understood like the advice. But again, I guess maybe on a bigger scale it's true, but it just seems my perspective, I guess, on Twitch, even though I've been here for a long time, has been like not having a camera's been fine. Again, you generally have to have like, oh, I grabbed it right as she was walking by. That was unfortuitous. Drain health. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. You're a bit sick. I hope you feel better tomorrow too, Soul. Hey, Kinedro. Steam key. I'm going to go ahead and add your name on the Discord in the prize pit. Feel free to claim the game you want, or if you don't see anything you want at the moment, you can hold on. I keys every 2 to 3 weeks. So we do have a really good stockpile of games at the moment. Let me add your name here. Oh, you already know. You already know what you want. All right. Well, I don't need to add your name to the list. Yes, you can. So since that's a tier 2 game, it comes with a free game from the bonus games below. So if you see anything in the T2 bonus games you want, let me know, because you can get one of those as well. The way it's set up is like anything in tier 1 is like $25 or more. Then tier 2 are like $20 games that come with a free $5 game, and then the tier 3s are like $15 games that come with $10 games. That way everything's at least worth 25. So let me get that key and I can DM it to you. Just a moment. Reveal my key. Team. Copy. Message. No problem, Kendra. Whisper. I whispered you the key, and then when you know what bonus game you want, let me know. I'll grab you that key too, Kinedra. I've had a lot of other things to work on for stream, but eventually, hopefully here by the end of the week, my goal is to leave that prize pit, the Steam keys, on Discord so people can look there, but also make a chat command that brings up like a Google spreadsheet. So people can also just look during stream as well if they want at what games they want to use their Steam keys on. Since I know every streamer, it's kind of part of the package. You got to have a Discord, so don't want to like force people who don't have the space or want to be on another Discord have to go there just to get their games. But need Electrum, please. Nope. Electrum ounce. Nope. You have Electrum? Hey, thank you so much for the host. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that, Twitchy. Thank you so much. Appreciate you showing your community in that way by hosting. That's cool. All right, got what I'm looking for. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. Nova. So many reasons to not use cam if it's not right for you. I use one most of the times, but I'll be using my avatar logo on my cam spots some of the days. Sometimes want to stream, but I don't want to get ready. Yeah. Yeah, that just furthers my point, Nova, is like, if you're not comfortable being on cam, even if there's some days when you're just not comfortable being on cam, like, you're going to be a better streamer simply by streaming from a like way you feel comfortable. Again, I don't think it's true. I definitely don't think it's true, and it's provably not true in the ESO direct. But again, I think Riansu had a good point, which was it might just be kind of like mainstream advice, because things like the just chatting section are really huge. And maybe it doesn't work as well there. I don't know. But yeah, I think there's plenty of valid reasons. Tons of valid reasons. Oh, I went off the wrong exit, but no biggie. Streaming hasn't really helped me see something that I didn't before believe I streamed. People like me for me. Honestly, I had times before I streamed that I thought people only talked to me to be nice. That's great. I'm glad streaming helped you find that out and find confidence in in yourself. That's great. Bum, 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 ba, da, 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 da. I mean, heck, even Twitch is new. Yeah. Be you, be comfortable, enjoy the content. Exactly. Present viewers and community, and time will come. If you're putting out the best you can do, you'll see that and come to love you for you. I agree with that completely. 100%. That's always been my my focus is came up during the map interview too, but always been a little bit, one thing I do maybe a little bit different to improve, or something that went well I could do better, but I can all I can do is focus on me, my content, what makes me comfortable, like I said, and over time I truly do believe people will come. It's difficult, right? Hit different plateaus along the way, things like that, and so definitely can be difficult at times when you're at those plateaus, but I really do agree with what you're saying, which is if you put the work into your content, you feel comfortable, the more you feel comfortable, the better your your stream improves, and then yeah, as people find you, more and more stick around, and it comes with time. Like, I think that's just great advice there in general, Twitchy. All right, Ez, bank a little bit with you real quick. My friend, my kitty cat buddy. Actually, before I do that, consumables. What can I consume? Pattern. Know those ones. Yay, 10 transmute crystals. Hooray! Oh no, I'm at 300 of 480. I should probably. It's not full yet. Treasure map, treasure map. Here you go, treasure map. Survey. Thing I know. Yeah, nothing has a trait on it. Nope, no traits, no traits. Alright. Thank you, SB. Anyone know what they're announcing in that Twitch DM? Nope. Nope. I know I need to announce who the winner of the crates are, but I have no idea. Hopefully better tools. But yeah, I have no idea. I just plan to kind of read afterwards and see if anything changed. Hopefully they've reached some form of a deal, since DMCA laws from pre-major internet times in the 80s are not super reflective. Nor are DMCA laws actually in the favor of the artist. In most cases of DMCA laws, the people who get the money are the studios, and it doesn't go into the hands of the artist. I think I'd be more supportive of DMCA laws if it was protecting the money of the actual artist. Now it's closed. All right, so the winner of the crates is... Who gets 4 crates? Here we go. Ms. Torbs. Ms. Torbs. Congratulations, Ms. Torbs. I say this even though I'm yet to fully believe it myself, and it has not yet worked for me, but I still choose to believe in this. I think it's very true. I think, like I said, the only thing we have control over is like ourselves, our content, what we put forward. Unfortunately, sometimes plateaus, unfortunately, are just the product of like waiting for like people to be able to come by and stuff like that. But I really do think what you said is true, Twitchy. That like be comfortable, enjoy the content you present, and viewers will and community in time will come. I think that's true. Something Map said has been very true for me, which was I was very much slowly growing, smallly growing over time, and then something clicked at one point. Like I'm not like huge or massive by any means, but like once it kind of started going up, it started just like my follower count kind of got higher and higher, and I think that just has to do with what you're saying, like putting the effort in, putting yourself out there, and then once the circumstances come along, you've worked on yourself and your content and yourself as like a streamer, that you're ready to like really like seize that opportunity. That's my opinion too. Yeah, I think that, yeah, watch and find out. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to go watch it, just watch and come back. It's no big deal, cats. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you want to know, because, yeah, I'm kind of curious too, but obviously I'm streaming. I don't really want to stop playing ESO to pull it up on screen, so I'll just read about it afterwards. Let's give Ms. Torbs a chance to claim it. I always like to give people a few minutes to claim it, because you never know if someone had to step away for, you know, all of us when we watch content for the most part are like tabbed into multiple people and things like that. So I like to give people a chance. Make sure they're actually gone before we move on. Agree with that. Everyone has a community out there for them. Sometimes it just takes time to find or build it. If you asked me 8 months ago, see my channel in 8 months, you know what I'd have said. Playing Halo Infinite on my slow running Xbox, maybe 5 years. Got to go back down to the dig site. Can do. Yeah, hey, make duty finger. Welcome in, McDuty Finger. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Miss Torbs, please speak up. Only wait about another minute. For the giveaways we do during stream do need people to be present. I know. Agreed. Still no Halo Infinite. True. All right. It's been a minute. Oh, sorry about that. My bot messed up, so it's Lady Cub who won that. I'm sorry, Noble. If Lady Cub's not around, it's yours, but I don't know why my bot pulled 2 names when I clicked the button once. Is the title message? Let me check. The title of the stream? Oh, I'm not. Oh, yeah, it is. It says, "How can you kill a go instead of a god?" That's not the song lyric. Fixed it. Yeah, I don't know if I clicked too fast and accidentally double clicked, but yeah. Oh no, I literally just added a D, Mr. Guy. Just doing a little ESO after our interviews. Yeah.
How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
How can you kill a goat? You monster. Just be yourself. Self as somebody who wants to make an 80s dance number to a Young Scroll song, go for it. Want to see the dance hands from the wheel spinning music? We have not done the wheel in a while. I'll spin the wheel once, sure. haven't done it in a while. It's not a day where we're doing the wheel, but you know, for you, McDuty Finger, we'll do it. I mean, second set it up since it's not normally a day I do the wheel, so I need to set the scene for it. Special morning wheel spin. Our new friend asked for it. Let's go ahead and cool. And then we'll do the Stream Raiders battle. And I'll eat a bean too. Because we don't spin the wheelie. Just said we don't spin the wheel wheelie, but willy-nilly. So we must abide the wheel. That's double treat. That is pear or booger. Before I eat pear or booger, we do a prediction series for the people who like to bet their channel points. It's very straightforward. The prediction is, I'm predicting it's a good bean. So you can vote blue, believer, delicious, or you can vote pink, doubter, disgusting. I'll switch back to gameplay for just 2 minutes while the prediction series runs. Stream Raiders, that is. And as soon as the prediction is up, we eat the bean. Double whammy. Wheel spin and a bean. Double treat. And Noble will be getting I think Lady Cub had to leave as well, so I guess it's good I pulled twice, Nibbles. Hey, Future Ranger, how you doing? Right, third time's the charm. We got the right units down this time. What's in the box? Chest squeaks and Happy Buddy getting some bonuses. Moving on up to the next box. There we go. How does this work? I can gift skins. Cool. All right, here we go. Time's basically out, so make sure no one's gonna be able to like sneak a bet in. Music back on. Ugh. Doubters. Oh. Oh. That's not a booger IRA. Oh. Oh. This one's for you, doubters. Sorry, believers. Ooh. Thank you for the overpowering taste of coffee. It's saving me. The wheel has, but we abide the wheel. The wheels come up like triple beam before, and people have been like, you don't have to do the beans. I'm like, you don't understand. The wheel means nothing if you don't abide. How can there be good without bad? Light without darkness? Like I said, we bring the wheel back on special days now. The wheel had its time where it was every day. Kind of speaking about working on content, that's why we bring out the wheel for special occasions and for special bets now. Is because it was getting to the point with the wheel where the wheel would be I'd stream for 6 hours, and if I went back through my VOD, I would honestly say probably 45 minutes of that was wheel. Which means it's good, but it also means that we had to create new content. Leave the wheel for special time. Nope, no, I need to go around. What am I doing? What am I doing? I want to come chill again, that's all. Thank you just for the support you guys have given, even just a lurk and unit battle, everything helps. Yeah, no problem. I can't... I'd have to do math, but it was months, Future Ranger. I'm really happy that I got affiliate, but yeah, people who are on that affiliate status with Stream Raiders, I always try to support as much as I can, because it took me months. I would be close and then far away again, like, so if I can help someone else get there, I'm gonna. Booger. Yeah, it was the booger, Miss McDuty Fanger. It was the booger. Yes, I did. Washed it down with that jug of coffee. So I'm a little behind on chat. I'm just reliving the memory now from based on chat. Can you see the developers of these beans in the testing stages? How many beans did they have to go through to get the bad taste? I just picture some cruel uncle who's a scientist who's like, hey little Alice, yeah, your dad says I'm watching you today. Wanna eat these jelly beans for me? Because that's the sort of cruel demon who developed these. All right, yeah. Lady Cub never came back, so Nibbles. I guess my double click was just a prediction. Anyway, congrats. It was so overwhelming for crates last time. I'll go ahead and we'll run it back. There we go. Off to the races. Crate races. So some of them taste like what they sound like rotten milk does. Booger is basically the best way to describe booger is think of gelatin but no flavor. So not like Jello, just actual gelatin, with no flavor. And then the flavor profile that they decided to use on the Jello is salt, and stale pickle juice. I like pickle juice, but it's kind of like a stale pickle juice and just too much salt. I think that would be the best way to describe the flavor profile of booger. So I said it doesn't remind me of a booger, but I don't know. I guess I also haven't consumed a booger in since I was a tiny child, so maybe that is what they... No, because I've had really bad runny noses when I'm sick, and like that kind of gets in the back of your throat, so definitely that's not what they taste like. That one makes you admit you ate a booger. Yeah. been a long time since I like ate one like a kid, but also, yeah, like when you're sick, you get like that runoff in the back of your throat. If you're like really sinusy, and you're like doing the thing where you don't have a like a handkerchief or like paper towel, just so you're like snorting like the nibble without dark nibble. Yeah, nibble without dark nibble. Exactly. I mean, I do things because I like challenges. I do things because I like to gamble. So like, it's not really a gamble if everything's good. It's a fine wheel. It's a fun wheel. A wheel of prizes is a great wheel, but for it to truly be a me wheel, it has to have the potential of failure. What does this turn in at? Okay. I guess that's our next area to go, right? Yep. Yep. Fix it quick. Bum. Oh, okay. I was checking the price because I didn't want to shoot up the other check. 1.2 million. I knew you could get it with the Imperial Edition, but I wasn't sure how much it cost. 1.2. Nah. No, thank you. Don't like the house that much. Lock, me and Ben are eating, please. I can't. I have to obey the wheel. Oh, describing the flavor. Fair. Eat a booger. Sorry, just taking I'll take 5 champions. Yeah. Let me grab that for you, Kinedra. Let me catch up on chat and I'll get that for you, Kinedra. Here, try this booger. I'm sorry I had to time Octavia into the book I wrote you in Discord PM. I thought I should explain myself fully. You can, of course, read it later off stream. Okay. No problem. So, Roy... Unfortunately, second. Anyway, sorry. Unfortunately, I hadn't altered the list yet, but Kinedra just claimed that the life is feudal. All right, you got. Oh my, I love pickles, but I think I'll have to pass. Yeah. It's not good. I love pickles too, and I even like take a shot of pickle juice, like with my whiskey. Like I can just drink, but this is different. But I'll stop. I will stop for the sake of Wolf and Ben. Oh, chronic sinus. Yeah. That's what drip, sinus drip. That's what I was trying to remember what it's called. I'm sorry, you have that though. But I couldn't remember what it was called. Wheel of prizes. They just don't tell you how the prizes are. I mean, it's a prize for all of you because of the entertainment factor. I'm the only one who suffers. People getting tickets. I'm just catching up in chat. It's called a pickleback. You never heard of a pickleback cat? Let me get that game though for you real quick, Kinadro. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Get in the game, get in the game. All right. Mm-hmm. Another thing I need to do for the keys is I need to actually move all the keys to a document just I have access to, because as it stands right now I have to go through all three of the sites I get keys from, because I forgot to mark which site the different keys come from. So that's why it's taking me just a second to locate your key for that game. Or is it locating it? Come on. Scrolling through my games right now, looking for that game right now. Gonna find the game right now. Hopefully, at least. Where is this thing I'm looking for? Hey, thank you for the host, Krabby. Thank you so much. I'm looking for a game. I figure out. Of course, I checked every single possible thing. So it was in literally the last one, because that's how it works, right? I went through all the other ones to find it. So, all right, getting that key now for you. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Load, website load. Just show me the key. I need to give it to a person. Just give me the dang old key, please. I need it real bad. Load, site load. Load, site load. Sorry, I'll get to the message in just a second. I'm just trying to get the site to load so I can give Kinadro the game they chose. Hi, Cat. Good to see you. You had your first pickleback 2 weeks ago. Awesome. Awesome, Cats. Come on, site. Load, please. Sorry. For some reason, it is just doing that thing where it spins. I'm going to try to reload the browser real quick. There it goes. Now it's moving. It's moving now. Now we got it. Now it's going. Huh. Why is it taking so long? Why is internet's fine? I don't know. Must be the website. Found it. There we go. Website loaded. I got the key now. That was much more difficult than I thought it'd be. Get that site to load. Here you go, Kendra. Give that to you right now. And there you go. Right, now we're all good. Catch up on chat. Sorry again, Wolf. Didn't mean to gross you out, but everybody's anteing up. Everybody wants them crates. Everyone wants them crates. Yeah, picklebacks are great. Glad you tried one, Cats. Not everybody likes them, but I'm a big fan. Pickleback cat, a human nope. Can't say I've ever heard of that. Yeah, yeah. Pickleback is like a shot of whiskey, and then you drink a shot of pickle juice. I also feel like I've had a lot of strange drinks in my day. Also drink like a prairie oyster, which is actually a raw egg with Worcester sauce, pepper, salt, Tabasco, as a hangover cure. Octavian, this talking games, does this relate to the Steam key redemption? Yes, yeah. People who have Steam keys in the redemption were cashing them in. So I was getting Kinadro the prizes. Unfortunately, Roy chose a game that Kinadro just picked just a little bit earlier, unfortunately, and I hadn't updated the list yet. Huh. I don't know. That is confusing to me. Oh, because Twitch messed up. I'll give you an extra ticket. I can manually change it. Because if you look at where you anteed up, it shows the VIP badge and it shows your cheer mote. And then your very next sentence, it shows your subscriber badge again. It looks like Twitch for some reason, and you had your subscriber badge in the comment above. Twitch goofed up and didn't think you were a subscriber there for a second, and because of that, when you anteed up, it thought you were a not subscriber. That's what happened, Cats. But I can add the ticket for you. That's weird though, because you have the post above, you have the subscriber badge, and the post below it. Weird. I think. I am caught up on chat. If I missed anything, go ahead and at me, but I think I caught up on everything in chat there. Yeah, Mick Dutyfinger, there is a bean that is either coconut or spoiled milk in the Bean Boozles. There's many a bad bean. There's many a bad bean in the Bean Boozles. Hey Arhul, how you doing, my friend? Good to see ya. How are you, Arhul? Hope you're doing well. I'm right there. Let's do this. Doing well going. How goes the close to 8 hour? Oh. Yeah, I guess with the 2 interviews and then I started playing ESO, I'm like, it's only been a little bit. It goes. It's been going all right. There's been wheel spins and Bean Boozles and game claims and reminds me I do need to update the prize pit. That claim that Keenandro just did. Good. Done. Updated. But on the other hand, not on the other hand, just like, it's also good because there's 3 more spaces left here on the storyline quest, but there's only a few more sections left. So we're very close to getting the achievement we need to buy the house we want to buy, which is basically the entire purpose of clearing the zone of the quest in it. Is I just want Dawn Shadow, the home I want right now. It's big enough that it's one of the ones that requires a zone clear, quest zone clear. Where is the quest giver for this section? Oof. Like, it's marked. Not marked done. So there should be a quest around here. Quest giver around here somewhere. Oh, I'll just turn the pins on the map and they'll show me. Oh, never mind. Found him. There you are. Give me your quest. Thank you. Oh, it's time for another bean, says Arhul. Arhul says, you did a bean earlier without me? Nah. Open that cursed chest back up. And I will. It's the best bean. I mean, we still do the prediction on it, but it is the best bean. Because the bad bean, that is going to be berry blue or toothpaste. And toothpaste tastes like toothpaste. Like, I have no idea why they thought that was like the worst flavor, but you know, cool. Predictions running. If it's toothpaste, you know, the doubters still get it. But for me, the blue bean is an absolute win. Like, no two ways to look at it. Absolute win. In fairness, though, the dirty dishwater or cake one is an absolute loss because the cake is so sugary, it tastes horrible either way. It's gotta be good. You'd think. We'll see, but because you see, I can't remember how many have been good and how many have been bad. I'm pretty sure Bean Boozles deliberately have more bad than good. But we're running low and it was filled with 4 packs, so don't worry, I've ordered the refill. The refills get here well before it runs out. So I had to order the refills yesterday since I proclaimed that if the Radiant Apexes didn't cost $1,200, that I would get everybody a free spin. So I have to be ready for a lot of beans soon. If I'm not exactly right, because I need. Bean. Fourth time is the charm, one would hope. Like one's, yeah. Thank you for offering up that beautiful little fruit one, Hashira. I like that emote. That's a cute emote. Or Noble's using your emote, rather. It's not good. Don't worry, it's not good. But it's not like the horrific beans, I guess. I wonder what it's like to do the story quests of this game and not have just immediately first thing got Intimidate and Persuade. It's a little less, it happens still, but it's a little less common in the DLC, but like the main story zones, you skip so many things just having those 2 skills. All right. Here we go. I believe the prediction's up. Yep, it is. Toothpaste. Sorry, believers. Doesn't taste horrible, but it's I mean, the reason toothpaste doesn't taste bad is because toothpaste is literally flavored, so it doesn't taste horrible. Anyway, that one goes to the doubters again. Double doubter day. All right, let's put the game back on. I hear you. Well, a little haste action. Winner chicken dinner. Congratulations, happy buddy Arhul and Veronica on your bonuses. We're gonna go towards that free skin chest, hopefully. Free skin chest. Please lend me your strength. I forgot to flip the screen over, so I guess we do have to spin the wheel again. We do have to literally do the wheel again because I did not flip over to the Stream Raider screen. So. Okay. So, for those of you who have not been here before, for a vibe check, where the vibe check works is I will put on the vibe check song, which is one of the songs we use with vibe check. Hey, thank you, Carrie Berry 08 for the follow. Welcome into the Locktopus party. I appreciate that follow a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah. So first things first. I will put on a very specific track we use for vibe check. Gotta go to Harris Heller first. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the party lights behind me. I am then, after the party lights are on and the music is up, I'm going to put us in emote only. I want you to spam your emotes, my emotes, Twitch's emotes, your favorite streamers' emotes. I don't care. I just want to see the emotes fly. Vibe check is just an emote only, no talkie vibe session. Assuming come on. There it is. All right. First things first. Party lights going. Second things second. Hello, Careberry. So we got please spam, slam those emotes. Gonna go to emote only for just a minute because it is a vibe check according to the wheel. All right. emote only is off. I mean, you can keep slamming emotes all you want. No problem. But that is the vibe check. The wheel told us we were checking our vibe, and we checked it indeed. Again, thank you so much, Carrie Berry 08 for the follow. Really do appreciate that. Just in time for just a wall of emotes. Hell yeah, Noble. Hell yeah. Always happy to speak. Good, good, good. What? How do I get in there? I'm missing something. Oh, I probably have to go up here, huh? Maybe? No? Missing where the entrance to the stupid pit is, but I'll find it. I'll find the pit entrance, I swear it. Or maybe I won't, who knows? Down here? Where am I not noticing to go? Actually, I'm not sure. It says talk to the... Oh, there they are. I just didn't see the arrow, or the arrow wasn't popping up. Either way. Spike ball time. Spike ball time. Nice nibble. Oh, that's right. It's a race. Okay, I was confused. Huh? Why is my character? Oh, because they spike balled me. Because they spike balled me. I'll spike ball you. Spike ball you. Get wrecked. Luctavia, you were one of the first followers. Oh, awesome. Oh, I'm happy that I was. Oh, get spiked. Get wrecked. Awesome. Happy for it. There, I won. I won. Tell me what to do. Give me. All right, what do you want me to do? I haven't streamed in a good long while because I haven't had energy, but I'm hoping to make a good comeback soon. Awesome. That's great. We did our podcast earlier, and one of our guests, Zonovich, was talking about had done the same. Took some time off, just didn't have the energy, needed to kind of just like take a step back. So nothing wrong for when taking breaks when you need it. So. Make sure people are anteing up. Exclamation point ANTEUP. We're going to give away 4 more crown crates here in just a little bit. Trying to get me mugged, but I'm gonna kill them. You really should have tried harder to kill me. Sorry you're going. I knew you were talking to Noel, but sorry you're going through tough times, Carrie. Bum, 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 bum. Just die, please die. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. I am naturally an introvert and I have generalized anxiety disorder. Gad. So for me to talk requires lots of thought and energy, even just talking while I play. Fair. Yeah, that's true. That's a good outlook. It's a very much a silver linings way to look at rougher times. So. Yeah, if everything was always good, then we would have no concept of what that meant. So, very true. Yeah, like, community is really great. That's how we get through the bad times, is being able to lift each other up when they're on hard times so we can be there for each other. Please, please die. I just want to be done with this quest. Just trying to buy a house. I'm freeing you, friend. I'm freeing you. Yeah, go. Kill Hadron. Decide to aggro an entire second group of people that we didn't need to so that we can make the fight a little harder. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's decidedly fine. Bum 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 bum. Na 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 na. And through. Nope. Nope. Not gonna let you. Not gonna let you heal your friend. Nope. 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 Not when the quest says my job. No. I said no. Stop. Stop that. Thank you. You're dead now. Healing's not going to work for you very well anymore, is it? And there we go. 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 Yay. Lizard Racing. Yeah. Okay. We do have a crown giveaway coming up. We do have a Stream Raiders battle coming up. For anybody who will not be here when I return, thank you for spending time with me. The most valuable thing that we have. So I very much appreciate it. Whether you were here for a minute or hours. I just need to get some water. Need to fill up my water cup. Stretch my legs a little bit when I come back. We'll have a few more minutes, but we'll do the Stream Raiders battle. 24 minutes at the top of the hour, we'll give away some crown crates. Thank you for the lurk, Alan. So, anybody who's not going to be here when I get back, you have a great day, night, or whatever time of the day it is, and I appreciate you. Everybody else, I will see you shortly. Hi, Satyr. Sorry, had to use the restroom. Took a little walk for my break to stretch. So I do
How can you kill
the
a
god.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
So sorry that took a little bit longer than intended, but we got the giveaway coming right up after this battle. Good to see you, Satyr. Sorry, you showed up right in time for the break, my friend. But I'm back. I miss you too, old fart. I'm back, though. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, friends. Oh, it's good. McDuty finger had your back, old fart. All right, let's go skin chest. Come on, let's get some people some free skins. Exclamation point battle to join in on the fun. Let me catch up on chat. Hey, Lasambe. Hello, Lasambe. Watch it on 360p, but I'm buff. Oh no. It can be really, Twitch can sometimes be a pain to watch on mobile. I have my settings like as low as they can be and still look good, so that can work the best possible on mobile, but still sometimes Twitch mobile can be just not the best. See you around. Thanks for stopping by, Carrie Berry. Stop by anytime. Hope you feel better and hope things looking more up for you soon. You're probably already gone, but still. Needy, welcome back. Hey, Krabby. All right. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for me, 11 a.m. Pacific Time. Let's draw the winner of the Cratey Crates. Here we go. Hace. Sorry if I'm saying Hace or Heis. Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. Congratulations. Let me know if you're on NA or EU. Go Lizards, go Lizards, go! No one's not winning at all. I lost. Failure. Yay! All right. NA, perfect. Just a second. Go Lizards, go Lizards, go. Haise. Right? Yes. Congrats. Hope you get something good or at least get some good gems. We're gonna do this till I win a lizard race. I know we're going a bit too wild, but let's say we give away more crates. Normally, don't do a ton of giveaways on this level, but you know, feeling great today. Gonna do it. Fuck it. Get them anti-ups in. We're gonna do another. Did I win? Yay, I won. It's repeatable. Didn't even really mean to do it because I didn't. Wait. Take that back. Oh, look. Oh, yeah. Let's music. Let's actually look at our achievements real quick. No, nothing there about having to do these. I didn't. Just seeing if any of these were like some weird achievement I didn't know about. I don't think it is, but I'm just gonna check anyway. Nah, didn't think so. A fun little gambling area. But with that said, nothing else to do here. We can ride a horse son out of here. Getting the fuck on out of here. All right, the house we can't. We want to go here because there's a quest there. That's still dark. Yes. Here we go. So, Silenus is buffering, so I might not be able to see my screen, but I'll still pull it up on my screen. Each of the different crafting things, so alchemy, blacksmith, clothing, enchanting, jewelry crafting, that you find materials in the wild, will have a ability called Keen Eye. That the higher the level you get, the more points you can put into it. If you put points into Keen Eye, it'll highlight it. However, what I would suggest is getting a program called Minion. It doesn't take up a lot of room on a computer at all. And you can use it. You can use that to get add-ons. And then once you can get add-ons, what you want to do is get an add-on called Harvest Map. If you can see my screen, or have seen it before, you may notice that I have really bright things on my screen, pins that I can turn on and off. Basically, the way Harvest Map works is you sync it up before you log into the game, and all the players who've used it, it's all the data synced up, so these pins appear in places that different things can spawn. If you're not looking for all the materials, you can turn off all the pins except for the rune stones, which are the orange ones. Now, just because there's a pin there doesn't mean something spawned, but it is a place they can spawn. And if you get that add-on, then you can just save your skill points, because those pins will do the job better than Keen Eye will. But if you're playing without add-ons, Keen Eye. If you are playing with add-ons, download Harvest Map. I'm big on my quality of life, so I play add-ons. Yeah, and then you see you have all these different pins I can turn on and off depending on what I'm looking for. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if you are getting add-ons, the program's called Minion. It is the fastest and easiest way to download and quickly install things. And unlike games like some games out there, add-ons in this game are very, very non-intensive. So I have a bunch of add-ons and I've noticed zero changes to my performance. The only reason I have some of my graphics settings turned down is because for some reason my OBS, and this is a lot of streamers, OBS and like certain graphic settings like shadows can really bork up your GPU. Questing, keep the questing, bum bum. That's good to know. That's good. If you're going to be doing crafting, Silenus, and you are going to use add-ons, the other add-on I highly recommend, and anyone else who uses add-ons would say the same, is called Lazy Rick Crafter. Lazy Rick Crafter basically references your materials, and if you have the materials, I don't think I need to go in there yet. Actually, run back, I think. Yeah, it's up in that house. If you have the materials, it just crafts it for you when it click on the station. Not that you can't craft it yourself, but it's just, given that you can do crafting writs daily, it saves a lot of time. Big quality of life improvement. I'll kill some rats. I can kill rats. Good. I'm good at killing rats. You'll see. Hey, Wolvian, how you doing? We're giving away some crates if you want to ante up, but it's good to see you, my friend. How are you? Hope that you are awesome. Yeah, literal minutes. And when you're doing a Ritz every day, that adds up. Yeah. Coming from console, originally it's like, I don't need add-ons. I played this game for years without add-ons. Someone's like, oh, just try Lazy Ritcraft. And then afterwards, I'm like, give me my add-ons. On console, I played with a Chromebook literally next to me on my couch. I can look up all the information that's now just in my game. Yeah, even if you're going to be minimalist on it, 100% Lazy Ritcrafter. So thank you for people who continue to donate to that cocktail stream. Like I said, take a look at it real quick. We've raised almost 130,000 of 150,000. 15 days left. I gave it 21 to start, so 6 days. It's almost done. Nice. Those aren't urns. I don't need them. Sorry, I'm here to bust up your skooma stands. Come on, bust them up. Maybe not. Oh, I'm back. I'm back to fight. You don't have to chase me. I'm coming back to fight you. Everybody seems pretty excited to watch the Snyder cut of Justice League. To be honest, I never watched the the other cut of it, so I guess I should check out the Snyder cut. I have HBO, so unless, yeah, I might as well check it out. Kind of hit and miss on the DC movies. Like some of them, some of the other ones, not as much, but oh, awesome. It was great, and I have it on 4K. Nice. I do love that. I love Henry Cavill, so I love Henry Cavill. I think he's a great Superman. And then he got cast as The Witcher, and originally I'm like, all right, Superman's gonna be Geralt. And then I watched The Witcher and I'm like, Henry Cavill can do anything. I'm a huge fan of him as Geralt also. I'll never doubt Henry Cavill is anything again. I haven't seen Justice League. I've mostly liked the DC movies. I really liked the first Wonder Woman, but I was not really a big fan. I think the only one I really didn't like is I didn't like the second Wonder Woman. But I loved the first one. The second one just felt like too much kind of crammed in. That thing where they get a little too busy in the movie. Yeah, first one was amazing. I wouldn't say the second one's... I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, McDuty Finger. Hey, Mel. Thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Wow. Thank you for the support, Mel. That's really cool of you. Thank you so much. How have you been, Mel? I was really happy that things worked out, because sometimes timing hasn't worked out, and I was able to watch you play Horizon the other night on your stream. That first one, I think the second one's not bad. I think my problem is the first one was so good that I did that thing where I overhyped myself on the second one. That's what I honestly I think most likely happened. The second one wasn't bad per se. I was just like, man, this doesn't feel as good. But I think it's just because the first one was so good. Haven't seen either Wonder Woman yet, Losame. If you like superhero movies, I really suggest the first one. It's a really fun and good movie. I am fine. They're dealing some personal issues at the moment, but thank you for asking. So you're dealing with some personal issues. Hopefully things turn around and resolve themselves sooner than later, my friend. Let me finish. There we go. Finish punching that guy. Oh. Riding a shadow, almost got myself killed. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, okay. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully things turn around. That's never a pleasant experience to be in. I've investigated the field by killing the sheep. There's an achievement for killing livestock, so sometimes I just gotta be bad. Kill me some bad. Kill me some sheep. Yeah, if you haven't, by the way, you don't know, Mel's fantastic streamer, super wonderful person. Really plays ESO like a lot of us, but also just really great taste in games in general. Also, if you're one of the people here in the that enjoys the stream raiders we do, Mel's also very much Mel and Mel's community very much into the stream raiders as well. Yeah, hope things turn around for your friend Mel. Oh, are you? I just kill him whenever I see him, but eventually I'm just gonna have to like go into like a sheep or chicken field and just like lay down the thunder. Didn't want me to do it, they wouldn't have made it an achievement. Helping out this town, killing rats and sheep. I mean, killing the sheep probably didn't help out the town. Chicken? Die. I don't think that one doesn't even count. I just killed it for fun. I finally realized, somehow how I didn't place it before Lasambe, that one Hashira's has an emote holding a mango. I was like, well, why do you keep calling one Mango Man? But now I understand. Now I understand. Ghosts? Stop being so ghosts. One of my days off, I do need to sit down. I don't think I necessarily need to make an unlurk command, but I do need to. I want to make a bunch of extra commands. We have a couple, but I can make more sounds than movie commands and things like that. GIF commands, rather. I had noticed that there's maybe 2 or 3 herds of sheep. Oh yeah, Clenarthy's Roost is in fact the best place to murder livestock, 100%. Based off of the fact that I have over 40,000 achievement points on PlayStation before I moved here. And easy ones like that are definitely ones I got. Yeah, there's just big old herds of sheep and they spawn pretty fast. So you can just sit there and like AoE them down if you have any AoEs. Ah, gotcha. Sight, sound, smells, taste. And there's all right. Red and yellow into orange and so on. A sound will be heard when you have it right. Oops, look at that. All right now. I don't understand these things sometimes. All right. In the ritual, simply tune each crystal in turn. The colors of lights to either side of the crystal will combine to create a new color within. Red and yellow into orange, and so on. There we go. There we go. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. Even got a Mango Commander stream. Nice. Yo, I've been to one stream a bunch. There's just things I just don't seem to pick up on sometimes. It's just the sheer abundance of. Yeah, here you go. I didn't mean to do. I didn't mean to do a crime. I didn't completely mean to just murder that sheep. Yeah, I did. So today, for one, today's a little special because I did the podcast earlier. One, but right now I do actually have two separate times. So my normal times, which I may be changing, usually would be noon, which is about 18 minutes ago. So would have normally started about 18 minutes ago on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then Wednesdays and Fridays at 3 p.m. my time, and then Sundays actually overnight. So the last couple of weeks I've been doing a lot of special events and needing to work around like map is, you know, on the other side of the world, so I had to kind of like get up at 4 a.m. to do a podcast with Map. So I had a lot of special events lately. I've thrown things off, but usually that's what I do. The main reason being, as much as it's probably logically better to have the same start time on all the days I stream, if I do that, there's a lot of people I don't get to see. Who can't stop by the stream, or I can't see their streams, things like that. So currently, yeah. But also lately I've been doing weird times. So I also, after today though, I may, instead of starting at noon on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I might actually start much earlier. After this week, I won't be needing as many special times though, so I can get things locked down. Pun intended. Dumb rats, go away. Wow, this is a cool quest thing. Hey, Hawkeye, how you doing? Hey, Common, what? Oh, yeah, we are giving away crates if you want to ante up. Doing surveys. Nice. I only have one more level on scrying to go. I mean, I have a ton of things I still need to scry. Oh, you said surveys, not scrying. Sorry. Later, Nova. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. You have a great rest of your day. Or night, whatever time it may be. All right, Stream Raiders almost up. We're almost done with this town. This town's kind of a... bit of a longer side quest, but that's okay. Just want to be able to buy my home in the zone. Fair. Sorry, come on, what? Come on. Sorry, come on, what? There we go. Get it correctly placed in my brain. Don't want to... Yeah. The way my brain works, sometimes I add letters or move letters around, so I think I'm obviously adding like extra M's and O's. I think, come on, what is a better name though? So now that I've been corrected, I will be sure to call you correct. Be sure to call. Come on, what? Correct. I find it sort of naughty wrong to be a Khajiit. If it makes you feel any better, Silenus, about like Senches, is, I mean, you might not be running a Cinch, but if you're running a Cinch, the way Khajiit work, even though they can't communicate with words, they're just as intelligent. So it's kind of like you're getting a piggyback ride, or I guess rather a kittyback ride. Yeah, they don't feel it. That's because Gars aren't also, depending on the moon they're born under, technically the same species. All right, here we go. Almost done. I'll just stream battle since this quest is almost done. I'll just finish this quest up real quick. Just gotta lay down a little more murder. Gonna lay down a little extra murder. Kitty back ride, exactly. Bum 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 da na na na. All right. What? I could not move, and I had stamina, so I'm not sure what is going on there, but no biggie. Let's try this again. This time without failure. There is no fear in this dojo. Oh, no, I was just stuck in a trap and wasn't paying attention last time. I was just stuck in a trap and not paying attention last time. Bum, 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 bum. So much easier when you do pay attention. Imagine that. Imagine that. Although, yeah, like I said, times are with the podcast are a little different. If you're still around here, wanting to share, because like tomorrow, my Reishi Sport podcast is at 2 p.m. Eastern, which is 11 a.m. my time. So not as early as today, but I basically hour and a half earlier from now. So tomorrow's schedule will be a little different than the norm too. Finishing the quest, just killing these people over and over. Like Groundhog Days for these poor bandits. Yes, unless I'm doing math in my head wrong, Hawkeye. No. I woke up really early, which is throwing me off because I started stream way earlier than I normally would. Yes, tomorrow is Thursday, therefore it is 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Yes. I did 2 today because I was gonna actually do Zonovich last week, but the day we had originally had scheduled, I had gotten sick. That's why I did Map and Zono today. That's why we're having 3 of them this week. Come on, what? Yeah. Well, I can't just say come on what. I have to be like, come on, what? So this is Harris Heller or Stream Beats. And he's making a killing. Basically made a ton of like synthwave music, which is what we're listening to, EDM, rock, a bunch of different types of music. And it's all DMCA free. and it's good. It's not just DMCA free. It's good, and he releases like two more albums a month of different genres and stuff. So that's the correct part. Nice. I got it. I got you. Come on, what? Come on, what? I'm just saying it a bunch so that my brain doesn't revert to what I was saying before. I'll have to kill less of these people if I go this direction this time instead of walking in a second circle. Oh, while I'm at it. Once we get out of here, we'll do the streamers battle. Hawk I 117. Shout out. Shout out for Hawkeye. Hawkeye is awesome. Super supportive. Great person. Been streaming ESO, stream other games. Has a Star Wars overlay, which should be enough to get you to go follow on its own, in my opinion. Yeah, Hawkeye's wonderful. You should definitely check Hawkeye out. Yeah, no problem, Hawkeye. Your stream is a lot of fun. At least I caught the Minecraft one a while back, and then I finally caught one where you're actually playing ESO also. So I had a lot of fun both times I've been by your stream, Hawkeye. Have a real like chill and fun thing going on with your streams. It's really cool. All right, Stream Raiders battle. Oh, okay. Okay, followed. Dun, dun, dun. Easy clap. It won't show if you won skins here, but hopefully people won skins. Extra gold, though, to Wolvian and Cats with Pika. Congratulations. I joined Discord to be able to talk to people about the game. I decided the worst name I could pick would be one that was a commonly used word, so I went with what? Fair. Especially since I often find myself screaming it at my phone or laptop on a game. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally left tab up in the background real quick. That's following. By the way, decided to click on your name and just check it out. I never know who is and isn't a streamer, and obviously it's etiquette not to promote yourself, so figured I'd check. So looks like our friend, come on, what is also a streamer. So I just gave you a follow so I could check out your stream in the future next time you're streaming. Yeah, no problem. I'm really big on meeting new people and catching their streams when I can, you know. Obviously can't watch everybody stream all the time, but I do my best. Oh, I know those pains. I know they go by Xfinity now, but because they like to, they were Comcast in my area before they were Xfinity. They used to like to say they were Comcastic. I use the term Comcastic anytime I have issues internet-wise related to stream. I become my non-curse word so I can just let people know. I'm like, yeah, things are, I'll just post, things are not Comcastic today. Hopefully I can stream later. Yeah, fair. You gotta make sure people work. Uh-oh. I got so used to just killing people that I just killed good people. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Don't be afraid. I'm not a random person who just came into your town and... Oh, you're already dead. I didn't kill this one. Oh, dang it. I didn't switch the game back. I mean, I just accidentally killed a person because I thought they were a bad guy and then walked into a house and someone was dead. So didn't miss much. Oh, look for a witness. Okay. Also, oh, sheep. Boom. I'm gonna have to pay off a guard anyway. Might as well kill another. Oh, there's a guard. Oh no, it's so red. They'll try to kill me on sight, won't they? Dang it. Oh, that's not a guard. Never mind. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I actually decided I needed to get Swordmaster credentials. I believe I need to pick up a sword, huh? That wasn't... Oh, it still is. I'll put on a sword. Second. Just a second. Give me a second so I can get these on so I can kill you. Or just die instead. My bad. Well, yeah, I'd hoped Comcast had gotten better in some ways. Some ways they have, yeah. They've gotten better in some ways. But yeah, not in a stability sense. Let's just put on a weapon we don't really use because I accidentally said I wanted to fight a sword master, so let's just drop it there for a moment. Unless I can just use my staff, but I find out. Never mind, I can't use my... I can. Never mind. I was wrong. I need to put my restive staff back on. I guess that's true. No one witnessed the murder I did. That's true. That's true. That is true. Yeah, allegedly did. Some other random freaking... Altmere mage in a northern icy outfit. All right. Oh yeah, I need to put back on my actual resto staff. No, it did not. 100% no murder here. Fight me. Oh, it wasn't the Blade Master who killed me. Never mind. Wasn't I thought the person that ran up and killed me that I was unable to damage. For some reason in my head, I was fighting the Blade Master. I'm like, do I have to fight him with like an actual sword or something weird like that? No, it was a guard that are invulnerable. Of course it was. Also, yesterday, before I left stream, I forgot to do the Dagoth dance I promised people. So, get a bonus Dagoth dance today. As soon as I finish up this quest, I'll do it before I do the giveaway. For those of you who don't know what Dagoth dance is, well, probably most people know what Dagoth dance is since people have been using the God command to show it off. But I'll do a full Dagoth dance. Emerald Lake Law. Enforcement agrees. Perfect. Glad they do. Of course. Of course. Oh, I don't know if anybody's around when we voted. Back when I did my 41-hour stream, we hit the thing where people got to pick the cosplay. We did yesterday pick the cosplay for my cosplay stream. After going through all of the why would I just steal that right in front of a guard like a dum-dum? I don't know what's wrong with me. Boulder's the bastard. Okay. Oh, that's right. I have to go get the Sorceress Division credentials. Boom, boom, boom. Anyway, we after the series of the 12 costumes that were available, technically there's more than 12, but we put a thing together as a group, and if that one we would have gone through it. However, Dagoth won the contest. And I thought it was a great costume, and I'm glad to do the cosplay stream of it, but I need to do the cosplay stream this month, and I realized Dagoth is going to take me a decent amount of work. Well, I do a cosplay building stream for when we for it. So Dagoth will be a cosplay stream in the future, likely April. But I will do one of the other more comical ones, the one that came in second for this month, so that I can still honor the agreement of the 41-hour stream. Which means we will do the Lolita e-girl stream this month, and I will do Dagoth when I have time to do a cosplay stream about it, because I just realized to truly be Dagoth I'm going to have to use like paper mache and Warbler and build out the full-on helmet. But we will be doing the Dagoth stream because that's what was voted. We're just going to end up adding extra stuff in. Pink hair that y'all voted on is coming up 27th. Yeah, that's when my hair appointment is. And then early next month, I will be getting my octopus tattoo on my shoulder. So everybody knows no scams have occurred. We are honoring everything from the subathon. Do you know of Glam Troll? No, I don't. Tell me more. you don't mind. But yes, the idea of, I think the reason the Dagoth cosplay went out was Dagoth doing Dagoth Wave. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh, that's right. I don't have a damaging alt. It doesn't matter. Nothing bad happened. Yeah, here's your blood money. Your blood money is 69 gold. Nice. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. I should look that up and see if there's any videos or things from that. It's great. Well, I wanted. This is where you're telling me to be, but I don't see. They must be below. They must be below me. It's gonna be like a cave, right? It's gotta be. Oh? Well, where are you then? Where are you? Not you. Oh, are you in this house? No, because the thing goes away. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just go do this quest. That sounds like a killer emote, though. I mean, as much as I do my Dagoth dance, probably need to get myself some form of a Dagoth emote. Although I don't have, I just updated my emote, so not really. There's the arena. Bum 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 bum. Oh. Don't worry, I'll defeat him. I will defeat all comers to the challenge is here. Bum, bum, bum. Come on, come on, come on. Up here so I can thrash you. Come on. There it is. There you are. You would so kindly die so I can kill the next sorcerer. Thank you. I want their dance. The quicker you give me people, quicker you let me kill these sorcerers, quicker people get their dance. Thank you kindly. Quicker they get their dance, quicker we get to giving away the crate. can't argue that. I won't. And there we go. All right, come on. It's the champion. Come and fight me. Thank you. Well, yeah, I guess then. Go. Bum 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 bum. New crates, new crates. I'm waiting for those new crates I love. Yay, it's me. I defeated them. Her. Defeated them. Defeated them. All right. Leave. Perfect. Ready to win the championship, please. Thank you. Make me the champion. Here we go. Final rounds? No! No, I just want to be done with this section. It's fine. It's fine. They'll go. They just stop talking long enough for me to fight. The worst thing here, the battles here. There we are. Yeah, this is shit. Come on. Come on, come on. There we go. Oh. The adoring fan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that reminds me. While they're talking, I'll pull it up. The Dagoth Wave person, Young Scrolls, has a song about the about the adoring fan. Oh, Young Scrolls, so we'll play it while I battle here. Seems fitting.
Mine for eternity. Could you please
Yeah, it is St. Patty's Day.
You broke my law. I think you're fake, cause you stole my heart. Stole my heart. Trap my soul. Trap my soul like a superstar. Start. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my start. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my start. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my start. Bazooka,
It won't always be young scrolls, but just know when it's begun with the Dagoth wave is I have other things that I'm working on. I'm not gonna let my dreams be memes. I'm gonna make my memes reality.
could you please be mine? Hey, you trapped my soul, you broke my law. I think you're fake, cause you stole my heart. Trap my soul like a superstar. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my star. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my star. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my star. Bazooka, start. Cause you're my star.
That's it, McDuty Finger. You knew in your soul. Oh my gosh, multiple rounds. I guess this calls for me to get punched. Oh, there's the Giub. There's the Giub album. Can you stop punching me for a second? I need to put up more Young Scrolls.
Oh, dear, you are brain dead. I'm rich and famous, I'm all about my paycheck. The vet who won't hold like I at the maze band. Yeah, I listen, I'm just flexing. Bow to me, take a bear, you would fetch her. I listen, I'm just fooling. You a different type of bear, you a boomer. The vet who won't hold like I at the maze band. You got all dear, you are brain dead. I'm rich and famous, I'm all about my paycheck. The vet who won't hold like I at the maze band. All my flex here, killed you with my fashion sense. No die to mourn, oh, hey, die to cash these checks. I'm sorry.
Looking at Adoring Fan for okay. Did you know that alcohol consumption had nothing to do with St. Patrick's Day? In fact, it was yeah. Isn't St. Patrick's Day about driving the snakes out of Ireland, and by snakes meaning Christians driving pagans out of Ireland? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I really misheard that.
But I'm going to face mode, no cap when I'm done here. I'm gonna need no stakes trapped. Looks like you have seen. Massive in the wind. The vet who won't hold like I at the maze band. You got all dear, you are brain dead. I'm rich and famous, I'm all about my paycheck.
But
The vet who won't hold like I at the maze band. The vet who like I at the maze band.
Used to be St. Patrick's Day would just be a day slightly loose in Lent restrictions, so you could eat some things you usually couldn't. But even Irish pubs don't serve alcohol on that day. Huh. I mean, it does make sense. Somebody who lives in the States, we do tend to take cultural holidays and just turn them into big drinking events for, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I thought. Why are you sad? I just winning. Just mad at me for winning. I'm gonna keep winning. Need to finish this second. No, that's true. That's true.
All right, bitches, Uma addicts. Hey, I'm them no sugar daddy. Yeah, hey.
May fight the champion here.
Be a doll stabbers in my ass wet palace.
Go back to the normal music now. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like many holidays. Yay, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. I just wanna finish the section and give away crown crates to a dagoff dance full of people. So if you could die, I'd appreciate you. Thank you, bye. Round one, no! All right, speed it up, speed it up. Come to your death, rush to your death. Please rush to your death. Bum 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 bum. Please just die. Thank you, my friend. I need you to just die. Really quick, friend. Thank you. I'm looking for Varus Met. Nice. Yay! I am mysterious stranger. I am champion. Hooray! Hooray! Champion. I think there's 3 divisions there, right? I think so. I think I have to go kill like one more set of folk. One more set of folk must pay the penalty. All right, here we go. Last set of arenas. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Nice. Enjoy your lunch and making a drinking horn. Thank you. Let me in. Let me in. Summoner arena. Let's do it. And more ESL. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying the game so much, Sater. Just keep on talking, talking, talking. That's all you do is talk and talk and talk. I'm talking yet? Nope. Oh no, because I was screaming positive. That's right. Just with other people that are killing my targets. Fair. It's Jaw Snap. Roar! I'm big and I'm scary, but not really. Last set of arenas before I can give away the crates and do my dance. Let's just make sure we're healing ourselves so we don't die, so we get it done soon. Come on, buddy, just pay the price and die for me. Pay the price and die for me. Thank you. Next. Round 2. Yep. You're terrified of your Oblivion character, Mr. Guy? Yeah, I have. Would have been done just probably a little bit ago, but I thought this arena quest was a bit shorter than it was. But it is now definitely almost done. It's just a little bit longer of a quest than I remembered it being. I completely actually forgot about needing to defeat all 3 of the arenas. Oh my gosh. Come on. Thank you. There we go. All good. Don't die. I don't want to start this over. There we go. Awesome, Mr. Guy. I'll check him out here in just a minute. All right, round 3. Come on. Yes, I can be undefeated if you just let me fight.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Right as joke. Oops. Apparently I was supposed to still be in there. Just finishing up this arena section. That way we're mostly done with this. Mostly done with Reaper's Marsh. So next time we get on, we'll be able to finish it up and get our home. Appreciate the hydration. As soon as I'm done with, I have to go fight one more section after that. As soon as I'm done with that, I'm going to do a crate giveaway. Make sure you ante up. I'm going to, before that, I'm going to do the Dagoth dance. So we're going to get a Dagoth dance. We're going to get crates. Just got to finish off these combatants. My food run out? Is that what's going on? Yeah, it is. There, food's back up. That's why things were hitting me a little harder than they should be. Cool. Although I'm gonna die if I don't heal myself. Let's do that. There we go. All good. The giveaways as soon as I finish this this section I'm in. Which I'm going to talk to this person, and they're going to be like, "All right, go to the main arena and fight the champions of the Summoners division, and then that will wrap up that quest." So, almost. Yeah. You enter the arena. Also need to do this quest, but for some reason I can just not find the person I'm supposed to talk to. Yeah. Let's talk to Many Eyes, but I don't see Many Eyes. Is this Many Eyes? No, that's Dominion Guard. Been. Been trying to talk to people, but yeah, whatever. Not letting me. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Come on, what? Oh, that's contestant. Let me talk to the person I need to talk to. Let me talk to somebody. Come on, buddy. No, that's just the summoner combatant. That's not who I need to talk to, clearly. They're in things I can't seem to find who or what I'm supposed to talk to. Oh, there it is. No, not sealed. There. Oh no, this eats many hearts, not many eyes. I was wrong. Can't seem to find the person they want me to talk to. Makes it difficult. Oh, channel points. I was like, wasn't sure what you meant, and then I realized you're counting on channel points. Let's just take care of this though, real quick then. Oh, Mister, I missed your thing earlier. We're giving away 4 crown crates. Did I finish this up? Make sure you're anteed up. Yes, there is a 10-hour loop of Dagoth Wave on YouTube. I've never put it on during my work day. I'm going to do that Dagoth dance as soon as we finish up this little section. Just fairly lengthier section. But we literally just have to finish. They need to finish talking so I can Keedle. And then I need to find the one person I need to talk to. Stress of leaving one guild and applying to another, Veronica? That is fair. I need to start a guild because there's a number of people who are interested. Eventually, I found a good crafting guild thanks to UG. But I actually need to get a good trading guild because I'm getting closer and closer to the point where I can actually make pretty good money and get things that would sell for a lot. So I need to get me into a trading guild. Sweet, I just solo Didrik. Oh yeah, I anchored. So from Praise Hersey. Correct person to pray to for sure. All right, giant dead. I'm the champion. It goes. Trying to. Oh, no, it just keeps switching the quest on me. That's why I keep thinking I need to leave. Back in. Trying to finish up this arena quest so I can do my Dagoth dance and give away crown crates. Fusion? No, tomorrow, Joel. Tomorrow. I think. Yes. In 17 hours and 47 minutes. Be having a much different sort of celebration earlier during the stream. Would not be concerned about getting my quest done. I would be concerned about opening my crates. I know the crates come out tomorrow. I don't know if that means any of the new houses come out tomorrow. Because I love the crates. But I also love that Gold Coast Eyelid Ruins house. And I want it, and I need it, and I crave it. Might as well check that you're anteed up. Hey, finished studying something. I can research more. Hoo-ah! Speaking of which, so are there any more steps, or am I good because I defeated all 3 of your things? Is there one final champ? All right, I have to challenge somebody for their position. Many Eyes, you're over here? That's not where your arrow showed up. That's fine. Intimidate. I want to be the champion so I can dance. I need to be the champion so I can dance. Apparently I have to collect skooma to fight for the championship. I don't understand why. Oh, I should be watching my back because I'm about to die. Oh, I didn't have my siphoning on, that's why. There we go. Come on. Move it, move it, move it. There we go. All good, all good. Food's still up, right? Yep, yep. Skooma. Can I challenge it? Please. Can I please fight for the championship? Thank you. Now. Fighting for the very Dagoth dance I want to perform. Alright. Main event time. Yeah, the Varnfell one's awesome. Hey, Len. How was your stream? Make sure you use the command !ante up if you're interested in winning a set of crown crates. I just need to finish this quest here by killing the champion. So they're done talking. How was your stream though? Playing some Black Ops? Awesome. Hey, Pilot Jim Jones. They talk forever. Where's the Queen of Pain? There she is. Cannot mitigate. Okay, okay. Cool. Good job. Queen of Pain. Interrupt, interrupt, interrupt. Stand on the spike, sure. Make my life easier. Thank you. There, Queen of Pain is done. It's me. The champion. I was streaming while we were running through the new dungeons. Awesome. I've done one of the new dungeons, so I still have to do the other one. But the villa was the villa's the one I've done. I really liked the villa. I thought it was a lot of fun. Yay, it's considered done. I am the champion. A few more quests I have to do around the zone, but I'm not going to do them right now. Yay. So close to having that damn Dawn Shadow house. Yay. Cool. Awesome. First things first, we do the Dagoth dance. Second things second, make sure you're anteed up. We give away some crown crates. Bum. First things first, it's time for the Dagoth dance wave. Ba-ba-da-dun-dun-dun.
The moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. 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 Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god, how can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. 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 No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. 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 I'm a god.
I'm a god. At least Dagoth is. But the winner of the crown crates is Zoe. Daddy Day got the livers. Daddy Day got the livers. Zoe, are you still around? That is the question I'm asking. Hell yeah, that is Zoe. Let's show up loud. Hey, Eggs on Leg 69, thank you so much for gifting that sub to One Hashira. One Hashira, definitely a friend. Zoe, quick reminder to me, NA or EU. I think it's NA. That's you, right? Just no underscore? Conga Rats. Congratulations. All right. We do still have a little bit to go. We're not doing it today, but basically we have a little quest here. We have a little storyline through here. A little quest up here. Basically 2 other quests. So not a lot to go. Next stream, we should be able to wrap that up and get ourselves Dawn Shadow. Thank you so much. I've been up since 4 a.m. It's 1:30 p.m. It's much later than I meant it to be, but I wanted to get those finished up. I'm going to take a look at Twitch. Obviously, I'm not going to do another stream today since we did it earlier. So I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, so... Or wait. Right? Yes. Tomorrow's Thursday, so I'll be interviewing Reishi Sport at 11 a.m. Pacific time or 2 p.m. Eastern time, depending on your time zone. If you're in a different time zone, you'll have to kind of look that up. You're welcome, Zoe. Oh, sorry. Sorry, come on, what? All right, I was going to take a look who was online. Playing Elder Scrolls as well. Oh, Camp Robber. I haven't rated Camp Robber in forever because I don't stream early enough to. All right, Camp is wonderful. Camp is my comfort streamer. Super knowledgeable, super wonderful. Please use, if you subscribe, use the purple waving octopus. Let's say hi to the Camp Robber. One of my favorite streamers, hands down. Let's show him so much love. As soon as we can raid, let's fucking go.
Interviewing Plisk. No freaking way. No way. No way. Loctavian, were your ears ringing? Welcome in, Raiders. Loctavian, oh my god, that's really cool. So you can finally... Hey, Loctavian, were your ears ringing? Dude, seriously. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Raiders. Loctavian, thank you so much for sharing your community with me and trusting me with that. Oh my god, Loctavian, no joke. Okay, me and Hawkeye were just having a little conversation. Well, I guess me and the whole community, but me and Hawkeye were just talking. Guys, thank you for the follows. Eggs, German, Burnt, thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. So he was talking about doing something like a Hawk Talks, right? And I was like,